Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hub of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV Business Outlook, broadcasting live from Enugu. As global markets reckon with a staggering tech crowd from Wall Street to Tokyo, Nigeria's financial ecosystem stands resilient, anchored by a multi-narrow 1.35% forex spread and equities market that has confidently pushed past its critical resistance lines. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian equities market sustained its upward trajectory yesterday, Tuesday, June the 23rd, 2026, driven by a strong local institutional buying and heavyweight price appreciation. The benchmark Nigeria All-Share Index ASI rose by 1.06% to close at 240,743.19 basis points, successfully pushing past its immediate resistance level. Market capitalization closed at 154.48 trillion naira, gaining roughly 1.6 trillion naira. Market breadth was positive with 34 gainers against 22 losers. A total of 564.91 million units were exchanged across 49,147 deals, valued at 39.33 billion naira, and 18.7% bump in volume and an 8% increase in turnover compared to the prior session. The Fidelity Bank led volumes 59.37 million units, while MTN Nigeria spearheaded liquidity by total value of 8.02 billion naira. And that takes us quickly to the top 5 market gainers, where Airtel Africa yesterday, having opened trading at 3,962 naira 60 kobo, closed its book at 4,358 naira 80 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 10%. Guinea's Insurance yesterday opened trading at 1 naira and closing at 1 naira 10 kobo, making an appreciable daily change of 10% bullish adjustment. International Energy yesterday closed at 6 naira 11 kobo, having opened trading at 5 naira 56 kobo, making a 9.89% bullish adjustment. Triple G equally bullish yesterday on a 9.82% adjustment, closed trading at 3 naira 69 kobo, having opened trading at 3 naira 36 kobo. MC Nichols, very positive as well, yesterday closed trading at 8 naira 15 kobo, having opened trading at 7 naira 45 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.40%. And quickly moving to take a look at the top 5 losers, the laggards, where Restaurants yesterday led this pack, having opened trading at 27 naira 60 kobo to close at 24 naira 80 kobo in the dip of a negative 9.96%. Yes, Premier Paint yesterday closed trading at 30 naira 40 kobo, having opened trading at 33 naira 74 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.93 bearish adjustment. Transfer Express yesterday opened trading at 4 naira 48 kobo to close at 4 naira 4 kobo, making a dip of 9.82% negative adjustment. Royal yesterday opened trading at 1 naira 60 kobo and closed in the dip of 1 naira 45 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.38%. Abi Building yes closed trading at 8 naira 30 kobo, having opened trading at 9 naira 15 kobo, making a dip of a negative 9.29% bearish adjustment. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. The market enters today's session firmly in an early recovery phase, backed by solid technical divergence signals on the MACD and rising relative strength index metrics. Expect some sideways consolidation or mild localized pullback in the banking and oil and gas indices. The banking sector index saw late session profit taking yesterday, leaving large cap lenders open to minor corrections today. The insurance sector saw an explosive 2.84% gain with overwhelming bullish sentiment yesterday. Momentum traders will likely keep bidding up small to mid-cap insurance counters during early trading hours. Domestic institutional asset managers remain the dominant force on the pulse, accounting for roughly 91% of total transaction shares recently. This massive local liquidity cushion is expected to prevent any aggressive structural downswings, keeping the broader market sentiment cautiously optimistic today. Now quickly moving to the forex market, where the Nigerian naira maintained relative stability with top-two gains across the foreign exchange windows yesterday. Ongoing market intervention and robust foreign portfolio inflows continue to provide solid buffer against speculative demand. The naira closed at a volume-weighted average of 1,366 naira 41 kobo against the US dollar, holding firm within its established monthly support band of 1,350 naira to 1,370 naira. This represents steady pricing compared to the 1,363 naira 41 kobo against the US dollar recorded in the prior section. And at the parallel market or the street market, or what many call the black market, the local currency recorded modest appreciation in the alternative window, strengthening by 5 naira to close at 1,385 naira against the US dollar, down from the 1,390 naira against the dollar. Across various trading hubs, street quotations hovered around 1,400 naira for buying and 1,410 naira to 1,420 naira for selling. The premium between the official and parallel rates remained remarkably narrow at roughly 1.35%, reflecting highly converged and transparent foreign exchange framework. Nigeria's gross foreign reserves edged by incrementally by 0.05% to hit 51.061 billion US dollars, driven by steady crude oil revenue benchmarks and sustained inflows into domestic debt instruments. And quickly moving to our market projection for today. The local currency is positioned to sustain its range-bound stability in today's trading section, backed by healthy macro liquidity. Commercial banks are expected to see normal midweek corporate demand from manufacturing and retail importers. However, the depth of autonomous dollar supply in the Nigerian foreign exchange market is expected to comfortably absorb these orders without causing a significant intraday depreciation. the parallel market rate is projected to hold steady between 1,380 naira against the US dollar and 1,400 naira against the US dollar. The sharp drop in speculative dollar hoarding, a direct byproduct of the central bank's predictable liquidity injections, will likely keep retail volatility at bay today. Therefore, it's important that we know that traders will be watching today's banking system liquidity levels. Continued alignment between government fiscal disbursement and tight central bank open market operation will be crucial to keeping institutional demand tightly managed. And quickly moving on to the global energy market, where international crude oil benchmarks fell yesterday, being Tuesday, June the 23rd, 2026, as the market continued to unwind its geopolitical risk premium. The sell-off was heavily driven by structural supply shifts, following the U.S. Treasury's implementation of a 60-day general license allowing the resumption of Iranian oil shipments. Brent crude futures settled down 1.1% or $0.82 to close at $77.08 per barrel, breaking further below the psychological $80 threshold. Prices showed clear downward momentum, opening at $77.80 and touching down an intraday high of $77.90 before sellers pushed the contract to a low of $76.16 per barrel. Trading volumes remained highly active, with over 253,000 contracts exchanged as institutional desks aggressively unwound long positions. The market drivers here is that the supply side expansion dominated sentiment beyond the temporary 60-day U.S. waiver on Iranian crude. OPEC members have maintained a steady production increase, boosting output by roughly 188,000 barrels per day this month, while top exporters Saudi Arabia and Kuwait slashed their July official selling prices to Asia markets. And here is our market projection for today. The Brent crude enters today's trading session under clear bearish technical pressure, with prices consolidating near multi-week lows as short sellers hold the upper hand. The immediate baseline scenario points to range-bound trading between $76.40 and $78.97 per barrel. A decisive break below the $76.40 support level would technically open the door for deeper correction towards $75 handle. The nscd remains firmly in negative territory, signaling sustained selling pressure. Intraday direction will likely be dictated by today's weekly U.S. inventory data. If industrial stocks draw come near a deeper than expected, it could trigger short covering and spark a brief corrective bounce towards the $78.97 resistance zone. Broader global demand concerns continue to cap any meaningful upside. Sluggish industrial recovery metrics in Europe, with manufacturing PMIs hovering on the knife edge of contraction, and the conservative crude import demand from Asia refiners are keeping institutional buyers cautious on the sidelines today. And quickly moving to the Nigerian commodities market, where the Nigerian commodities market saw mixed performance yesterday. Data from structured commodity bourses, like AFES, indicated slight marginal shifts, with grains showing fractional declines and flattening out, while cash crops and certain domestic staple food prices, faced ongoing upward pricing pressure due to persistent seasonal gridlock and high intrastate logistics costs. And looking at staple food prices, yes, staple food showed visible geographic divergence across the country's major economic hubs, with Southeast and Southwest bearing the brunt of structural transportation premiums. Now we'll take a quick look at the prices around these key major hubs. The white gari, we know the kg of it, speaking about the paint of gari in Lagos, went for 1,000 naira, and in Abuja it sold for 680 naira, and in Enugu yesterday paid 1,050 naira for it. Prices remain highest in Enugu and the southeast zone, while Abuja benefits from closer proximity to major north-central processing hubs. Imported rice, 50 kg bag of it in Lagos went for 60,000 yesterday, and in Abuja it sold for 56,500 naira, whereas in Enugu it is sold yesterday for 62,000 naira. This is as a result of high port clearing and cross-border transport costs, which keep Lagos and Enugu heavily elevated. And looking at tomatoes, the kg of it in Lagos went for 2,200 naira. Abuja paid 920 naira, and in Enugu paid a premium for 1,450 naira. This indicates severe seasonal supply constraint out of the far north to keep southern retail prices at massive premium compared to Abuja. And looking at onion bulbs, in Lagos, it went for 900 naira, and in Abuja, it sold for 880 naira, whereas in Enugu, yes, it went for 1,750 naira. You heard me clearly. Enugu and broader southeast markets continue to record the highest average prices nationwide due to extensive supply chain middlemen. And quickly, here is our market outlook for today. Retail food prices across Lagos and Enugu are expected to remain flat or show stick upward momentum today as traders pass down high diesel and fuel costs directly to consumers. Food supplies into Abuja and the north central markets will likely remain stable today, helping to maintain a soft ceiling on grain and tuber pricing. And quickly moving to the international market, where global markets faced broad selling pressure yesterday, being Tuesday, June the 23rd, as a steep correction in overvalued technology and artificial intelligence counters rippled across international trading desks. Quickly taking a look at the USA, starting from the Wall Street, which fell sharply as a deep tech rout dragged major indices down. The heavy concentration of AI-exposed stock selling caused the Nasdaq Composite to plunge 2.2%, closing at 25,587.04, and the S&P 500 to shed 1.44%, settling at 7,365.46 points. Conversely, the Dow Jones Industrial Average held up firmly, down just 0.1% at 51,666.84 points, buffered by a rotation into defensive sectors and a strong breakout in passenger airline fueled by lower global jet fuel prices. And quickly moving on to Europe, European equities closed generally missed lower, tracking early cues from the global cheap sell-offs. While major indices faced resistance from broader valuation anxieties, local sovereign bond yields fell across the Eurozone. German 10-year bonds dropped 3.6 basis points to 2.94% as ECB sentiment leaned away from aggressive domestic rate hikes. Concurrently, the euro slumped 0.40% against the greenback to strike a new 52-week low of $1.13 In Asia markets, Pan-Asian pauses bore the initial brunt of the global technology cool-off, pulling back from previous record levels. South Korea's chip-heavy Kospi triggered circuit breakers during a severe intraday semiconductor plunge, while Japan's Nikkei 225 ended the session down 0.18% as investors rushed to unwind over leveraged tech positions. And that quickly brings us to our strategic market advice for the Nigerian investors. Starting with the equities at the Nigerian exchange, we are urging you to ride the momentum in the insurance sector, which is up by 2.84% yesterday, but hold off on aggressive banking entry today. Institutional rotation is triggering late section profit taking in tier 1 lenders. Look to pick them up on the dip later this week. On foreign exchange, the ultra-narrow 1.35% spread between official, which is at 1,366, and the parallel market at 1,385 rate means speculation is a losing game right now. Ensure your business or portfolio forest needs are routed strictly through the official window where liquidity is highly stable. And then moving to fixed income, with Nigeria's external reserves healthy at 51.06 billion US dollars, and central bank liquidity tightening via open market operation bills, expect yields on short-term government debt instruments to remain highly competitive. We are urging you to lock in yields now if you are looking to hedge against inflation safely. And that's where we'll be calling wraps on this market segment. We are urging you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. However, we do warn that before you make an incursion into the financial market, please do well to consult a certified market analyst. And this is due to the volatility of the market. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sport. I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you what's happening in the world of sport. We're going from Formula One to tennis and around the marathons that just took place last week, and we're still hoping for some fights to come your way, which they are really going to come over the weekend, and then there's lots of fights to come your way today, and also in the tennis, and also in the athletics world, and also in the tennis world. We have a lot packed for you this morning.
All right, good morning, my fellow sports lovers. How are you doing? I know you had a lovely day yesterday or a lovely Tuesday, where we had the opportunity to see the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, getting his first 2 goals in the World Cup. And of course, let's not forget that today is Messi's birthday. So we, the Aneke sport analysts here on behalf of the Aneke TV station, we are saying happy birthday to Leo Messi. He has been a wonderful guy in the world of football. He's turning 39, or he has turned 39 today, and we wish him a lovely year ahead. He has done great in the world of football. We cannot overemphasize that, and it is a pleasure, an important privilege to wish him a happy birthday. Though I might not be a Messi fan, but of course we all love good football, and we have seen Messi over time delivering good football. So we say happy birthday to Leo Messi. And I know, of course, it's not your GOAT also, but we have said over time that we are allowed to have 2 GOATs. I know your GOAT is Cristiano Ronaldo. I know your main GOAT is Cristiano Ronaldo. The other one is by the side. Is your side GOAT. So of course there are 2 GOATs, but I know your main GOAT and your side GOAT. So I know you are just happy today that you got.
No, you are not happy now.
No, me, I'm happy. I'm not really happy because it's Messi's birthday. I'm happy because my main GOAT scored 2 goals yesterday. So the record has started.
The thing is that I was asking someone yesterday, what if Cristiano Ronaldo scored 5 goals?
Well, the world will not be surprised. Me, I will not be surprised.
No, we're not.
Because
we'll see what happens next.
Sometimes he has scored 4 goals. Sometimes.
Imagine if Cristiano Ronaldo at 41 scored 5 goals.
5 goals in a single World Cup match. That would have been a record that I don't think anybody has scored 5 goals in a World Cup.
And then he's the oldest to score in the World Cup, to score more than 2 goals in the World Cup.
Imagine. And in fact, recently he also created the record yesterday. The first player to score in consecutive World Cup. There are 6 World Cups that he has been to. He has scored in all of them.
You don't actually know that
everyone was waiting for Cristiano Ronaldo to score so that they will bring out his record.
Yes, now there are some records that are just there by the side. They are just waiting. Just give us that one goal. We are waiting, to update the record. When Messi broke a close record that was on Monday or Tuesday. We thought that there was no more record to break, but we saw that he became the all-time highest goal scorer in the World Cup. And now Mbappe by the side chasing him also. Mbappe has broken a French record of the all-time goal scorer. So sometimes when you just get a goal or get an assist, Bruno Fernandes, that was his first assist in the World Cup. So sometimes this record are just there.
Twice.
He assisted twice. So it does like the beginning for this World Cup. He has not gotten an assist since. So sometimes they are just there waiting for you to just do something. In fact, sometimes if you get red card, you get to break a record down.
A record of the
so the most red carded player in the world. So sometimes you just have to do something. You will not even know that the record is there. That's why they say sometimes Messi will just be playing and he will just be breaking record. He will just be breaking different records he's not even aware of. So sometimes this record are just
even
there.
Him is surprised.
He's surprised. He does not even know the record he's breaking sometimes. He will just be there, have broken on that record, and he will be recognized and he will be like, well, I'm not even aware, but I'm still happy, I appreciate the record.
Who is even breaking the records? Who even putting the records down?
Of course, people are putting the record down. Just like Cristiano Ronaldo now being the first player to score consecutively in 6 World Cup. People are taking notes of all these things. He has been in 6 World Cup. He has scored in the 6. So now people are aware. Maybe if someone comes and get to play about 7 World Cup and scores, you will now remember that, oh, Ronaldo did it for 6 World Cup, consecutive. Now you have done it for the 7th World Cup. Someone like Mbappe now is, taking that kind of full step. I'm seeing Mbappe getting, of course, he has done it in this World Cup. He did it in the last World Cup. By God's grace, he will still be in the next World Cup. So his numbers are already counting. So this record, by the time you know it, he comes to 6 World Cup, he has broken it or he has set the record equal. Then if he eventually makes it to his 7th World Cup, then you see him creating another record. He has broken Cristiano Ronaldo's when he has created another. So it's something that we'll get to see. Of course, there are other matches that came up yesterday. It was not just Portugal versus Uzbekistan. We saw England play against the Black Stars of Ghana, and well, people are saying that Ghana has started. They use juju, and
actually there was something around that.
It's just normal fans being. We saw the lady that was carrying this, and for me, I don't. Does juju work in football? Is it juju that made England not to score? Okay, juju now tied their leg. I don't get to believe all these things.
Actually, a lot can happen, and you are not even aware if it does.
But it's when you believe in it.
I think.
I don't think juju works in football.
Anything can happen. Let's not rule out anything.
No, anything can happen, because sometimes your faith is tied to it. If you believe, it will work for you. If you don't have the belief,
there are really sides to this news.
Yeah, there are sides but for me, I don't have any belief in it that for someone to get a goal. Okay, imagine you play like the keeper is in the center of the post. You play someone like Valverde plays from the center, Baruma, according to you, plays a nice, wonderful shot that the keeper is not able to stretch to, keep the ball. Then all of a sudden you will say the shift post. According to the juju moved the post more. Then the ball now went to hit the back. For me, all these things are just, superstitious belief that I, for one, never one day believe. Ghana played a fantastic football yesterday.
No, Ghana actually played.
England did not take their chances. Sometimes some people are now criticizing Anthony Gordon, that he should be benched, let Marcus Rashford start. And, all these criticisms are beginning to come just because they got a draw. When they won Croatia, they beat Croatia 4-2. Nobody criticized them. Rashford scored and he came from the bench. So now he's starting from the bench, and now they are beginning to criticize Anthony Gordon that he's not having that impact. For me, sometimes there are days you have a good game, there are days you have a bad game. It's football. You're not meant to have a good day all throughout your career. Cristiano Ronaldo has a bad day. Lionel Messi has some bad days. So it's part of football. When someone does not do well in this particular match and you're beginning to criticize, oh, let them drop him, oh, let him be relegated back to the bench, he's not doing well for just one match, and I begin to wonder, has the coach that put him in the match, so that coach does not have sense. He has not seen his capabilities that he placed him in the match. He had a bad day. We all recognize that these things come. So we have to give him another opportunity to play football that he did not create any impact yesterday. Ghana be spectacular defensively, so you don't take it away from them.
Yeah.
So also Croatia won their match against Panama. So that group has taken a good shape.
It's a very tight group. But before we delve into the FIFA World Cup side, let's just take a look at the national champion, talking about Favour Ashe stormed, and he had to storm to a new parameter by seconds of 9.93 seconds to win the Nigerian men's 100-meter title at the Commonwealth Games trials in Lagos. You know, the other day we announced that there will be Commonwealth Games trials that was coming up. Commonwealth trial is coming up, and we are meant to see what is happening in that game. And also talking about Favour Ashe, together Ashe and Fako Red Dev became the first Nigerians to break 10 seconds in the race since 2003, when Deji Aliyu and Uchenna Emelulu achieved the feat in Abuja. That is actually something that has, you know, changed the Commonwealth trials, which, you know, is taking place in Lagos right now. You know, the other day we announced that this is going to be a time that athletes had to come out and try their luck. Even though whether you are in the grassroots or whether you are international, you could just come out and check and make sure that you have to, you know, understand how the trial works, so that you can come and try your best. And the trial ended just on Monday. It started on Friday. It started on Saturday.
Last week.
Yes, and it ended on Monday. It was a long trial, and I'm telling you right now that Favour Ashe will really represent Nigeria in the Commonwealth Games that is coming up in London. It's a congratulation thing to him.
Of course, it's an important moment for him. You know, having to qualify. It's just like a qualifiers for me. You know, when you go through the trials and you skate through, eventually you get to, you know, now he's going to London. This might be somebody that has not even crossed the borders of, you know, Nigeria before, but now he has, you know, performed well in the trials, and he has now qualified, you know, to go to London, you know, and compete or represent the country, you know, as a Nigerian. And for me, it's a wonderful milestone for him. Congratulations to Favour.
Yeah, congratulations to Favour. Congratulations to him, because for me, I will tell you that this guy, he has impressed himself. He has impressed a lot. And he has done a lot of great game. I will say congratulations to this guy. And then, you know, today we are having a lot that is coming our way.
Of course,
we're talking about the top highest paid NBA players. Talking about highest paid NBA players. You have Stephen Curry by $59.6 million. NBA highest of them, the players. And we're also going to see the Nigerians' descent, those who actually have been playing, players in the NBA draft of the Nigerian descent, guys who have been playing in Nigeria. I mean, guys who actually have played
of Nigerian origin, but they are not playing for Nigeria.
Yeah, they are not playing.
These things also happen in football, so now we are seeing it in basketball.
Now we're seeing it. We have Ebuka Okore, Stanford, Ebuka Okore. Then we have Zubi Ejiofor, St. John's. That's, we have Ugonna Onyenso. These boys are really, most of them are
they look like our Enugu brothers.
Yeah, our Enugu brothers. Look at the Ebuka Okore. Ugonna, Zubi Ejiofor, and then you have Ugonna Onyenso, Virginia. That's his place for Virginia. Then you have Felix Opara, Tennessee. Then you have Ortega Owe, Kentucky, and Tobe Awaka, Arizona. Then you have Graham Ike, Gonzaga. Then you have Toby Lawal. There's a Virginia Tech. These guys are really, they are from the Nigerian descent.
Michael Ajayi.
Yes, and you see how they have really been playing for
and they have been doing well.
They have been doing well.
Just imagine these guys in the Nigerian basketball.
Yes, now that's the thing. You know, sometimes we don't understand that our roots are spreading all over the world.
Yeah.
I mean, Nigerians are, anywhere you go, you don't see a Nigerian. They used to see.
Yeah, for me, it's hard for you to even see a country where
you
no
can't see Nigerian.
And now look at them representing in the aspect of sports. This, even just in the aspect of basketball, you know, Nigerians taking all over. I would just say they are taking over the world for me, because they are almost everywhere. If you look at the French team now, you see, in fact, not just Nigerians, Africans in general. French team now is made up of almost all black. I can't count like up to 4 players that you say they don't have that African origin. If you start counting in the French national team, you will see that almost all of them are from African origin, apart from maybe Rabiot and a few that I know that they are not from African descent. But almost the rest, if you look at the attack, you have them feed in the attack. If you look at the midfield, they are all there. If you look at the defense, they are also there. So I think Africans, we are doing exploit for me. We are doing exploit, just that at the end of the day, we are not even representing our own African origin. But this thing, sometimes I'll just look at it as from the aspect that maybe they don't get that inspiration, that motivation, to represent. They just want somewhere for, where they will get a greener pasture. You see, sometimes if you are playing, let's look at France, for example. When you are playing for the French national team, you don't get those issues of finance where you start hearing that they don't get paid or your match bonuses are not allocated to you. In the basketball, you will not hear those kind of things. You see, they are well paid. They don't joke with their funds. They earn their salary on time. So these are part of the reasons why some of them don't want to represent Nigeria. They get to see these issues of, when you are being paid, your money does not come to you directly to your account. It's being channeled through someone, through an association, who then gets to reduce the salary that you have been supposed to pay, and then, sends you anything that they wish to send you. Or sometimes the money is even delayed.
Yeah, the money is even delayed.
Where Peterobi had to pay for the flight and salary of some players just for them to come and play. So, these issues sometimes should not be occurring. And when these things are not occurring, you see that these people will love to represent their country. What is not there for you not to represent your country?
What is not there for you not to represent your country? And it is what you have to know, that at times the parents would go, let's say people just marry, maybe they got married over there. These guys may not even have been in Nigeria. They may not even have visited Nigeria
for once. Yeah.
And they had to, just go through this process. Do you understand? They have to just, enter and be part of the NBA team from wherever they are. Their parents have to support them to follow their dreams. You see, if that thing happens in football, while we are still talking about it, it happens anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
We have a lot, just talking about that kind of descent. We have people like Anthony Joshua, who is of the Nigerian descent and UK descent. Do you see? So he's just here and there. But before we talk about that in a bigger perspective, we have one shot that's talking about the ABO heavy title fight from Timothy Mayhem Morton versus Ristova One Shot Lovejoy. That's the fight that is coming up on August 29th, 2026. The fight is from Main Event Comeback Presents. It's a fight, and they're going to have a time of their life to box it out. Well, it gives you the vibe that this is not just a heavyweight. It's an heavyweight title fight. It's an ABO heavyweight title fight. So it is titled. It's a titled kind of game that they're going to have, and they are expected to, quarrel it out.
This guy, when you look at the graphics, they look so. In fact, the term heavyweight tends to apply to these two guys because, men, look at these men. Somehow they look. In fact, they look alike for me because if you check the pictures, they look so much alike. But you are seeing the way they are heavily built. These guys are thick. For me, this match will be a lot of exchanges, if not more than 100 kg of hard punches, maybe 150 kg. So I would love to see this fight. Of course, it's coming up August 29 in Louisville, Kentucky, and of course, this match will be a beautiful match for everyone to go and see. You boxers, the lovers of boxing out there, get to see. In fact, there are a lot of boxing matches coming up. Even today, we know, in the AEW. Of course, we are going to bring those updates to you. There are a lot of matches, and this one is August 29. Just today, this evening, you have a lot of matches to. In fact, a lot of boxing fights that you will get to watch and you get to be entertained. Just stay tuned. We'll give you all these updates as the time goes by.
Yes. What do you think about these fights?
Well, look at these two people. I can't tell you that. In fact, I even have a favorite from these two. But looking at Timothy, I don't know if he's going to unleash mayhem on this Christopher, but his name there is Timothy Mayhem, and I believe he's ready to unleash anything he's going to unleash. But for me, the mayhem in him, but I don't know. I've not watched any of them fight before, so I can't say for any reason I'm going to pick one person over the other. So I'm just hoping to see an entertaining match, an entertaining fight that maybe someone has to lose one or two tweets or something, but I'm hoping to see an entertainment match.
Someone losing.
Yes, well, it's boxing now, so these things tends to come up. If it's football, I would say to see spectacular goal, from one angle to. But in boxing, what do you want to entertain someone? It's not to punch someone so hard, maybe he goes blind or he spins around. When Kataefe fought this guy, Portable, you saw him when he was spinning around. One punch made him to turn 360, and these are the entertainments. These are the things that makes you, keep watching this kind of boxing match because these are the things you want to see. So when someone gets to lose one or two, you know, it's more entertaining for us that, you know, when you are telling the story or when you are telling someone that not watches, or they blow that, they punch that guy heavily that he lost. You know, the gist will be so interesting for him. But when at the end of the day, both of you finish fighting, it has to be an unanimous decision where some of the official will have to choose, the other person will have to choose, and we know these are the things we want to see in boxing. Now let there be heavy punches, let there be 360 spinning around, let there be some tooth on the floor. You know, we get to, you know, enjoy these matches when all these things happen.
Well, we get to enjoy the matches. For me, it's going to be a wonderful time that they are going to crash out. And we're expecting Anthony Joshua to come back to the rings in July. And you know that he's getting ready, he's preparing, and he's preparing for that fight. Something that he has told Tyson Fury that if he's ready, they should come over. Should come over. Let them squash it out. And I know Tyson Fury is really ready. You could see Anthony Joshua is already training.
Of course, both of them are getting set for the match.
Both of them are getting set for the match.
Nobody is being underrated because of them. Two of them are world champions. You can't take it away from Tyson Fury, despite Anthony Joshua has been great. But Tyson Fury, of course, you saw the record that they were already that he has been a great fighter. He has had a lot of knockouts. So I hope Anthony Joshua is getting prepared enough. You know, for me, Joshua might be at the disadvantage side because he has not been in the ring for quite a number of months, and Fury has he has fought this year. So Joshua has not been in the ring. Perhaps he has been training, but there is a difference when you enter the ring and training. So when
it's been 6 months.
6 months. Imagine you not fighting for that long. So now you are getting to have a real test of the fight. So for me, it's at the disadvantage, but at the end of the day, he has a lot to prove that I'm back to the ring and I'm here to deliver.
Yes, he has a lot to prove, and while we're still talking about him having a lot to prove, there's still a lot for you to prove to me.
What have I proved?
Prove to me that you can hold one punch, because are
you not seeing my fist?
We're going to organize one.
No, wait, take a look at my fist. If I should,
we're
going to
organize 1 or 2 fists. Now we're still talking about that. We have a Cameroon Du Bois team UK is coming up. That's on Saturday, 29th on Sky Sports. Chandler Cameroon, the team UK, they are coming up, and Caroline Du Bois. It's a game that is coming, and it's the fight of the female in the UK versus USA. It's one of the fights that is coming up, and you have to see that fight. Still talking about that, we have the pre-sale. That's tomorrow by 10 a.m. BST, British Standard Time. This will be the sale of tickets for the fight that would be coming up just that same day, the same Saturday, August 29th, and it will be aired on Sky Sports. Also, there will be an on sale tomorrow, Friday, June 26th, 10 a.m. British Standard Time. It's a fight between Maya versus Cameron, Du Bois versus Moore in Birmingham, UK, and the fight is coming up. And I don't know how ready you are for the fight. Still talking about the fight, we have Dynamite. That's the fight that is going to happen today. There's a lot of them coming up today, and we gave you the update yesterday. We want to just remind you about this fight that it is going to take place today in the AEW Dynamite. The new AEW Dynamite, we have a Cosplay versus Elp, and it's going to take place live Wednesday today. We're still talking about the women. Where we have Queen Aminata and
Queen Aminata.
Today she's going to
box down somebody today.
You're going to see the fight. Then we're talking about Dick Sheeter versus Ricochet is coming up too, and he's going to box down. All the fights are basically the same time. Where you will also have the duos. That's talking about the duos, the T-Mox and the box. They are coming up today, and Cameroon and Shafa, like we've told you, is still coming up. So it's a fight you must stay glued to see and stay glued to watch. I don't know what fight.
The Death Riders. You don't mention the Death Riders.
The Death Riders too.
Versus the Mystico.
Yes, and Mystico.
No, that for me, that's the match I'm just waiting for. That Death Riders match versus Mystico. I hope I'll be able to watch this fight. You know, I don't know where I'm going to stream from. I don't know if HBO Max is, of course, I'm not subscribed to it, but I'm going to look for a way, if it's to look for a link. I just want to watch this fight. This is something that is looking like it's going to be entertaining. This made up of a 3-man. There's a 3-man tag team here. There's a 3-man tag team. So I just want to see how these people would display in the ring, where you are having to see 6 people fight, although they will be coming, I know it's, one at a time. It's not going to be the 3 of them versus the 3 of them in the ring at once. So, but for me, this looks like...
I have a feeling you want to join.
No, it's not. It's not that I want to join. It's not that I want to. When I showed you my face before, this thing is not for wrestling. It's just for fun. But these people are way. If they grip my neck, maybe I will not come out from the ring. But it's a match that I want to see. I just want to enjoy this wrestling match. It's been a while. We saw from the AEW. We have been seeing Roman Reigns. We have been seeing Obafemi. Those ones are the heavyweights, champions. No.
Those ones give it up for them.
They are the heavyweights. You will be seeing Jacob Fatu. You will be seeing Seth Rollins. You will be seeing LA Knight. I want to see something else. Let's leave the heavyweight guys aside. Let's look at these lightweight guys. How they perform. This is where you see tricks.
Yes, this is where you see
all those tricks.
Because they are not going
some kind of moves.
Yes, this is where you see the tricks.
I want to enjoy this.
This is where you see everything. This is where you see the tricks.
Yeah.
This is where you see the entrance, this
those entertaining
entertainment and everything.
Yeah.
And I would love to, see the game. But every time I want to see the game, I used to refrain because I don't really like where they are beating people.
No.
Especially those people they are beating and they are using American accent.
beating them with the language.
Yes.
Oh, come on.
That kind of a thing. I am more of a peaceful person.
No, you look so peaceful, but I'm not violent, but sometimes for me it's entertainment. I just love to see somebody.
You just want to see somebody.
As long as they're beating up themselves to be paid, at the end of the day, they will collect the beating and their account is being credited. So for me, I'm there to enjoy it because I know you are getting paid at the end of the day. But it's not a fight that is a street fight that you beat each other and you just go. This time around, when you finish it's either you are being beaten or you are the one beating somebody. So at the end of the day, you get credited. If you are going to the hospital, you are smiling to the hospital. If you have lost any teeth or you are broken, you are smiling to the hospital.
You're smiling.
Yeah.
But you are not smiling really because your pocket is...
Your pocket is heavier. So you have to smile. When you are feeling the pain, this one there is joy in the pain. So you are joyful taking the beats because at the end of the day, there is somebody or something that will enter your account. So it's more professional. It's something that you are entertained. You are being paid to do. So me, that is not being paid. So let me just enjoy myself watching you being beaten up.
Yes, actually, this is the updates that we have. But before we go on a short break, I want to bring that update. We now have 2 SARS.
I just like the way you are putting this. Now, anytime you tell me to call him sir, I will call him sir. Yes.
Cristiano Ronaldo is 41.
Yes.
While Sir Lewis Hamilton is 41.
Please say it again. Say it again. Yeah.
Cristiano Ronaldo is 41. While Sir Lewis Hamilton is 41.
Good.
And both of them, they have reached the peak of their career. They have really, really reached the peak in their career. It is amazing to see both of them flourishing even at their age. Having Lewis Hamilton, who drives for Formula One, and talking about the Ferrari side, Ferrari Scudetto side, who has driven and who just won the Barcelona GP.
Yeah.
I have to remind you that.
No problem. I'm taking the reminder.
And then we have Austria, like the Austrian game coming up. The Austrian game is coming up. I don't know your prediction about that Austrian game.
Well, you already know my prediction, of course.
No. You have to do another prediction.
There's no other prediction. It's still Kimi all the way.
I refuse.
Except Kimi is not going to drive.
Kimi is going to drive.
Then it's Kimi all the way. Yeah, the Barcelona GP, he did not finish the race because he had technical issues. So this time around, I'm hoping, of course, they will have resolved it. Now they know the fault. In fact, I'm not expecting to see any technical glitch that he will not finish the race. So as long as he's going to finish the race, believe me.
If he doesn't finish the race, you finish it for him.
No, let's never assume that he's not going to finish the race. He's going to finish the race. So I'm ready to see a healthy, because of course we call it healthy competition between him and Hamilton.
But now, giving you this fact about Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton, he is the first Formula One driver to win a race in his 20s and 30s and 40s.
Now he's going to 40 to 50.
Yes, he's going to 40 to 50. I'm sure that he would not retire from this race. And then he has the record with Cristiano Ronaldo, who has scored in 6 different World Cups.
Wow.
who has featured in 6 different World Cups and has actually delivered. This is actually a historic moment for both of them.
Yeah.
In red, talking about Sir Lewis Hamilton and Sir Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yes, sir. Yeah, now you are talking.
Yes,
Sir,
because
Sir Cristiano.
Sir Cristiano
Then
Ronaldo.
You can put double Sir because Sir Cristiano and Sir Ronaldo. There was a Ronaldo before that we used to know, Delima Ronaldo. So
Sir Cristiano Ronaldo.
Sir Cristiano, Sir Ronaldo. You can tell him an archbishop. You can tell me a priest. You know, this guy is a prince in football.
Yes.
He's a prince.
And you know, talking about this, only 2 drivers have scored points at every round in 2026 so far. And those drivers are just Lewis Hamilton and Pierre Gasly. This is talking about Formula 1. There's only 2 drivers that have scored 2 points at every round. Like, they have scored points. Only 2 drivers have scored points at every round in 2026 so far. It's only Lewis Hamilton, Sir Lewis Hamilton. Sir Lewis Hamilton.
There's no problem.
And,
it's permitted to have the Sir.
And Pierre Gasly. So both of them have actually, you know, shown that consistency and have driven so far. Even Kimi Antonelli, he has not scored points even when every round, like talking about every round, even though he has had a lot of rounds to take over. But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. We're really going to see how it is going to be. And on this note, we will take a short break. When we return, we're going to bring you what's happening and how it happened all the way in the world of football, the update, the transfers, and the latest news that you need to know. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, we are back again, bringing you what's happening in the world of football. See, it's not just about football, it's about what you think about it. Now, let's start with the home-based football. Let's start with the home-based. What is going on? In the MPFL, it is said that these guys would aim over $700,000 in the next league they're going to have. That's approximately
what I'm saying?
What are you saying? Approximately 1 billion naira.
1 point something billion.
No.
I want to know who is making the promise. Is it the MPFL that is making the promise, or is it an individual that is? Because we need to know who is making the promise, so that at the end of the season we will know who to hold. So that it's not be like, you know, this country has promised us over time, and we now have that mentality of promise and faith.
For me,
so who is making this promise? Is it the MPFL? We should know. Is it an individual? We should know. Is it the government of Nigeria? We should know.
Well, that's a rumor.
Okay.
And it's a rumor. Whenever it's a rumor, it's a rumor.
It's a rumor because it's not even 750 million naira. It's in dollars.
It's in dollars.
And this is running to 1.40 billion.
And in case people are asking, where did I get the facts? How did I get the facts? And I got it. You check X, because it has to be verified, really.
Yeah.
So you check X, Africa Fact Zone, where they are so gifted to bring you updates across the world and in Africa too. So the winner of the Nigerian Premier League received around $30,000, and that's 1 billion.
Well, anyway, it's still a rumor that that have not been confirmed. But of course, it's not a bad prize money for me. After a season, this is not after a football match. This is not after a month. A season takes a year.
Now, do you know how much they even spend? Do you know how much they even spend?
As in the MPFL or something?
No, the teams. Do you know how much they spend?
Of course, they're going to spend a lot. Like, imagine having to pay players, you travel, you don't play a match in just, let's take example for Rangers. You don't play your matches only in Enugu. You have to travel, and these things are not by just going by the road. You travel through, the plane on air. So imagine the transportation cost alone. They imagine taking care of these guys for 1 month. Apart from their payments, the feeding, you have to lodge them. In fact, there are so many that I don't think that 730 dollars will even be enough for them alone for one season. So for me, it's a fair price money at the end of the day to give these people that, okay, you are the champion of the Premier League, the Nigerian Premier League. So it's not, for me, it's not too much. If you come to England, how much do they receive? They receive way more than this. So it's not a bad price money to give somebody, to say well done for the, long term of over a period of 1 year.
Yes, the runners-up and the third place team will receive $365,000 and $219,000 respectively.
Yeah, for me.
So a lot of people have been arguing, saying, so who's going to sponsor? Just
like us. We need to know. We need to know who's sponsoring it.
Who's going to sponsor?
Because at the end of the day, let it not be all this promise and faith where you have to promise people and you get them motivated. You see them playing out their life, playing out, and at the end of the day, they don't get to receive it. This thing is football. It's something that is demanding. You don't just play. You have to be healthy first of all. You have to be fit, physically fit to play football. And in fact, the amount of energy that goes into play for 90 minutes. It's not really easy when you are playing consecutively every week, sometimes twice in a week. You get to play football match for 90 minutes. The last time I played football for 45 minutes. I almost gassed out. I told them that I'm past. I think this is not my era. When I was in my era, I could play for 9. But as of now, if you tell me to even play for 45 minutes, it's like you're looking for my trouble. So
it's training actually.
Yeah. So imagine someone consistently over a period of 1 year playing every weekend. It's not that you are playing today. You are having to play on next match maybe in a month time. So this thing takes a lot. It's quite demanding. You get to hear the injuries that these guys go through. Sometimes you are out for 6 months. You break 1 or 2 bones. So it's not easy. So for me, these guys have to be paid well. Now we have talked about African players, sometimes not wanting to represent the country. These are part of it. When you are not paying them well, you go through a lot. You go through a lot of stress physically. You break some bone. You lose one part. Sometimes you're out of the season. You get to hear injuries that you say out of the season that this person cannot play football again for that season. Maybe, hopefully, you come back next season. So it takes a lot. These people need finance to take care of themselves. So for me, Nigerian footballers, especially the grassroots, has to be well paid. At least let them be proud of what they are doing. Let them know that their financial aspect is being taken care of. It's just for them to play
just
football.
For them to move on. Then we also seeing that in the news coming from the National Sports Commission. Yes, National Sports Commission. It says that our very own Super Eagles head coach Eric Chelle, his contract, he has been offered a new contract.
Wow.
And when speaking to journalists, that's Shehu Diko, the National Sports Commission boss, he said that the deal is now waiting formal documentation by the NFF. And what do you think about this deal? He has been offered. And he said, from what he had to show us, he said, I can confirm to you, we have agreed new terms with the coach, pending when the NFF will put it on the paper. But at least we have agreed to settle with the coach about his new remuneration. That's what he said.
Yeah.
We're going to increase his money. We're also going to take care of his assistants that are helping him. That's what Shehu Diko said. That's Chairman National Sports Commission. And looking at it, you would see that he will oversee on the 23 side, that's Nigeria's on the 23 side, as the target qualification for the 2028 Olympic Games.
Yeah, I think this is a welcome development for me.
The thing for me is
Chelle is someone that we want to see.
The thing for me is what he proposed $130,000.
Yeah.
How much was he given?
Yeah, of course, in this we have not seen it yet. We have not seen the official
contract.
Even
see it.
Yeah, we might not see it, but for them to come to terms of agreement.
Chelle will not come out to say it.
No, of course, they will not say the most. But I believe they met on a middle ground. Now they have bargained and everyone is okay, even though it's not up to that 130, which I know probably it's not up to.
So boss, add something. Boss, add something.
It will now be like, okay, we just reduce. Okay, at least you have to meet a reasonable amount. At least Chelle is talking about his assistants. It's not just all about Eric Chelle. He has assistants. This sometimes is made up of more than 5 persons. They get to see the technical, you get to see the trainer, you get to see the freakick. So these people can be up to even 10 that are in the coaching crew. So when you are just thinking that it's only Eric Chelle that you are paying, no, it's not only Eric Chelle. So that's why he said he wanted that kind of amount so that he will be able to be settling his assistants. So I believe they have met on the middle ground and said, okay, this is fair enough for everybody. And I'm happy. I'm really happy that he accepted the terms and conditions. And of course, he will be overseeing the activities
and
for us to even qualify to Olympic 28.
Using someone like Erichele seems to be the cheapest.
Yeah,
and
someone that's affordable and and he delivers.
Like, why I use affordable is kind of like is very, very okay. I use cheap because when you look at the salary structure of other coaches,
you cannot compare.
Imagine Nigeria going to hire someone like Pep Guardiola.
Yeah, you will not be telling Pep Guardiola you want to pay him 130. He will not even listen to you. He will not listen to you.
But Eric Chelle has not really, reached that level.
Yes.
He's still building his profile. I know at the end of the day, he would imagine Nigeria going for someone like Jurgen Klopp.
No, those players here as a lot in Jurgen Klopp, as a flick, you can't get those coaches at that price. So, but now, this is the fact. Eric Chelle is offering you almost the same thing that those guys will offer you. That's the good thing for a national team.
Now, someone has been talking about Nigeria and lack of qualification for the World Cup. Someone said that these guys would have just played a good game and fought for the sport.
Yeah.
Now all of them are back home. Some of them are back home, and some of them are watching the game. Some of them are having their vacation. Some of them are having their rest. Yeah. Some of them are creating content, and some of them are in Nigeria currently, playing street football. So instead of them to fight for their place and win win their spot for the World Cup. Now, I'm asking that question. Is it their fault?
No, whose fault is it? Is it my own fault? Is it your own fault? They are the one that played the football. I was not the one that played it. I was just a supporter.
And let me tell you something.
So the blame is on them for not getting the win.
Let me tell you something. There's something I even had to observe. I was observing very early this morning when I came out to, just make my research and the rest of them the time I normally do. Now, if you look at this, even if those guys played and qualified, those guys will not be used. Some of them will not be used for the World Cup.
At the end of the day, the players that qualify might not be the players that are going to play the World Cup.
Because playing qualifiers is different.
Yeah, we have seen that over there.
We may rush into the Portugal story right now, but we may just come out a bit. Looking at, people have been saying Portugal playing against Uzbekistan, Uzbekistan is a lesser team. And I was like, these guys played for qualification and
they went through qualification stage.
Imagine a World Cup that doesn't have Italy.
Yeah, there are a lot of names.
There's no Italy in the World Cup.
Yeah.
And there's no Nigeria in the World Cup. And some other countries. Imagine that Turkey has traveled back to their country.
They have been eliminated.
Imagine other countries are still getting eliminated. Imagine the World Cup where some like Curacao are still in the World Cup.
Are still in the World Cup. In fact, having a point.
Yes.
Having 2 points.
Having 2 points. You see, it's not just an ordinary World Cup. This is the peak. This is why we love football.
Yeah.
So a lot of people have been saying that. I'm like, no, football is not how you see it. Football is the reality that plays. Like I said, you can train, get ready for the match, but you cannot do as best as you should.
Yeah.
So it is a problem that I've seen, and I'm like, okay, at the end of the day, all of us are going to be on the same space and going to be on the same page. So now, still talking about football and talking about just the news, things around it. Jeremy Doku, can you tell him congratulations? Jeremy Doku,
congratulations to him.
He's now a father. He's really a father now. And earlier he was dragged, he was talked down because of the stuff he wanted to go.
Thank God their match was not yesterday.
Yes, their match was not, and he would join the team.
Of course, he will still have time to join the team.
Yes, he will come back and join the team. Then, and even his country had to release an official statement that congratulations to Jeremy Doku and his family on the birth of their first son. Praise. Wow. Awesome. Now, with the approval of and accompanied by one of our team doctors, you see, Jeremy traveled to London to be with his wife for this unique event. Now, later on today, he will come back to America. He will come back for their game, and he is going to feature.
Of course. We have seen that it's just something that took it. Before we were talking about it yesterday, and today he has gone, and probably by evening he will join them. So, was there any need for the dragging? The match did not take place yesterday. Now it's going to be later tomorrow or so. So he's back in time. Now he has done what he wanted or he desired to do, to be there to witness the birth of his son. Now he's back with the national team, and he is, in fact, for me now, he will be happier playing for Belgium than if he was denied that
he will
chance.
play like a father.
Now he will play, he will put Jeremy Doku, maybe he has been putting, let's say 100% before. Now he will put 150 because you know the joy that they had to even give him one of the team's doctor to accompany him
and
in
then,
case of anything.
And then their private jets.
Yeah, so
that
it shows. In fact, that was something.
They had to fly him to London to see.
No, Belgium for me, they did great. They supported him.
Yeah, it's amazing. And let's just take a look at the highest viewership so far in this World Cup. We had it's 8,007 people. Who are those 7 people?
I think they are part of the 7 people.
You are not part of them. you are here in the studio.
Yeah.
Now I'm talking about the World Cup history. That's the highest attended day in FIFA World Cup history. Like when you count all over the stadiums.
Yeah.
You know, the countries that the matches that was played, the people that came.
Yeah.
It was the highest. And about 8,007 people came for the game. Yes.
Imagine that number. And these tickets are not cheap.
Who told you?
When you check the amount for one ticket, you know that these things are not cheap. Imagine 288 people coming to play close to 1 million to watch a match. These things are not cheap. And in fact, there's money in football. Let's just lift.
It's now you are realizing.
There's money in football.
Before we even go deep into that, because of time, we are having this from Club Shio Guillaume.
But you have not told the people the match. 200 and something viewers.
Sorry, it's 8,000 viewers.
Which match was that?
The game on 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
The game on 22nd of June.
Was it Argentina's match?
Argentina, that group had the...
Because I know it's always when it comes to Argentina.
Yes, that group had the biggest viewership. Yeah. That Argentina game, the other countries that played that same day, group, they had the highest viewership in
part of the things that are contributing, we already know that is the Lionel Messi effect. Lionel Messi plays for USA. USA are the host country or one of the host countries. So when his country gets to play, in fact, you know that almost everybody gets to watch because now the country is watching, USA is watching because that's where he plays his own football, his club football. So at the end of the day, that's why when they were promoting, the World Cup, you can always see that Lionel Messi has to be in the advert. Cristiano Ronaldo has to be in the advert. Even Portugal's game yesterday against Uzbekistan side that maybe you say they will not have a lot of fan coming into the stadium, but the stadium was filled up. Normally in those kind of matches you might see some segment of the stadium not occupied by anybody, but it was filled up. This is Portugal. This is Cristiano Ronaldo. There is that influence when you get to see these guys play. When they are about to play, you know that yes, these people we come out to watch. So this is always the effect of promoting and using the right people to promote. Imagine you are promoting a Portugal match versus Uzbekistan and Cristiano Ronaldo is not in the headline. Maybe you now have to put, let's just say, João Felix. The attention into game will not be like when it involves Cristiano Ronaldo. So these are part of the positive side of promoting whatever you are doing. So we have talked about promotion. I don't want us to go into promotion again. We have talked about it over time. So people that are interested should take note, especially we know who we are talking to, Nigeria Premier League Football League. We should take note of promotion, and it is very important. At the end of the day, you get to make even more revenue for yourself.
Yes, still talking about sports and football. Let's go over to transfers and the sagas that are coming up. Yeah. You see Atletico Madrid to file complaints against Barcelona to FIFA for Julian Alvarez.
Are playing foul play. They say the guy was still under protected time when Barcelona came to bid for him. I don't know if that's something that is supposed to be wrong because we have seen other clubs, Barcelona at this period bought Gordon, other people have signed players. Bernardo Silva is also almost moving to Real Madrid. Cucurella has moved to Barcelona. People are moving, so I don't know the issue. Okay, maybe I'm not that aware if there's anything like a protected period where you are not supposed to go and negotiate with the player. So they should go ahead and file their lawsuits, and at the end of the day, we'll see what happens. But for me, I think the transfer window is open already. They are supposed to negotiate. If it's that you are negotiating directly with the player, I don't know if that's a crime.
Well, I think from my point of view as a sports oracle, this morning, very early in the morning, around 12 a.m., I was talking with one of the sports pundits, the best of the best I have ever come across. And we are analyzing the issue of, he's a Barcelona fan. One of the days he will join us. He's a Barcelona fan. He has seen his team from their lowest moment to the highest point. Yeah. We are talking about the transfers that have been happening. In fact, we're analyzing the game, Portugal game yesterday versus Uzbekistan, and we're trying to fine-tune and see the team and how the match had to go. Now, we had to just talk a bit about transfers, looking at Julian Alvarez and Barcelona, what is actually happening. And you would see that, for me, from the point I'm seeing, this is an overrated issue.
Yeah.
It's so overrated. What I mean overrated is that Julian Alvarez, when you talk about strikers, people who can play for Barcelona and people who are fit and better, he is good. He is very good. But you can't compare him with the likes of Osimhen.
No.
Then you can't compare him with the likes of Harry Kane.
No.
Now, I was saying, from my perspective, if you have Victor Osimhen, if this bid was, if they had to bid for you, even though President of Turkey, Galatasaray has come out to say that Victor Osimhen is not for sale. They made it very open. But
it will take a lot for him not to sell Victor Osimhen this season.
It will take a lot, but then...
Because we know the number of people that are coming for him this time around.
But then, if Barcelona would just understand themselves and go for Victor Osimhen, that would make a lot of sense for me as a team. In fact, the guy was telling me, why can't we sell Bruno Fernandes to them? And I'm like...
Let them say Yama to us too.
Then let them... See what he said, and he was making a lot of sense. If they have someone like Bruno Fernandes, because he was so surprised that Bruno Fernandes had to register to assist yesterday. Now, if Bruno Fernandes had to register to assist, imagine Bruno Fernandes assisting Harry Kane. Imagine Harry Kane scoring 66 goals in a season.
Yeah.
Highest goal scorer in a season with 66 goals. Now, having Bruno Fernandes in a team where Harry Kane
Barcelona
plays, and in Barcelona.
That, in fact,
what kind of greed is that?
Maybe probably, in fact, that's too much greed for me, because now you are not just having Bruno Fernandes. Remember, you still have the Pedri and the Gavi. They now still have Bruno Fernandes. That would just be like telling other clubs not to bother to come and play, because when you play, you get a lot of goals. Having one of the outstanding midfielders, you now have three of them, Gavi, Pedri, Fernandes. Then you now go and put Lewandowski or Harry Kane in front. If it's my club that is coming to play you, I will not play an offensive football. I will just tell 10 people to stay at the back. We don't need, nobody should go to the front. There is no need, because imagine the caliber of players you are going to face, and you expect me to play an attacking football. How am I supposed to attack? Because if I should lose the ball, what I'm going to face in my defense will be, it will be hell. I will not want to do that.
Imagine having that kind of person there by the side, by the flank. You have Michael Olise, and you have Dembele, or you have Mbappe.
For me, there's no need of playing football with that kind of team. When we see that, okay, we are playing Barcelona next, and we have those kind of... I'll just tell the La Liga that, let's just do a walkover for me, because
9-1.
I don't think I want to play this. Because how are you going to defend that? Because no matter how you pack your box, it's going to be difficult. At the end of the day, you might concede penalty, because it will be so difficult that you are trying to block everywhere. Now you have to commit a lot of fouls, because these guys, they don't just play short outside. Only say we want to dribble you, we want to take you one-on-one. Dembele want to take you one-on-one, and this guy have pace. So we are aware that defenders most of the times does not have that pace. So when these guys put you on the run, the only option you have is to foul them now. And at the end of the day, you have to be committing this foul inside the box, because we are inside the box trying to defend. And it's going to take a lot for me defending. I'm not done with Dembele. I'm trying to defend Ulisse. Then you now have Osimhen at the front. Then you now have 2 or 3 guys giving them the pass for 90 minutes. In fact, they are giving me a lot of headache if I'm to be a coach, and I will not want that kind of football. Let them be spread across different teams, not just putting them in one team. There was a time where Real Madrid had that kind of squad, where, in fact, when you look at the right, you look at the left, you look at the center, you look at the defense, these guys were everywhere. That it was always, that was when Real Madrid was Real Madrid. You saw them win European competitions as if it was their birthright. They were winning 4 Champions League back to back, the first club to win Champions League back. So when teams are placed with different caliber of players, it's not really good. I believe this thing should spread across so that there will be competition, not just packing all of them in one team. And what do you now want the other team to play with? I should not be playing with Garnacho and Sancho in my team. Then somebody's playing me with Dembele and Olise. So it's not something good. Where for our sport lovers, there is still matches coming up today. We are aware that the second round of FIFA World Cup is already over, and you're already seeing the groups. Now you know your position in the group, you know where you are, you know that. In fact, if the headline now is if Portugal get to win their next match, they will now face Argentina in the. That's something I don't know if the football world is ready for. Portugal against Argentina in the round of 32. I would not want to see them in the round of 32. No, it will be too early for somebody to go. I would love to see these guys maybe in the quarterfinal at least, or semi-final. Not in the round of 32 where you don't have to eliminate somebody, because now Portugal will play against I think Colombia also. Now at the end of the day, Portugal, for me, they should better just play draw. They should not even bother to win that match. So that, and I know Colombia is aware of that fact that if they win, they are the one to face Argentina. So at the end of the day, this final round will be one of the most entertaining, one that you cannot predict. Now everybody knows what's at stake. Who has gone home has already gone home. Now, if you are qualified, you are getting or you are having an idea of who you are meeting there. So this is the time maybe some teams will even want to lose the match intentionally, not to meet who they are expecting to win. Now Colombia might not even want to win their match against Portugal. Because if they win, they will meet Argentina. They will not meet Argentina. Imagine. So they are aware of that fact. So now probably they will just go and sit one place and
play 4-4.
If Portugal does not want to score, probably they will go and put the ball in their own net and say, okay, it's an own goal for them. So it's just all about safety. Sorry, you guys have to pardon us. This way we have to draw the curtain because of time, and we'll still come your way tomorrow, same time, same station. I remain your humble host, Worldwide, saying have a pleasant day.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. Have a wonderful morning. Bye.
The silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge, not as isolated experts, but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort, but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating.
Good morning and welcome to news at 9 on Aneke TV. I am Ugu Onyinyechuku. Here are the headlines. River State Police Commissioner orders the immediate removal of all illegal roadblocks across the state federal government.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise. Leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Here are the headlines. Oyo State government imposes curfew on security agencies, intensifies search for abducted pupils and teachers. IGP bans unauthorized social media activities by police personnel nationwide. On the foreign scene, we have Italian Prime Minister moves to ease diplomatic tensions with U.S. President Donald Trump. Now the news in details. Public schools across Oyo State remain closed as the Nigeria Union of Teachers, NUT, insists that adequate security measures must be put in place before academic activities can resume. The union's position follows the abduction of dozens of pupils and teachers in Owerri local government area last month. Oyo State NUT Secretary Mr. Olokayode Salami said the incident, which reportedly claimed the lives of 2 teachers, has created fear among educators, pupils and parents. He noted that many parents have withdrawn their children from schools due to safety concerns. Meanwhile, the Oyo State Police Command has dismissed a viral video on social media claiming that the abducted victims were transported by helicopter to Kaduna State. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Adewale Osifeso described the claim as false and misleading. Efforts to impose security have intensified, with Speaker of the Oyo State House of Assembly, Mr. Adebo Ogundoyin, meeting with Commissioner of Police, Mr. Abimbola Hamzat, in Ibadan. The Teachers Union is calling for joint security patrols involving local vigilantes and hunters to protect schools and communities. Meanwhile, the Oyo State government has imposed a curfew in 10 local government areas surrounding the Old Oyo National Park as part of efforts to tackle kidnapping and other security threats in the area. Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Mr. Dotun Oyelade, said the curfew takes effect from June 24th and will run daily from 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. for an initial period of 48 hours. The restriction is intended to support ongoing security operation within the park. The measure follows the abduction of students and teachers in Owerri local government area, where armed men attacked schools and reportedly took dozens of victims into forest locations around the national park. Residents of affected local government areas, including Saki West, Saki East, Iseyin, Atisbo, and Atiba, have been urged to comply with the directive. Authorities say the curfew will assist security agencies in conducting search and rescue operations and restoring public safety. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Mr. Olatunji Disu, has reiterated concerns over the security implications of heavily tinted vehicles, saying they are frequently used by criminal elements to evade detection. Speaking during a stakeholders meeting in Abuja, the police chief cited operational records showing the most vehicles linked to one chance robbery syndicates in the Federal Capital Territory had tinted windows that concealed occupants. The development has sparked reactions from the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA. NBA President Mr. Afam Osigwe supported the regulation of excessively tinted vehicles, but opposed what he described as burdensome permit renewal processes. Mr. Osigwe also called for reforms in police bail administration, alleging that some divisions impose unnecessary conditions on suspects. The Inspector General acknowledged the concerns and assured stakeholders that measures would be taken to improve compliance with existing policing standards. The Inspector General of Police has directed all personnel of the Nigeria Police Force to refrain from unauthorized social media activities capable of undermining the image and professionalism of the force. In a statement issued by the Force Public Relations Officer, Mr. Olumuyiwa Adejobi, the police leadership expressed concern over the growing trend of officers posting videos and content in uniform without official approval. Under the directive, officers are prohibited from commenting on ongoing investigations, sharing operational information, or using their official status for commercial promotions and personal publicity. The Inspector General has instructed commissioners of police and heads of formations nationwide to ensure strict compliance, noting that supervisory officers will also be held accountable for violations committed by personnel under their command. The Lagos State Police Command has forwarded materials recovered from a recent explosion in the Okemushin area of Lagos to the force headquarters in Abuja for forensic examination. The incident occurred at Way Street, Okemushin, where an explosion was reported beneath a parked Toyota Sienna vehicle. The blast attracted emergency responders, including bomb disposal experts and senior police officers. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Oluhundari Jimo, said investigators were still analyzing evidence recovered from the scene to determine the exact cause of the explosion. He noted that findings will be made public upon completion of the investigation. Residents of the area described hearing a loud bang that caused panic within the community, but police have assured the public that security agencies are handling the matter, urging residents to remain calm. The Lagos State Police Command says it has intercepted 47 sacks of military camouflage uniforms and 80 cartons of suspected illicit substances along the Lekki-Ekpe corridor. The Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Olohundare Jimo, said this while briefing newsmen at the command headquarters in Ikeja. He said the seizure followed an intelligence-led operation by the anti-kidnapping unit. According to the police, the items were being transported in a truck allegedly destined for the southeast. 4 suspects have been arrested and are assisting investigators. The police commissioner said efforts are ongoing to identify and apprehend other members of the network behind the shipment, adding that investigations remain active. The Senate is preparing for deliberations on a constitutional amendment bill seeking the establishment of state police across Nigeria. The proposal was transmitted by President Bola Tinubu as part of broader security reforms. The president of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has called on lawmakers to be present for the debate, describing the bill as one of the most significant constitutional proposals before the National Assembly. Passage of the legislation will require a 2/3 majority in both chambers of parliament and approval by at least 24 state houses of assembly. Senate leader Senator Okpeyemi Bamidele has stressed the importance of full attendance, while governors have expressed support for the proposal. Some retired security officials have raised concerns about possible political misuse. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai is set to file a no-case submission after the Department of State Services (DSS) closed its case before the Federal High Court in Abuja. The DSS is prosecuting the former governor on allegations relating to the unlawful interception of communications and matters bordering on national security. The agency has now concluded the presentation of its evidence. Lead Defense Counsel Chief Paul Eroko informed the court that the defense would challenge the prosecution's case on the grounds that insufficient evidence had been presented to warrant further proceedings. Justice Joyce Abdul Malik adjourned the matter until September 22nd. The court also declined an application seeking a review of the defendant's bail conditions, maintaining that the existing terms remain valid. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making the headlines. Oyo State government imposes curfew as security forces intensify search for abducted pupils and teachers. Inspector General of Police bans unauthorized social media activities by police personnel. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni moves to ease diplomatic tensions with United States President Donald Trump. We'll be back shortly.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Residents and farmers in northeastern Syria are battling widespread wildfires that have engulfed large areas of agricultural land, threatening livelihoods and food production in one of the country's major farming regions. Local communities lacking adequate firefighting equipment have been using basic tools and water supplies to contain the advancing flames. The fires have spread rapidly due to strong winds and high temperatures across the dry countryside. Large sections of wheat farms ready for harvest have reportedly been destroyed, raising concerns about food security and economic losses for farming communities already facing significant challenges. Local officials are appealing for urgent assistance, warning that without additional emergency support, more farmland and critical food supplies could be lost in the coming days. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has called for a return to normal diplomatic relations with the United States following recent public disagreements with President Donald Trump. Speaking in Rome, Prime Minister Meloni said she was not interested in prolonging the dispute and stressed the importance of maintaining strong relations between both countries. The disagreement followed remarks by President Trump during a television interview in which he claimed that the Italian leader requested a photograph with him during the recent G7 summit. Meloni subsequently rejected the claim and accused the U.S. president of misrepresenting events. Despite the exchange, Italian officials say efforts are now focused on strengthening bilateral cooperation and preventing further diplomatic friction between Rome and Washington. Kenya's Cabinet Secretary for Health, Mr. Aden Duale, has ordered the suspension of work on a proposed Ebola quarantine facility at Laikipia Air Base near Nanyuki. The decision follows a court ruling in which Justice Patricia Nayudi-Mande found the health minister in contempt over the continued implementation of the project, despite earlier legal orders halting construction. The facility, reportedly supported by the United States, was designed to accommodate individuals exposed to Ebola during the ongoing outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The project has generated opposition from local communities and sparked protest in parts of the region. Kenyan authorities say the suspension is intended to comply with court directives and ease public concerns while consultations continue on future of the project. The Lagos State Command government has ordered the immediate closure of the Oshodi resettlement market following an attack on environmental enforcement officials during an operation in the area. According to the Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, officers of the Lagos State Environmental Sanitation Corps were assaulted while carrying out a routine exercise aimed at addressing street trading and other environmental violations. The commissioner said government vehicles were vandalized during the incident and alleged that some traders obstructed enforcement activities and prevented the arrest of suspects. Authorities say the market will remain closed pending further review. The Lagos State government has unveiled Agrithon 3.0, a 200 million naira innovation program designed to support young entrepreneurs in the agricultural sector. Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Systems, Ms. Bisola Olusanya, said the initiative will provide grants, mentorship, and business development support to innovators with viable agricultural solutions. The program targets areas including climate-smart agriculture, food processing, biotechnology, logistics, and digital farming, with the aim of improving food production and creating employment opportunities. State officials say the initiative aligns with broader efforts to strengthen food security and promote technology-driven agricultural development across Lagos State. The Anambra State government has commenced the third phase of its urban renewal program aimed at addressing illegal development and restoring approved city plans across the state. The Commissioner for Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Mr. Chijoke Ojukwu, said the exercise targets structures that violate building regulations, road setbacks, and drainage corridors. Enforcement teams have issued notices to affected properties in areas including Omunike, Newi, and Ogidi, prompting concerns among traders and property owners, particularly at Oye Agu Market in Aba, Ghana. Some affected residents have appealed to Governor Chukwuma Soludo for intervention, while chairman of Njikoka local government area, Mr. Chinedu Ononiba, has called for calm and assured stakeholders that discussions are ongoing to address their concerns. United States President Donald Trump is expected to attend the FIFA World Cup final scheduled for July 19th in New Jersey. FIFA President Gianni Infantino confirmed that President Trump will participate in the trophy presentation ceremony following the conclusion of the tournament. The announcement highlights the close relationship between the FIFA leadership and the U.S. administration as preparations continue for one of the biggest sporting events in the world. FIFA officials say arrangements are being finalized to ensure a smooth presentation ceremony as millions of football fans across the globe watch the final match. Popular Nigerian comedian and actor Mr. Julian Stanley, popularly known as Funny Bone, has advised young women against allowing negative social media content to shape their views on relationships and marriage. In a message shared on his social media platforms, the entertainer encouraged women to be mindful of the type of content they consume online and to avoid narratives that promote fear and bitterness. Funnybone noted that the experiences of others should not be used to judge future relationships, stressing that every individual has a unique life journey. He urged young people to focus on personal growth, emotional well-being, and positive influences, while maintaining an open and healthy outlook toward future relationships. And now to end the news, the main point again. The Oyo State government has imposed a dusk to dawn curfew in parts of the state as security agencies intensify efforts to rescue pupils and teachers abducted in Owerri local government areas. The Nigerian Union of Teachers has maintained its industrial action, insisting that adequate security measures must be put in place before schools can safely resume academic activities. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, has directed all personnel of the Nigerian Police Force to refrain from unauthorized social media activities. The directive prohibits officers from sharing content in uniform, commenting on ongoing investigations, or using their official positions for personal promotion as part of efforts to uphold professionalism and protect the integrity of the force. And on the foreign scene, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has moved to ease diplomatic tensions with United States President Donald Trump following a recent public disagreement. Prime Minister Meloni says her government remains committed to maintaining constructive relations with Washington and strengthening bilateral cooperation between both countries. And that concludes the news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news, updates, and breaking stories, follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric, resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011, 2015, and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Echo Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear, identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social divisions, and distracts citizens from issue-based political engagement. The National Peace Committee, civil society organizations, religious leaders, and traditional rulers have repeatedly appealed to political actors to embrace peaceful campaigns and responsible communication. INEC said Section 92 of the Electoral Act prohibits abusive language and campaign messages capable of provoking ethnic, tribal, or religious hatred. Media professionals are also being urged to strengthen fact-checking and avoid amplifying inflammatory political narratives. Communication scholars maintain that journalists, broadcasters, and social media influencers have a major responsibility to promote accuracy, fairness, and national cohesion during elections. Observers further note that ordinary citizens also play a crucial role. They say voters must avoid sharing unverified political content online, especially emotionally charged messages designed to provoke anger, hatred, or violence. As Nigeria prepares for another electoral cycle, democracy advocates insist that political competition must focus on ideas, competence, accountability, and national development, rather than division and intolerance. They warn that when hate speech replaces constructive debate, democracy itself becomes endangered.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Good morning to you viewers. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. It's sunrise here on Aneke TV, your breakfast show here in the city of Enugu. Welcome, and I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you and to you, our wonderful viewers and our global audience. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And we are urging you wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit. It's time to grab that cup of coffee, relax, enjoy this ride, because this ship is set sail.
Okay, now starting off this morning, I mean, we have a lot to discuss this morning. I hope that time permits it, because the headlines today and the conversations today are one that is, can make one trail off in the conversation, and we promise to keep it short and brief and keep you entertained.
Yes.
Yes.
These are conversations no Nigerian will want to miss.
Yes, truly.
These are burning issues that every Nigerian are so interested in.
Okay, getting straight into our quote for this morning. This is from the book A Man of the People by Chinua Achebe. It says, a man who could carry a whole country in his pocket. What could such a man do but sell it? If a man is to carry a whole country and put it in his pocket, the only logical thing we could sense a man could do is to sell it. If a man decides to, acquire so much to himself, or maybe want to monopolize things such that it benefits him in the end, what do you expect of such a man? It's such that whatever, way he decides to sell it or turn it or twist it, because he has all these resources at his disposal. Chinua Achebe said this morning, there's nothing else left for such a man to do but to sell the said country that he has pocketed.
Yes, very quite apt. One thing I love with this literary icon is his ability to simplify things, speak in a manner that even a toddler can understand. And in this very work, Man of the People, Chinua Achebe here is speaking to our leaders, our greedy leaders. What would make one want to pocket the country? And then next is to sell it. And it is what we see leaders, what do? People keep on acquiring what they don't need, keep accumulating wealth and all that. And Chinua Achebe here is telling us, now when you do that, the next option is to just how you auction the patrimony of this nation. And that could be said to be the trajectory of Nigerian leaders over time. There are just but few who could be said to have been so selfless in their service to this nation. And Chinua Achebe quite aptly highlights this very, human failure in this work. And in all, he is urging our leaders that we should be selfless, care more for the nation and for the welfare of the people, rather than say our own self-interest.
The quote from yesterday said, the world has enough for everyone's needs and not for everyone's greed. And this morning we are learning that if a man decides to become so greedy that he acquires everything and pockets it, we get to see a situation where he sells up to, the highest bidder, whoever plays more to his tune, whoever he decides is deeming or is fit for whatever part of this possession that he has.
Imagine waking up tomorrow and hear that they've sold off your local government.
Because he can afford it. Yes, and it's mostly the resources and that is meant for the people of the community.
Resources are meant for the people. But what happens? It's such that government owns every land and the resources ordinate. But at the end of the day, if government is responsible for everything and owns everything, it should take care of the people. But what happened? We do not care about the people, we don't consult the people. And I do not say this to, with any sort of sympathy or fear, in the sense that look at the crisis that we are in. We have villagers who are in IDP camp, yet miners are in their village, mining, working. Why can't the villagers go to farm? Why can't they go home when business is moving? These are the issues, because you have greedy people who wants to line their pockets. They allow business activities thrive, while the resourceful inhabitants are sent to idle away at the IDPs.
Okay, that's the quote for this morning from Chinua Achebe, a man of the people. Okay, a man who could carry a whole country in his pocket. What could such a man do but sell it. That's the quote for this morning. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out our weather report for today. Don't go anywhere.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and slightly humid, with temperatures ranging from 25 to 27 degrees Celsius in the morning. As the day progresses, temperature will rise sharply to 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, making the afternoon feel hot and uncomfortable, especially in Onitsha and Nnewi. By evening, temperatures will ease to 26 to 28, with thunderstorms and rainfall expected to cool the atmosphere.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. Enugu begins cool, calm, and pleasant, with morning temperatures between 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures will climb to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, bringing moderate warmth with excessive heat. By evening, temperatures will drop to 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, while thunderstorms, light to moderate rainfall, are expected across many parts of the state.
In the city of Ebonyi today, the day begins warm and bright, with temperatures of 24 to 26 degrees Celsius in the morning. By afternoon, the state will experience the highest temperatures in the southeast, soaring to 34 to 35. The heat will be intense, especially around Abakaliki. Evening temperatures will fall to 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, while strong thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy rainfall are expected.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Imo starts mild and humid, with temperatures of 24 to 26 degrees Celsius in the morning. The afternoon will become warmer, reaching 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, with humid conditions, making it feel hotter. Evening temperatures will settle around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, accompanied by thunderstorms and scattered showers.
The day in Abia State opened warm and slightly muggy, with morning temperatures between 24 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon readings will rise to 31 to 32, bringing a humid and somewhat sticky feel, especially around Aba. Temperatures will ease to 24 to 26 degrees Celsius by evening, with thunderstorms and rainfall expected before nightfall.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, keep an umbrella handy. But do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
All right, welcome back. I'm going straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for the morning. The papers we shall be reviewing are the Vanguard, the Daily Sun, the Punch, the Daily Trust, and The Guardian.
And joining us, as always, with in-depth insight and deeper analysis is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Aro. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Uche. We're here to do what we know to do.
Yes.
The best way.
Exactly. And it's exciting when I see you looking all this young, and sometimes I become scared if we could be attending any celebration soon. But be that as it may, Mr. Res. Be that as it may, before we get into the issues, what is happening around Enugu politically?
Well, the latest is about the election, the by-election, and the Enugu North Senatorial Zone, of course, which has been clinched by the APC senatorial candidate, who is now the senator-elect, Chief Ikeje Asogwa.
Were you surprised?
How can I be surprised? It is dependent on the other opposition political parties. If they had done more work, then it possibly would have been difficult for the APC to clinch it. But for now, that is a show for them to go back to the drawing board, because the 2027 election is very close by.
Yeah. You know, I had interaction with a lot of persons, a lot of analysts as well, political analysts like yourself as well. They are of the view that that election was a litmus test for the governor. Should it be that, perchance, APC were not able to click that seat, that it will have somehow put a question mark on these endorsements and the readiness of the governor and the APC going into 2027 election?
Somehow, they could be right. Anybody that says that is a litmus test. But at the same time, I want to actually tell us that most of these political parties were not ready for that election. They were not ready for that election. And remember, it was at the last minute that INEC even included the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, into the ballot. So it was not designed to be in the ballot before then, but at the latest part, they fulfilled all they needed to do to be on the ballot. So most of those people were not ready. They were not ready. And speaking to that, it means there should be some kind of seriousness towards elections by opposition political party. Otherwise, the ruling political party will always have their way.
Yeah, but speaking of seriousness, do you think they will be ready before 2027 election?
Who knows? They have a whole lot of months to work very hard. The election will be coming at about February, and then we have a few months to February. They should get prepared. They should get prepared and know that power is not given, it is taken. So if they work hard, they will go for power. They will take power. If they don't, of course, Mbah will be coasting to victory, as always.
As always. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on the Sunrise.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, starting off with the paper is the story from the Vanguard. It's titled, Full List, U.S. Names Nigerian Companies Linked to Financing Terrorism. U.S. names Nigerian companies linked to financing terrorism. The United States has sanctioned a Lagos-based ISIS financer, Mukhtar Adamu Mohammed, who is 35 years and 3 billion change linked to him for allegedly moving funds for the group as part of a sweeping action targeting ISIS financial networks across Europe, the Middle East, and West Africa. Mohammed, also known as Adamu Mukhtar and Mohammed Mukhtar, was listed with an address in Agege, Lagos State, and he's linked directly to ISIS West Africa. That according to the Department of State Offices of Foreign Assets, these Nigeria-based facilitator served as conduits for ISIS financing with offices in Title, the names of the Bureau changes: Generation Currency Bureau de Change Limited, 99 Exchange Bureau de Change Limited, both based in Lagos, and the Kano-based Manhattan Bureau de Change Limited. These are the Bureau de Change establishments that this Mukta has been using to financing ISIS activities across West African Nigeria.
See, these are part of the gains of our collaboration with the United States. Ordinarily, the Nigerian government had earlier claimed that no, that those who are behind terrorism financing, but they have not named any until now that the U.S. have come, they come openly to state that we have these financiers here, and the Bureau de Changes that are being used as part of the transactions that are being done for ISIS in Africa and West Africa and the Sub-Saharan Africa. Then this is where we begin from. When there's a crackdown on such persons that are funding these terrorism networks, of course, it means government is now coming to attack the issue directly. That is, the moment they lack the fund for financing for the purpose of getting arms, ammunition, and of course all other materials they need to survive, as because I see the ISIS as a war group. It's a terrorism war group, and you need a whole lot of logistics to maintain the group. And the moment these logistics are stopped, the chances of disbandment and frustration will take a toll on them. And I think when you now attack, the government will always have their way. The security agencies will have better chance of decimating them, better chance of clearing them, the better chance of stemming the tide of insecurity in Nigeria. So this is the beginning of the actual thing that ought to have been done much earlier than now. Remember, during the war, the Nigerian Civil War, hunger, there was a blockade. That blockade, you know, resulted in the death of so many Biafrans. A lot of people died as a result. And then the people were now clamoring, let this war end. Do you understand? So if you have a blockade on these terrorism groups, you have a blockade on them in terms of funding, financing, you know, and logistics and all that. Of course, it's certain that they will crash. It's certain that the activities will crumble. Everything will go down the drains, and the government will have their way, and the Nigerian environment will be restored to the path of peace again.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Personally, I feel this is, as much as we are commending, it is coming rather late. And I'm sure, like Mr. Rest said, this financing was alleged. I remember when it was discussed during the plenary in the House of Assembly and the Senate last year, where they made, I think they passed the bill to prosecute persons who are identified as financiers. But like Mr. Rex rightly said, no name was mentioned, nobody was mentioned. They just assumed that they're financiers. So this is commendable. And to think that, according to the paper, it says this is a network that operates across France, Turkey, Syria, and Nigeria. So it's a wider, it's beyond Nigeria as it is right now. This financing has gone beyond Nigeria. So I commend the US for, you know, starting this process. And if, I'm sure there are more, I know that there are more of these finances. So seeing that they have started it already, and like Nigeria will often say, there is a certain collaboration. So if they can collaborate with the security agencies in Nigeria to identify these persons and make sure that they are brought to book, not just to announce them, not just to make out this list. What are the prosecution processes for this person? Is it just to announce them and hand them over to the Nigerian government? What would the Nigerian government do to these persons when they have been announced as this?
How can you say what will Nigerian government do? The Nigerian government will do the needful. There's no gain saying Nigerian government will not stay back and look at the scenario. You already have the culprits or accused. They are accused presently until, of course, convicted by a court of competent jurisdiction, because America did not go through any court process to name them. They only alleged that these people are the financiers. So these things are based on allegation, and because these people have been alleged to have been involved in such things, they'll be, better investigated because they are on ground in Nigeria, and then arraigned before a court of competent jurisdiction, especially where there's a law that takes care of such situations. So if the law comes to play its part now and they are convicted, of course, I think that aspect of financing would have been taken care of, because everything would have ceased, would have been seized by the courts to exist until any other one are found to be part of that terrorism process in Nigeria.
Okay. Looking at this very issue, I cannot but celebrate the fact that this has been made public, and we suppose that before the U.S. government comes to make this public, there has been a thorough investigation on this issue. However, looking at the wider issue here, there are obvious facts for me. One is that the challenge that we face as a people when it comes to security challenges, while we need collaboration, we may be unable to defeat these security challenges if we do not devise and develop a Nigerian approach to solving this insecurity situation. And I say this without fear of equivocation or favor. When you've seen the link, the network that has been exposed, covering France, covering Syria, covering Turkey, and the rest of them, then bringing it down home to Nigeria, it tells you that it's a broad and wide network of terrorists, financiers, and enablers, the conduit of moving money. And I suppose that the right thing has been done. But the question I want to ask, before I begin to vent my opinion, I suppose, especially speaking to Mohammed Mukhtar Damu of the Nigerian extraction of this very syndicate, I suppose that by now he's been picked up before the US government makes this public, because it begins to negate the very idea of naming them if they've not been picked up already, which I suppose in covert operation, because you do not come about this information per chance. It's through delicate, diligent, covert intelligence, financial operation for you to uncover such ring. Having said that, I should that at this time that these individuals are already, volunteering more information, undergoing intense interrogation. If not, this does not do any sort of justice or save anybody. Having said that, now coming back home, look at the breed change that this man operates in Lagos. Agege is a popular hub for breed change in Lagos. Yes, speaking to Abimbola Street and the likes of them. And then he has operation in Kano. This is a wide network. The question I want to ask, because the Central Bank of Nigeria over time has been auctioning, forests to this very breed change as well. It now begins to raise the question, do we have our financial intelligence network? What are they doing? If we've been unable to pick the trail all this while, how these lump sums, and then begins to open up the sorts of banking security that we operate in Nigeria. This is just one individual, and I tell you, both from experience, that there are more of his like in Nigeria. If you've taken time to study the manner which this terrorist network and syndicates operate, there's always the option B.
And even C.
In most cases. So when you have such, you've uncovered a Mohammed Mukhtar Adamu, there is another Abubakar Adamu somewhere. So what are we doing to cut off this, network from being viable and, operating in Nigeria? Because they've been alive and well in Nigeria. And when you address the question, this is not the first time that names have been mentioned, leading me to ask the question, the Nigerian counterpart, and I use the word counterpart carefully, do we have the willingness and the boldness to prosecute this individual? I tell you one thing. When you go deep into this search, you begin to uncover politically exposed individuals, men with contacts and connection. Leading to that question, do we have the boldness to prosecute this individual? Dubai released a list in the past. What has become of such list? See, today, we keep talking about the financiers and those who fund terrorism in Nigeria. But when you dig deeper, you will still see the same network of terrorist funding making political donations as well, because these things go hand in hand. Which is why I would encourage and challenge the office of the ONSA, our EFCC, and other financial intelligence network to begin to carry out a holistic audit, forensic audit of the ins and outs of politically exposed individual, of monies coming into and out of this nation, especially in their huge numbers. Again, yes, Mr. Rice, you rightly pointed out, thanks to our collaboration with the government of the United States. But it is a monster they helped in creating. There are a whole lot of conspiracies as to the creators of ISIS. I am not party to those, theories, those conspiracy theories. But one thing is that due to policy failures, somehow, the United States at one point or the other has enabled this very monster that is now trying to gain roots in West Africa and Nigeria. Obama miscalculated when he withdrew the US troops from Iraq in 2011. They miscalculated. It was part of the issues that gave rise to ISIS. And again, when we look at these issues, and which is why I keep harping on the fact that we need to develop a Nigerian solution. If we do not sit down as a people and marshal out the Nigerian roadmap to curbing insecurity in Nigeria, this place becomes, a theater of proxy war for the international bodies and countries. Why do I say that? Over time, the CIA runs operation that enables it covertly fund some of these, rebel groups against people who stand against their interests. And the question is, what was U.S. involvement in such operation? There were Operation Timber Sycamore, run by the CIA, through which it armed rebel groups that later metamorphosed into this very monster that is disturbing the whole world. So while we go to these international collaborators without a Nigerian ideology, pathway, and policy to solving the issue, we may be creating a bigger monster. France, we ran to as an ally to help us fight insecurity, is part of the breeding network. We went to Turkey in collaboration that drones will come. Have they arrived? And then they've been unable to cover the network of these, financiers and enablers of funding of terrorism. This is why when you look at these issues and begin to piece the puzzle together, you know that there is no other way for Nigeria to be built by Nigerians.
Okay, moving on to the next story on the Daily Sun. Concerns over federal government's failure to implement local government autonomy, direct funding, 2 years after Supreme Court order. Okay, remember that the 11th of July 2024, the Supreme Court in a 7-member panel, gave out a judgment, one that was declared by Justice Emmanuel Agim, that the local governments should henceforth receive their allocations directly from the Accountant General of the Federation, and ruled that it is illegal and unconstitutional for governors to receive and withhold funds allocated to local government areas in their state. And they, signed for local government autonomy. But 2 years after, the local government are saying that they've not gained their autonomy, and the federal government has failed to implement the Supreme Court judgment on local government financial autonomy. Mr. Rex.
Yeah, well, since after the Supreme Court, it's one of the things that the incumbent administration did that excites me. They actually wanted autonomy, financial autonomy. Let me stop you there. It's financial autonomy that we're talking about, because when you say local government autonomy, it means they're going to give it a full tier of government, which is not better. The local governments are parts of the federative unit, appendage of the states, and the houses of assembly of the states in Nigeria make laws that make laws for the purpose of running local government administration. That's why they have the Local Government Services Commission and other things, where those nitty-gritty of local government business are handled. And of course, they also make laws with reference to the tenure of local government executives. That is tenure of the chief executive of local government and the councillors as well. So it is only financial autonomy which the Tinubu went to court, Supreme Court for, and he got the ruling, he got the verdict. And the verdict is for the local government to be financially to have financial autonomy or financially autonomous, which means that they have to receive their allocations direct from the federation account. But up to today, sometime, it was said that some local governments were unable to, regularize the accounting system. Up to today, the local government fund is still being paid into the state joint fund. There's a joint account, JAC, between the states and the local government, JAC. And then members of JAC will come there. From there, the state will begin to do some deductions. Ordinarily, the state is supposed to add money for the running of local government. It's supposed to add more money to the local government system because it is their own local government. And as the local government develops, the state develops. But at the present scenario, I want to ask, how many projects is being handled by the local government chairman or local government ESCO in their various local governments in Nigeria? You difficultly see serious local government projects. What happens to the huge allocations? Because the Tinubu administration will always tell you that the removal of fuel subsidy, the federative units have more money into the account for the purpose of development. But how do you now, see the development that is being done by the release of this fund? You see them through, because the local government is the nearest to the masses. You see them the way the people will feel about the administration of the local government. The monies will have to go down, trickle to the people of Nigeria. So you find farmers, empowered farmers, the roads to the farms, and of course, a hands or help in securing the farmers so that they will go to farm and come back and all that. Although we say we have a central security challenge in Nigeria. But with these monies going down, the security challenges will be handled federal, state, and local government. And when it is done that way, then you are attacking it from all the angles. because the communities will be sure that they know who is in their midst. From there to the local government will now take reports from the community, and from there you'll be able to raise alarm enough to attract the state and of course the federal government, and then the security agencies will take that over. So NFIU, the National Intelligence Department, is also, the Financial Intelligence Department is also working very hard to see that this autonomy, financial autonomy, is fully implemented. But up till now, the problem, I do not know exactly what glitch, because we always use a glitch. That's something stopping it from actually going. I don't know what is actually stopping it from actually going. Whether it is the maturation of the governors who are, part of the process and who somehow tend to actually partake in seeing the monies, the local government monies being taken to various other areas, whether they use it for the state development or they personally take over the fund and all that. So it is a very serious problem. And now that it's now raised, of course, the Buhari administration did well to get that going to court, and of course that nullifies the joint account. The Supreme Court ruling nullifies the joint account with the state government, unless then the monies will come and possibly the local governments will now send it back to the joint account, or less that. But by that, it should be paid directly to their account, from where they can undertake, projects. Of course, they do their annual budget. They have specific things. They have specific things in capital budget and other ones in concurrent list. Current budget. So, which means the local governments are supposed to be doing the local roads, even if they are not asphalting it. They will do the grading and ensure that the roads are motorable, at least for the food from the farm to come out to the people. Of course, for people to move from one village to the other, it must be motorable. At least that should be done. Then there are other things that has to be put in place that has to do with the welfare of the people. As a local government, some of the schools, you can take care of them. It's not about, for instance, in Enugu State, there's a whole lot of money that has gone into education. Maybe the state government is taking over running of schools, but ordinarily the primary schools are within the purview of the local governments to take care of. And some of the primary healthcare systems, the health centers and all that. So some of these things are the monies that they receive that should have been used in maintaining and supporting these organizations, whether it is federally owned or state-owned. The local government can, help in ensuring that these things, these infrastructure in the localities are taken care of. But we do not see that. These are some of the indicators that will show that monies are released, and there are huge sums of money, not just monies, huge sums that should have catered for the welfare of the people at the grassroots level. That is exactly where you have the greatest percentage of the population.
And also to add to that is worthy of note to recognize that these same really bad governors from dissolving democratically elected local government councils and replacing them with caretaker committees. This was also passed in the ruling of July 11, 2024. And I understand that reasons why these things were done is because the local governments are the closest to the people. And when you talk about handling issues in the community, my mind went to the flooding incident that have occurred in some parts of southeastern states. And then you realize that if the local government authorities had these essentials that they needed, this fund that they needed, there are some issues that probably the communities in these states may not need to outrightly cry out to the state government, because these local government chairmen live amongst them. They see these things and they are easily accessed by the people living in the communities. So there's a lot to consider when there's a lot to put into perspective when talking about local government autonomy and allowing them maybe not run independently, because like you said, they are an appendage of what the government should do. But then again, they are the closest. If a certain government from another local government, it might take time to address issues across each local government. And then back to the funding issue, I wonder what the delay has been, and because the headline says the federal government has delayed. So if they are known that it has been brought to the notice of the federal government, something that the Supreme Court issued 2 years ago has not been addressed, maybe they could foster and increase the pace at which this autonomy and all that is involved is granted to them.
Earlier, the Accountant General of the Federation gave excuses as to
why
what is marrying the direct funding of the local government from the Federal Accountant General's office. He gave excuses, and the excuse he gave should be about a year ago. And of course, I was privy to that. I read in the newspapers. And about the issue of not dissolving an elected local government official, beyond the Supreme Court ruling on the tinubu matter, there's another ruling secured by Barrister Ogara, that local government, that there'll be no vacuum, that no local government shall be administered by a caretaker committee. But you see, even when you have such ruling, the state governors still go ahead. That is why people question if there is actually the rule of law. Who negates the rule of law? Who is not conforming to rule of law in Nigeria? Is it the government or the people or the superman? So it's a serious problem. We are expecting that if these issues are resolved, the local government system will be more active. And becoming more active is that the people will have a feel of governance. A feel of governance will come because the governance stops at the state level. I do not see anything in the local. Local government is just a conduit pipe for now. Yes, in Enugu State, for instance, when Sullivan Chime was governor, we saw local government chairmen doing asphalt roads in all the local governments. And some of these roads are still there, being used at their various localities. But since after that, we've not seen much of such situation. We've just seen a few of local government chairmen that will undertake road projects, very serious road projects. So that is a very, pathetic story for the people at the grassroots.
All right. Looking at this very headline, and you're speaking to the federal government being aware and all that, you see, these are two wrenchy that we're speaking on this issue. What is lacking here is the political will to do the right thing. Yes, it is this very administration that went to court. The question now becomes, why is he facing the challenge of implementing it? The truth remains that there are political exigencies to implementing that Supreme Court judgment. We held that judgment because, in a way, it sets out to correct some anomalies that are in our Constitution. You remember, Section 7 of the 1999 Constitution sees the local government as an appendage of the state government. So that's why we celebrate that victory. But one would expect, a lot of people have expectations of this administration. But one expectation I have of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is that the local government system would work under his watch, which is why I am keenly watching to see how it plays out. Remember that while he was governor of Lagos State, he was over the years battling with the then government of President Olusegun Obasanjo for creating LCDAs and wanting the autonomy for local government and exercising the powers of the state government over the local government. For years, the allocations were seized. He navigated. Today, he is the president. So I have expectation when it comes to the local government autonomy. So outside this Turenchi that we're speaking, I've listened and I've interacted with a lot of politically exposed individuals, even those of them that are the local government chairman and other. They will tell you, when you fight for financial autonomy, come and take political autonomy, because the governors are in charge and they determine who goes back. So why are you not seeing Algon championing openly this position? At the end of the day, at the back of their mind, and which is why over time, you see the governors at the subnational, subtly fighting with the federal government about relinquishing authority to them, is the issue of who controls the local government actually. Mr. Rex, let's talk a little politics here. When you, give freedom or independence, let me use the word independence, to the local government, automatically they begin to interact with the central government. The allocation goes direct. In this regard, the government our politics being what it is, those at the federal could jump over the governor and interact with the local government chairman, deciding even the fate of the governor in their states. And this, the control that the governors do not want to relinquish. Let's call spade a spade about the issues, negating the implementation of some of these subtle rules. Having said that, you've tackled the issue of joint accounts and all that. If Mr. President and this administration could gain victory at the Supreme Court, what stops them from going ahead or going back to the same court to get rulings that will clear the pathway? However, like you rightly cited, the Accountant General of the Federation did cite issues that it hinders them crediting directly to this account. But one thing I can speak to, and which is why I said is all too wrenchy, when our leaders want to achieve anything, nothing stops them. And what is here is the political will. Once we muster the political will to set the local government free, they will be free. And you rightly pointed out, these are the closest to the people that would bring development to the people. But my fears are, can they be able to, or can we be able to elect sense outside the system? The question is so obvious to everyone. At the end of the day, somehow, it may help in seeing that, like Mr. President will put it, that they should wet the grass more. It will somehow make the trickling down get closer to the people. But the issue remains, can we be able to see meaningful, genuine development across the local government areas in Nigeria, which is the primary thing the framers of Nigerian Constitution had in mind when they created local government. I bear the fact that constitutionally it was bound. Those are the issues we would want and wait to see how they are resolved. But one thing I can say categorically is that it is achievable if this administration looks in that direction and they want to achieve it.
All right, Sunrise continues on Aneke TV. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Many thanks for staying with us. Continuing on the newspaper headline analysis this morning, we'll take a look at the Punch headline. State Police, this is on State Police, Senate votes today as Tinubu transmits bill to National Assembly. State votes today as Tinubu transmits bill to National Assembly. This is happening today where the government, the push for the establishment of state police has reached a crucial stage as the Senate is set to vote on the proposal following the transmission of the bill by Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the National Assembly. The move is seen as a major step toward restructuring Nigeria's security architecture, with supporters arguing that state police will enhance local security and improve responses to crime, while critics continue to raise concerns about potential abuse and political interference.
You know, from your last sentence, talking about abuse.
Yeah.
That's exactly why the governors want to also, just like they have the control on the local government, they also want to have a full control
of the state police.
Of the state police. And if it so happens, then it means that the abuse, the so-called abuse, the abuse which are being expected will certainly come, because these governors are not angels, they are not from the moon, they are not from outside the planet. They are not even from America, where you know, one should think that anybody coming from there. They are not like Stammer, who want to resign on his honor. So that is exactly what it is. The state police thing is something that has to be carefully made. That particular bill, they have to put all the necessary checks in place. The Senate said they're going to do something better than what the House of Representatives did. That is why they are looking at theirs, because the Constitution says both houses must have passed that amendment, constitutional amendment, in such a way that it will also be, you know, be passed by the states' House of Assembly in Nigeria, about 2/3 of the state. There are 24 states. So before the states take their own position, you know, the National Assembly must first come up with something that is good enough, that will not have those bottlenecks and the ambiguity that sometimes are seen in pieces of laws made in Nigeria. Because laws made in the National Assembly, sometimes you have ambiguity, you have clashes and all that. They have to be careful in doing it upon the fact that it is urgently needed. Okay? They're hardly trying to do that so that we have the state police in place before the 2027 elections. But as it is, let them not empower the governor, or they have to put a check on the governors if they should have, they should have, you know, be the commander-in-chief of the state police. They should put some checks that will whittle down what powers in case it is the governors do want to use same to abuse, intimidate, harangue. Because when the governors get these powers, we are talking about powers in Nigeria. Sometimes, of course, the power of the president of Nigeria, of course, is even bigger than the power of President Trump. When, you know, in quote, why I say so is that the president of Nigeria can do certain things by law. Trump cannot do them by law. Trump could use influence to do them. So also the governors, they have so much power. That is why the local government chairmen do not raise their heads. They cannot raise their heads because the governors are in charge. If you raise your head, you are a governor. Of course, we have the kind of House Assembly that are very loyal to the governor. When you ask them, you say they do not want to have problem with the central government, the executive, that it will deter development. Yes, but that is not to say that there must be rubber stamp. That when you bring something, you remember when President Tinubu went to National Assembly for a loan, it was passed with dispatch that a lot of a catalog of criticisms followed suit. So it was seen to be rubber stamp in such a way. So I believe that in the case of this state policing, that Senate must do the needful, look at it from the fact that we are all in Nigeria. Look at it not from their political party perspective, but from the fact that Nigerians are all involved. Otherwise, they will do such a law that will haunt them after all, like they did in the Electoral Act Amendment. They did the Electoral Act Amendment, and of course, it's haunting them severely. Some of them are now regretting why they were part of that Electoral Act success
in the first place. Before we even talk about it, I remember when we read in the paper some couple of weeks ago that the state police bill has started, and I asked the question, hope they have a blueprint of what they want to do, because this is something that has not happened, or we've never had a state police before. And then again, my concern is for the state governors. Why exactly is the conversation of abuse and autonomy coming up? This is a situation, this state policing was born out of a dire need in our security insurgents in Nigeria. And it was born out of a place, okay, let's find means to help each other. Hence why this state police conversation started in the first place, because the police force needs to be decentralized. So I'm trying to understand why the conversation of autonomy or abuse is coming. It should be that every state governor should, their mind or their opinions should be tailored toward helping each other. The conversation of, the possibility of abuse might come up, shouldn't even be in a conversation. There is a blueprint for the state police as it is. So why are we even having a conversation where a state governor is thinking or hoping that he might abuse the authority?
The issue of state police, the discussion did not just start because of the problem of security.
But it became more pronounced. It became more pronounced and heightened.
During the Second Republic, we had a governor in the old Anambra State, Senator Jim Obodo, who was the governor. He wanted to set up such a state police, but because there is no enabling law that empowers, and these were the people he now made he called them the road safety.
Okay.
He made them the road safety people at the end of the day. And then the nation eventually ended up setting up the road safety road marshals. So a lot of states have been actually wanting to set up something like that. So the discussion has been there. And many times these discussions have come up and dismissed because of abuse. Most often, each time it comes to the front burner, a lot of people will air their views saying that it will be used by the governors to abuse. They will not use it because we are not matured to begin to do, and we do not have our institutions strong enough to take control of these things.
That's why I say there ought to be a solid proof structure, blueprint for what we aim to achieve by creating a state police.
That's exactly what I said, that the Senate must put the antidotes to abuses in place. If not, it will certainly cry. That's exactly what I said. Just like they did the Electoral Act 2026 amendment, and then it was flawed in all respect because a lot of them became victims to that. And now they're doing this police thing, which is meant to help curb insecurity in Nigeria. So there's not supposed to be these flaws in that act. It's supposed to be an act that will be impeccable in all respect, so as to check, to promote checks and balances in the implementation of the act.
Right. Very well said. But the fact remains that with the eventual passage of this bill, will state police be abused? Yes, it will. But when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. The Nigerian law has put a lot of things in place to check those who corruptly enrich themselves. Are people still not corruptly enriching themselves? It's happening. The Constitution frowns at rigging an election. Are people still not rigging election?
True.
It will happen. But what I love in your submission, Mr. Ress, is that you rightly pointed out that the Senate, this very Senate, should be cautious and careful to put the necessary clauses in the law to check, abuse. But you and I know that this is Nigeria. The system has not been overhauled. So, while we look at the greater good that could be achieved with state police, we won't, on the ground of the arguments against, subject to abuse by those who would control state police at the subnational, then close our eyes to the greater good. Having said that, looking at the Senate, passing this bill, the question I would want to ask, and a lot of people may not feel excited about it, what is the body language of Mr. President? I tell you one thing. If Mr. President wants state police, he will have state police. Because I do not see, and I apologize, the will or who will oppose his will. Almost every senator at the National Assembly, 109 senators, bar those in opposition, and some in opposition are standing on the mandate. You have a National Assembly that sings a different anthem at the floor of the National Assembly. And some opposition senators are covertly and at night, like Nicodemus, standing on the mandate as well. So there's no opposition to it. The point remains, does it befit the policy of this administration to have state police? Yes. The challenge you outlined quite well now is that of control and abuse by those at the subnational. We hope that the necessary, commas and dots are put in place to check such. Let me tell you one thing. Yes, by name, we may not call it state police, but there's no state in Nigeria that doesn't have a semblance of what should be seen as state police. And if we want it to work, it will work. If the warrant chiefs were able to operate, then state police can operate, bar the abuses of the warrant chiefs in those days. Why do I say this? When you move through northern Nigeria, for example, through west Nigeria, you will see Hisba in Kano. There is a Karota. When you go to Lagos, you see Lasma. Then, across states, what are the abuses? Which is another area that we may want to look at when we get into that conversation. Abuse against people of other origin. I will tell you what is prevalent in Kano, because I've seen the operations where non-indigenous in Kano feel threatened by the actions of Hisba and Karota in that area, feeling targeted in the manner they operate when they are around areas they feel is not domiciled by indigenes. You get beyond coming down to Kaduna, you will see such sentiments. So these are issues that we need to check. But at the end of the day, the greater good is for the security of the lives and property of Nigerians. But the greater question is, like Ochoma did raise, what modalities have we put in place to see if the Senate passes this bill, are we ready to kickstart or a takeoff for the state police? Because it will require funding. Then the framework, the training required, and I bet all this, apart from equipping them and all that, will lead to a holistic solution to the insecurity that we are witnessing in Nigeria. I stand to be corrected, but the answer is no. If leadership do not show the will to tackle insecurity, even the state police, while offering some semblance of hope, may at the end of the day equally derail the process. And I hope that the processes, both the recruitment and everything in bringing it into place, will be such that negate what policing in Nigeria is all about. Having said that, I know that this bill will be passed because Mr. President will be transmitting to the National Assembly, and I do not see a National Assembly that quickly passes every wish of Mr. President standing on the way in this very one. However, we'll continue to pray for this nation. Should the state police be allowed and implemented and it begins to be abused, then there may be a greater crisis in our hands than the insecurity we want to fight.
All right, moving on to the Daily Trust. The headline reads, after 126 days in custody, El-Rufai's case adjourned till September. A former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has spent at least 126 days in custody over charges bordering on alleged abuse of office, money laundering, and wiretapping, amidst difficulty in meeting what is described as stringent bail conditions given to him by different courts. Now, if he remains in custody until the next adjourned date, September 22nd, 2026, he will have spent 217 days, beginning from the day of his detention, February 16th, till the 22nd of September. And we also know that at a point he was given 2 days to go and bury his mother. So as it stands now, he has spent 126 days in custody.
Well, that is Nigeria. Anything happens in Nigeria. Even when the bail issue is being discussed, El-Rufai's lawyer asked that the issues of somebody, permanent secretary, and owning a property in either Maitama or Asokoro should be the standard for who will sign his bail bond. And then the lawyer asked the judge to actually, look at that area. But the judge dismissed that motion, saying that there are people in that area. There are people who are permanent secretaries and then who are owning property in those areas. They should be able to provide such, El-Rufai should be able to provide such or meet up such bail conditions. But you see, what if that offense is bailable? Why are they still keeping El-Rufai in custody? If it is a bailable offense, why wouldn't the court grant him bail? Why would they want to, keep him in custody for longer than necessary? If it's, like you said, it's going to be about 200, going to about more than half of a year, if in September, So it's a kind of jail term if one begins to think about it. So he would have even spent some time. If he's convicted, he would have spent some time, if not the whole time, in custody. If he's convicted, he would have spent almost all the time that he needs to spend in jail if he's convicted. Because I do not think that these things are capital punishments. You know, wiretapping is just a crime, you know, that you have few years jail time. At the same time, maybe because the government, but we should remember, we should go back to time. How did this government come into being? How did this government win election? Who and who were there doing this job for the government to win election? How come this government is actually haunting El-Rufai? That is a question that a lot of people should. I'm not saying that when you go against the law that will not be tried, it should not be tried. But I want to see that those who are aligned with this government are made to be sacred cows. I want to see such thing happening. Because I think somebody said it on air, that the moment you become a member of the APC, your sins are forgiven. Which means that most of the things you may have done would be forgotten. I know that there are people whose cases are still standing for several years. But because they belong to the current ruling party, nobody goes to call back these cases. The day they come against the government, these cases will manifest and it will come. I saw some people from the Southeast who were former ministers were arraigned. But at the end of the day, I no longer hear anything about it. Because they have all paid, giving their loyalty to the government in power. So, if it is about loyalty, then it means that El-Rufai will have to go to jail. But, sure. Due to lack of loyalty, he was even nominated for ministerial appointment. And how and why he failed the screening is what I do not know. Because I know that he was a former minister of the Federal Capital Territory. I know that he is actually widely qualified to hold any position, including the presidency of this country. So how come he failed the something in Senate if it is not politically motivated? I think most of these things that are happening to El-Rufai now is being politically orchestrated. This is because the government of the day is scared that if El-Rufai is left free, he might be a cog in the wheel of progress for the party's second-term bid. And that is exactly why they must have to hold him for as long as necessary. You are not even sure that even September 22nd, that he'll be released or be granted bail. So there are chances that he might stay in jail for as long as necessary.
All right. Looking at this very issue, you rightly submitted and analyzed the situation. However, it all depends on the divide from which one looks at this very issue. From the government perspective, he has committed offenses that are prosecutable. It's left for El-Rufai to show cause why he should not be sentenced. However, one must continue to point out the anomalies in our system, of which, even before I venture the issue, I would have loved that the nation is not troubled with this issue, because this is seemingly a fallout between friends. However, speaking to institutions, yes, El-Rufai may be the one who is suffering this fate today, but he was part of the system. He had the opportunity to fight and see that this system is changed. What did he do? Today he is at the receiving end because we have weak institutions, strong men, and this is what you get when the institutions are weak. You've highlighted the stringent bail conditions that he was given within a specified period, and he was unable to, meet that condition, given the charges before him, that of abuse, of office, which is so cumbersome to even interpret what abuse is, when you talk about abuse in office. And then talk about money laundering. We know about a lot of people who are equally facing similar, music charges before the courts. Where are they? They apply for their passports to be released to them so that they can travel for medical trip. And here you are, a popular Nigerian with an address, now being moved from one agency to the other. Tomorrow, if he's granted bail, after, like you rightly cited, by September 2022, if he indeed, is granted bail, about which he must have spent 217 days, then another agency will come forward and then raise another charge, and another court will remind him for another 317 days. The point remains like Res, rightly pointed out. The question is, who is afraid of Erufai? But I am not one, and in this very matter, I do not really, take to political kindness to Erufai in this very instance, because these are friends who are fighting. They know one another. They understand the sense very well. And this is the system fighting itself in this very regard. However, the caution is that those who find themselves in authority today should not continue to weaken the very institution that will strengthen this nation. Like we rightfully point out, what Erufai is going through is because we have weak institutions that cannot be able to stand and say this is the way to follow. We continue to dance to the rules of strong men, and it may consume all of us if care is not taken.
Okay, the next paper we could, because of our time, is from The Punch. Said Nigeria spends 5 times more than debt on health and education. A report that Nigeria spends more on debt servicing. Nigeria spends nearly 5 times more of its national revenue on servicing external debts than on healthcare and education combined, according to a new report by Action Aid International and Action Aid Nigeria. According to this report, Nigeria spent 20.1% of its national revenue on external debt payments, compared to 4.06% on health and 4.40% on education. Briefly?
This is a problem we have about all the borrowings we've been doing. You see, borrowing is one thing, repaying the borrowed and servicing the debt is another. Nigeria spends, that is why we've not been able to account for a budget, up to 40 to 50% budget, fulfilling our budgets for the year up to 50%. So because we use most of the money for debt servicing, we have a very robust debt services organization, and then we use almost 70% of the federal annual budget to do debt servicing, and that is exactly why we are. In terms of capital projects, most of the capital projects suffer funding because we use the same fund to do debt servicing, and it is wrong for the nation. And the government will still want to continue to borrow and borrow and borrow. How can we be a borrowing nation? How can we borrow to the extent that we become impoverished? When you look at the future of our children, they are already impoverished. We are borrowing, and we have not seen the most important things. When we borrow this money, let us see the result of where the money has been plunged into, so that it will begin to possibly bring up certain things that make life meaningful for Nigerians. So that when we start paying, we now know that we are paying for what we are enjoying.
You now know that you are paying for what you're enjoying. And you raise the question that we're becoming, yes, you're a debtor nation, you're a borrowing nation. And it's unfortunate that the bulk of, whatever we are going to make, our projected revenue will continue to go into debt servicing. about 26 to 30% of our revenue generation will be, plunged into debt servicing. In healthcare, you have only about a minimal, percentage of about 4.2 being put into health, sector, and then you have about 6 point something percent of your budget, allocated to education. Without healthcare and education, how are you going to develop? These are the questions that every woman in Nigeria needs to be, asking. However, Mr. Rez, your concerns will be settled by 2027. You will see the results and events about where these debts are plunged into. I can assure you of that. However, let every woman in Nigeria continue to interrogate this issue. There is nothing wrong in borrowing, but is borrowing for development such that it will impact the generality of the Nigerian people. That's what matters.
All right, thank you. That's the more we can tell. I think on the last story we were to talk about the reaction of some activists towards the arrest and remand of the activist Showore. But because of our time, that is where we're wrapping up this morning on the morning show. So I come your way again tomorrow. Before I leave you with this quote from Chinua Achebe: "A man who would carry a whole country in his pocket, what could such a man do but sell it?" Till I come your way again tomorrow, I'm Princess Ken Ochoma.
Mr. Ross, thank you for this in-depth, incisive analysis on these news issues.
Thank you for appreciating me. And for viewers, keep on watching us on Aneke TV every morning.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, who say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bring me into golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. I'm sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a haze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks and welcome to this special edition of The Insight. And today on The Insight, we'll be looking at the Nigeria 2027, interrogating the electoral process, where we are in the office of Barrister Mark Akuna Eze, who is head public relations IMT Enugu, to interact and have a deeper insight on the electoral process heading into 2027. And, you know, Nigeria is moving towards 2027 with elections that should be about choice, trust, and accountability. Yet, the process is already clouded by doubt over electoral credibility, judicial confidence, party democracy, and voter safety. The real question is not whether Nigerians will vote, but whether the system will finally allow their votes to count. For years, the promise of reform has collided with the reality of weak institutions, disputed court rulings, fragile party structures, and the dark shadows of insecurity. If those failures are not confronted now, 2027 may become less of a democratic contest and more of a national test of whether Nigeria is still believes in elections at all. Today, on The Insight, we interrogate the process itself, INEC, the judiciary, political parties, and the insecurity threatening participation. Because a democracy is only as strong as the system that protects the votes. And in 2027, Nigeria must provide and prove that those systems can still stand. And joining us on this special edition, like I did mention, is Barrister Mark Akuna, who is the head public relations IMT Enugu. Barrister, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Barrister, before we get into the conversation proper, let's look at your perception of what this process has been so far, because all over the place, everybody's gearing towards 2027 election.
The story is a lengthy one, and the period actually is something that should draw the attention of every woman in Nigeria. Of course, the electoral process defines a nation. You know, the electoral process equally determines how a nation wants to grow. If the process is bad and marred by irregularity, the result is usually the kind of thing we see, you know, where we have the wrong people occupying strategic positions. And the consequences is that the entire system collapses. So we need to be very careful. We've had very terrible experience as a nation, as a poor little boy growing up. It has never been palatable when we talk about the electoral process. It's either the system is manipulated or the system is not working at all, because the people who man the system are not upright and they are not doing what is supposed to be done. I mean, the electoral process should be handled with care and ought to have been occupied by men with integrity who can look backwards and say, look, we need a nation that must move ahead. The experience so far, I must tell you, has led to a lot of things, very negative things, to the extent that even Nigerians have lost trust in the system. I'm sure that the nature of voting now in Nigeria does not reflect the true population of this nation. We are up to 200 million or more, and I'm sure that if you call for an election tomorrow, not up to 50 million Nigerians will vote because they have lost trust in the system. And then the managers of this system are not also helping matters, including the judiciary itself. People have lost confidence in the system.
People have lost confidence.
Lost complete confidence in the system. Because if you are asked to vote and your vote is not counting, the question that most people ask is, why do I have to waste my time and energy voting when I know that my vote is not counting? I mean, you and I are, we are witnesses to situations where even while the voting is still on, elections are announced in Nigeria. Again, even after voting, you are counting at the polling unit, and then there are figures already emanating from where nobody knows. And at the end of the day, these figures are still announced, and INEC will come and justify it. Now, the issue is, the people feel that the system is wrong. The political process is laced with a lot of fraud. Now, again, the judiciary, which ought to have been the last hope, has also lost it somewhere along the line, because the kind of justice system does not reflect the true nature of what justice ought to be. And in such circumstances, people have lost confidence. Again, when electoral process is marred with violence, who do you expect to take risk? Even though I must tell you that we need to take our own destiny in our hand and fight the system. What do I mean by fighting the system? If things are wrong, it requires the collective will of the masses to say, look, enough of this. But if we all keep saying, look, because the system is bad, we all run away and all that, we are not going to get it right, because the same set of people who are still managing the system to make sure it favors their personal interests will continue having their way. But if we can muster courage to say, look, can we put a stop to this nonsense and resist some of these issues? You don't need to take to violence. Sometimes peaceful protest can solve the problem. I know that the system is not also helping even peaceful protests, because sometimes when there are peaceful protests, they will find a way to make it violent, and then you see young people losing their life, as if originally they had planned to engage in violent violent protests. Then also is the fact that the risk is not helping. And then we can't, because of risk, everything about life is risk. And I will say that even at the risk, we must also take time to participate in election. I don't want to say that the issue of voter apathy is the best that can happen to us. It is not. It's not. It's also helping those who are managing the system to continue doing things the way they are doing it. And I can tell you, you can't change a system by being outside the system. If you must change a system, you must be part of that system. That way you can correct the ills that is replete in the system. If you had listened to the National Assembly and all the controversies that went with that particular section, the section you just mentioned, you find out that it is a loophole, because within the time lag that you're talking about, when the network appears not to be too good, anything can happen. And then the fact that they have also the leverage to resort to manual, assuming there is. I hope that reflects the true sense of that section. If there is trouble with network, they can also resort to manual counting and the rest of them. Why? The issue is that Nigeria being what it is, once there is such loophole, that's what will happen. We saw that in 2023. I would say it should. But because the letters of the Constitution say May, INEC had to cash on that, and then what they did was to avoid avoid the use of electronic transmission of result, and resorted to manual counting. And in the course of manual counting, a lot of things went wrong. We also saw that the results coming from the polling units were not a true reflection of what happened in the polling units. So such loopholes are not necessary. You don't create opportunity for people you know that will always exploit such opportunity. You know, if you say where there is network issues, why should there be network issues? Can't we hold even the network providers accountable to ensure that within the period of election there shouldn't be anything like network issues? Why will our own be different? People have been doing electronic voting long ago, real-time electronic voting, and they don't encounter problem. Why will our own be different? Why will even the network providers talk about network issues? I know there are remote villages in Nigeria, but for crying out loud, these things can be handled if we are faithful, if we want to be faithful to the justice system. Let the law not create loopholes for these things to happen. It is a complete loophole that because somebody will move to my village, for instance, and tell you that there is no network in my village. And for that reason, he can generate any result that he generates. And if he does, so how do you manage it? How do you manage it? Even when there are, when there is network, the person can just tell you that there is no network, and that's why he is. So let's not create opportunity for people to manipulate the system. Let's not. If not, whatever the issue is, we can befoil. After all, INEC has funds. Federal government has voted a lot of funds to help INEC carry on with these responsibilities. Why don't they make sure that, before even the election proper, that we can guarantee, do a kind of pre-testing of the election process. Go to these remote villages and be sure that the networks, the network we have in such remote places will be able to handle the voting. And then before going into real-time voting. And if this is done, and we can now be sure that, when we go into real-time voting, there won't be network issues. And then all we need to do is to be on all the network providers in Nigeria, MTN, Airtel, Glo, Nigeria, and the rest of them. Say, look, within the period of election, we don't want, if we hear anything, then we'll hold you responsible, and you pay dearly for it. And I'll be sure that if this is done, there won't be any network issues. Politicians know this. They manipulate these things to ensure that even during rigging, you can't rig more than the number of voters in your constituency. So what do? They take time during the registration, because like their party, even during registration, a lot of people don't come out to register. So, but politicians insist, and what you find is multiple registration in the name of anybody they know. Create artificial names, get them registered, and all that, and all that. What happens? Because your capacity to rig depends on the number of registered voters within your constituency. So if you don't manipulate them, so if we want to be serious, then we do real-time electronic voter registration. Real-time electronic voter registration, where you'll be sure that the person who is registering is the person in question, not manipulation.
But over time, people have argued that Beavers is there to check this issue.
Yes, but do you apply Beavers during election? To what extent have you been able to use Beavers? You understand? By-elections just took place last Saturday in some states of Nigeria. Go and ask them their experiences. Were there, the issue of use of Beavers in ensuring that those who came to vote actually even registered? What was the nature of voting? If we are still getting multiple voting when there is Beaver, so how did they achieve that? That means that even the Beavers you're talking about, they will just keep it aside and start the usual manual voting system, where if you come, they can give you a number of voter slip to go and vote. So the issue is not in having Beavers, but in application of these Beavers, in ensuring that the voting system is seamless, free from fraud and the rest of them. Somebody can just drop it and then continue, go ahead. Tell you that even the Beavers is not working. And for that reason, he has to resort to manual. If we say the use of Beavers is compulsory, if you make it mandatory, then you find out that it becomes an issue, so that even when election is manipulated, somebody who loses election can say, okay, let's check all the ballot papers and be sure that it is not the same fingerprint in all, like we witness. If you watch Facebook now, you can see where some people are busy on printing red steady. So if we apply beavers, that kind of thing will not happen. So beavers is just there for the sake of being there. The application of beavers in our election is yet to take place in the proper sense of it. And that's the challenge. That's where the problem is. Some of the things that INEC has done over time, in the course of this preparation for 2027, has also put their reputation at stake. That as such, it has gotten to a level where even when they take the right decision, the opposition parties are skeptical, because they don't trust, they don't have the confidence of INEC. The courts, in as much as they say, oh, it's an independent body, to what extent is INEC independent? If you teach your election timetable, I can tell you, sometimes, in 2023, we saw the election timetable, and it was discovered that National Assembly and Presidency the same day, the governorship differently. And some people raised alarm and said, okay, for the governors who refuse to deliver the president, in National Assembly and Presidency, then they will lose the opportunity of returning back to office. Because the election has been concluded, and once the president did not win, he will take time to deal with all the governors from the states where he lost. So, and what do these governors do? They work hard. They do everything humanly possible to ensure that what happens, that the president gets either the required percent or whatever it is called, where it is difficult. That 20-25%, that is expected, that the president has that in his state. So that's why most of the time, parties, particularly the opposition, will always attack INEC when it has to do with timetable. Because this timetable is adjusted in such a way that it favors the party in power. Those who would have been bold to say no to some things are afraid.
You readily agree with people who say that
yes,
people are in a way to favor the ruling party?
The ruling party. That's the fear always. That's the fear.
But how come the opposition in Nigeria find it difficult to interrogate this very anomaly?
You see, because are we really running democracy? Are we? Where even ordinary protests cannot hold without problem. Mere protests will usually be viewed with this idea that you want to overthrow the government, and before you know it, people are killed. In advanced democracy, like United States and United Kingdom, that freedom of expression, the liberty to say no when it is right to say no, which is a fundamental provisions of the Constitution. Nobody, counters it. There is this freedom for even the opposition to say no and stand by it. But the question is, in our system, we don't see that happening. We don't. Even as opposition, they know that, and the beauty of democracy is in opposition. Because if all of us wake up to say yes to everything that the current government is doing, then they won't do anything. That is the view of Abraham Lincoln. Criticism is an aspect, a very integral aspect of democracy. And for any system that abhors criticism, that system will never progress. And that's why even our electoral process, because people don't query, rather than query, once you are given £1, then you queue in and accept the standard as the best. And the standard is not working for us. Is Nigeria working in the real sense of it? Nigeria is not working. Are we moving ahead as a democratic nation? We are not. Are we really working, are we, the freedom that we find in most democratic environment, do we find it? Even as I'm talking now, there are certain things I won't say here. Because by the time you post the video, I'll start running some risk. That's the point. I'm just talking in general terms. But the system is terribly bad.
Does not even guarantee the safety.
The safety for me to speak out, to pour out my heart. The system does not guarantee. And it's not peculiar to those in power now. It has always been like that. All we are preaching is that, you know, somebody must one day address this. Somebody must one day address this, and it needs to be addressed for us to work further ahead. I think what happened in that issue of deregistration of some political parties, well, the lower court erred. The lower court was just reckless, because when there is a spurious decision of a court, I mean, it is wrong, totally wrong, and absolutely careless for a judge from a lower court to begin to even hear that matter, not to talk of giving a contrary decision. What the parties would have done would have been to go on a further appeal to the Supreme Court, because the decision of the Court of Appeal is already there, which is a court of superior record. So the High Court was careless. In a very good system, that judge should now be facing disciplinary committee of the LPDC, the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee. By now, that judge ought to be, but we can't see it happen because somebody somewhere is using him. But the point is that that was wrong. Judicially, it is wrong. You know, in the judge system, we have hierarchy, of course, and that hierarchy is something that the lawyers, you know, the judges hold to esteem. You know, there's this seniority. It's like a command arrangement. You know, in the military, when a senior officer says something, you can't. Who are you, as a younger officer, to say no? But the judiciary is couched in such a way that we have a way of addressing issues. If you feel aggrieved, except at the level of Supreme Court, if you feel aggrieved with what the current court is saying, go on appeal to see if you can address that issue. But in this case, you can see, you know, recklessness on the part of the court of on the part of the lower court, the High Court in question, for giving an order when there is an order of the Court of Appeal. So it's high level of recklessness, and that act should be condemned. In fact, to be honest with you, Nigerians have also lost confidence in the judiciary. There is no trust. There is no trust. And let me tell you, it has got a level that when people have issues, they will tell you that rather than go to court, let them find a way to resolve their matter. Yes, even the court itself encourages out of court.
Or where someone will tell you to go to court.
Where somebody will tell you to go to court because he knows that the system could be mad. I mean, the judiciary has to sit up and reclaim its glory, because it is the last hope, and it is the last hope. And when that last hope is no longer the last hope, anything can happen. We need to be very, very, very careful. The justice system. I remember the last word, you know, Maitama Sule said, you know, if you go to any place in the world where there is peace, go and check very well. It is about the justice system. And anywhere there is violence, go and find out. You find out that the justice system is wrong. So he told Buhari when Buhari came into power, he led the Northern Elders Forum to visit Buhari, and he told Buhari, because he said he knows that Buhari is a man of integrity, and told him that he is putting his trust on him, you know, to ensure that justice prevails in Nigeria. Because it is only justice that will ensure that Nigerians live at peace. And the same justice, if not managed very well, will throw this nation into violence. And we saw what happened all through the 8 years of Buhari's regime. Because of what? Injustice. So we need to be very careful. Justice system is much more than even in fact, it is at the root of everything. Justice system.
Justice system
is at the root of everything. If the judiciary had done so well in, you know, in ensuring that justice prevail, people would have been ready to vote. People would have been also ready to enter into election, hoping that if you manipulate the system, at the end of the day, everybody will appear in court and they will get justice. But because that trust is no longer there, they are not sure of justice from the court. Now, it's as if, why don't we leave this thing until the nation is ready to do the right thing, then before we come back again. But we must have to keep talking. We must have to keep doing our best. I still encourage Nigerians also to ensure that they get their PVC, because that is the only power you have to change the system. If you don't have voting power, then there is nothing you can do, and you will be at the mercy of those who manage the system. The problem is in opposition too, but you don't blame them. We are part of the same system. These men that you see in the opposition, are they really different from those in power? That's one fundamental question. With the exception of few individuals who have stood, high, with their shoulders high, the rest are there because the current system does not accommodate them. And then the same crisis that you find is all over the place. And there's nothing the opposition can do if they don't provide a unified voice, unified force, that to be able to say no to certain things. The way they are running, from pillar to post, from one political party to the other, and the rest of them. And as they, keep doing this, their powers to even fight the sitting government whittles down. Because they need to join forces, like what happened in 2015, where they came together, spoke with one voice, even though we saw how the whole thing ended. We are not finding that now. We are not finding that happening now. We are not finding that. We are not finding that. But Nigerians should also be reasonable enough to look at what is existing on ground and make a choice. It's 1 year. This is June 2026. I know that they still have up to 7 months.
Do you envisage, for example, where all these
forces keep realigning?
Do you see over?
It is not over until it is over.
Primaries.
It is not over. It is until it is over. Okay, people can, after primaries. You see, the thing is not the platform. The thing is in galvanizing forces to ensure that the voting takes, a certain direction. When you see that your political party cannot do anything, you can join forces with the existing. You must still contest. Primaries is only relevant for those who are going to the polls, candidates who are contesting. Are you following what I'm saying? So that's primaries. But where it is obvious that your primaries is not taking you to any place, why don't you join forces with the moving train and ensure that things happen? For ADC and NDC, I do not think so. I do not think so. But for all the other political parties, I think they can. Because some of them do not even have presidential candidates. You understand? For those ones who don't have presidential candidates, the opportunity is there, the time is there for them to begin to think on what they can do. But for the two parties you mentioned, the gladiators, it may be very difficult for them to, particularly when they don't want, their body language doesn't show that they don't want to shift ground. If they had wanted to shift ground, they would have done that when they were in one umbrella. But somebody somewhere doesn't want to shift ground. And for as long as that is happening, I do not think that both of them can come together. I do not think. For PDP, I don't understand PDP. The reality on ground is that I don't understand PDP. Their leader is wike, as far as I know, with his own faction. Wike's faction. He claims to be in charge. And then, but the kind of politics he's playing does not show him or depict him as a true PDP person. So for a political party that is in that condition, I wonder the kind of impact they want to make. For me, PDP had been planned not to have a vibrant political presidential candidate. Well, it's something he had wanted, and he's doing everything humanly possible to ensure that it ends that way. I think he has even been bold to say that he's working for the current government of APC. He has been bold to say so. So, are you in doubt as to where he stands? Nobody is in doubt as to where Wike stands.
Where that leaves our electoral process.
Well, the point is that it is not about the electoral process. For me, has not said that wike, electoral process has not also mandated political parties, for instance, the way wike is. If they decide that they are not presenting a presidential candidate, for instance, I do not think that the electoral process, because there are other parties without presidential candidates, the electoral process does not in any form insist that a party must produce a presidential candidate. But as of right, they have it. But where they decide that, oh, they are not presenting. But it is also important for us. Is a lesson to the nation that in rejigging our electoral process, we can also come up with a position, a policy, a law that says if you must exist, continue to exist as a political party, you should be able to feed a presidential candidate in a general election, without which it becomes a condition for deregistering a political party, where a political party is unable to produce a presidential candidate. Then that political party should, as a matter of fact, be deregistered. So all these things will help us. It's a lesson where like a curve, it's a learning curve. So from the experience we are getting now, it will also even help our National Assembly men to begin to look at the nature of law that should be put in place, rather than leaving the system so open like this that anybody can manipulate. Because even this idea of inter and intra-party activities, where somebody is in one political party, but his body language and all his activities, shows him up or throws him up as a member of the other political party. Though he's not a card-carrying member. Anti-party activity, is it a crime? If it is a crime, now why is it that some of these guys are not prosecuted? Now somebody is holding the ticket in a particular political platform, but suddenly once he wins the election, he jumps into another political party and continue to exist, leaving the people, whose mandate he had before, to suffer for nothing, unjustly. So if these are the things that we should learn from what is happening now, totally, the totality of what is going on now, to help us rejig our electoral process and even their legal system, in future. The crisis, almost all the parties, political parties, including even the ruling party, they all have their internal problems. It depends on how they are managing it, But as the ruling party, the APC has been able to take care of their internal problems. The other parties, well, if you look at opinions, some people will tell you that even the ruling party is hijacking all the other opposition parties to ensure that they don't come up with one voice. They don't come together to be able to fight them. But I don't believe in that. It's about the nature of woman. When people are looking for something and they don't find it, they start creating problem. Selfishness that runs in our blood. If I vie for a position and I'm not getting it, I start causing problem. And the fact that we don't operate on the basis of party ideology, this is just political platforms in Nigeria is just an association of people who have set out to make money. There is no ideological foundation upon which we organize our political party system. Because if there is an ideology, on no ground will you leave your party to jump into another party, maybe because you lost election and the rest of them. If you are ideologically oriented, like you find in United Kingdom and then USA, you find out that whatever it is, you stay in the system to fight and ensure that justice is done. So, but we don't have. What we have is mere social gathering in the name of political parties. If they have a crack tomorrow now, most people will scatter. APC is together because that's where the game is, and anybody who is there and has found himself in position is making money. And for that reason, he will remain there. I am sure if you query some of them, you find out that they have their problem, they have their own growth. But the issue is, for as long as things are still coming, they are there. If in the event of any small thing now, they jump. And you see that the party will crash. PDP was as strong as APC before now. But where is PDP? You understand? If PDP was built on a foundation that is ideological. I can tell you that 90% of the founding fathers of PDP would have still been in PDP. But they disappeared, they ran away, they couldn't come together to handle their matters, because once the money is not flowing, everybody will disappear. And in local parlance, that's no onye buiku, so they start rushing onye buiku, because that's where the food is coming. When Buhari was in power, we had more than one presidential candidate from the north. Atiku contested with Buhari, because it was by party arrangement. It was agreed that it is the turn of the north. You understand? So you should expect even more presidential candidates from the south, because it's the turn of the south. So the issue of one strong, because like the northeast, after Tinubu, I think it should be the turn of the northeast. You can't find a presidential candidate coming from no, Atiku is from northeast. Now, the northeast, the north central and the northwest, you can't find presidential candidates coming from there. Now, the point is that Atiku just emerged because in his usual character, he's one person that believes that he has to one day emerge as the president of Nigeria. For me, the time is not right for him. And that's the challenge that the ADC will have.
You don't think that will work in their favor?
It will not work in their favor.
Being the sole candidate from the north,
it will not work in their favor.
But a lot of
so what is Atiku's capacity? Well, in terms of voting capacity. Each time if there are states in the north, his state, Adamawa, does not have the capacity that Kanu has, and the level of followership that Kwankwaso has. I do not think Adamawa has never been a deciding state in terms of voting capacity.
People have argued that once he's able to galvanize the north, that Amechi is now to
Which north is he galvanizing? Which north is he galvanizing? How many state governors do we have in the north? Is there any state governor from the northern extraction that is a member of ADC? So how do you want to manage the election without state governors? You are not thinking in terms of that.
Now that you mentioned the absence of state governors,
yes,
in ADC, let's play that against the NDC.
That's also the challenge. It's also a big question. And that's why, the APC have been strategic in putting their acts together. Except something out of place happens.
Something out of place.
Out of place, because you don't rule out the power from above. You don't. You can't say that nature has a way of changing things. But outside that, in terms of being on ground and with all the structures that is needed to win election in an environment like ours, I mean, the man with 24 out of 36 state governors, including Abuja, stand a better chance. Because the structure is there for him. The governors would want to deliver their state to him. And the governors, of course, are the party leaders in their states, and they have the structure. They are paying the bills of quite a number of persons, including even the civil servants. And the question is, with which structure do you expect these other opposition parties to win the election, where even people are not ready to come and vote? They are running away from coming to vote because they don't have trust in the system.
So let me ask, where is the pathway now for Obi Kwankwaso in this?
You see, because we do not have even an independent electoral umpire, I am worried. Just like you are worried. Because the structure, the system must provide a platform, a level playing ground for everybody to take part in participate in this process, and go home satisfied. And where the system is not doing that, then it becomes very difficult. You know, I have trust in the personality of Obi, but I'm also worried about the platform. I'm worried about the system we are in and the structure on ground. It does not favor him. Yes, he may have the confidence of greater number of Nigerians, but I am worried about the system that will handle this thing. If the system will be fair enough to provide a level playing ground for people to come out and vote freely and go back home, and then results are counted, you know, without any form of manipulation and the rest of them, yes, it is possible. But do we have a system that will do that? Very big question. If we don't find such system in existence, then it may be very difficult for anybody to achieve a free, fair, and credible election. In some terrain, it may be difficult for you to just step out and vote. You may have to move from one distance to the other for you to be able to vote. And where such is on ground, and again, the system is not also encouraging you, you know, it may be very difficult. Some people are not ready. Nigerians are not ready to take that risk. Nigerians are not ready because even the system itself has frustrated them. And for somebody to go out to vote where his life is, no, he's not too sure of the security of his life, it may be very difficult to. Even if you give the person money, you can't secure his attendance to the polling station to vote. That's just a reality that we need to handle. And that's why the issue of insecurity should be a thing of concern to the leadership.
Do you see it as having the capacity to scuttle the 2027 election?
No, it does not. It does not. People will vote. But I'm just telling you that there are some parts of Nigeria that it may, both east, west, and south, north central, north, you know, southeast, southwest, south. There are some terrain that is very difficult. Even INEC finds it difficult to penetrate such terrain. Okay, like somewhere in Akwa Cross River, you may need to cross the Atlantic to be able to visit the people who live across the river. And those are Nigerians, and they need to vote. You should also be conscious of the sea pirates and the rest of them. Kidnappers who also operate as sea pirates. So if you don't provide the needed logistics to enable these things happen, you don't find voting taking place in such places freely. And even if you have, very few persons would want to go there. In fact, even some INEC officers, if some coppers, if you ask them to go to such terrain, they will tell you they won't go. So it requires quite a lot to have this thing happen amidst insecurity. Insecurity is a big minus, but it cannot, because we have always conducted election. We have always. There's hunger in the land. And people, there are people, just 2,000, 1,000, 3,000. They vote. Well, it's a huge challenge. The system is not fighting these things. So who is the part? I mean, politicians have always done that, and they're ready to do it even again and again. Vote by, for conscience sake, for heaven's sake. Nigeria needs to grow. Nigeria needs to move forward. Politicians should allow a system that is credible, that is open to be able to attract the trust of the people, and even, encourage them to participate in politics. We can't continue this way and expect to have a nation that is strong. Our system is replete with fraud and all manner of errors, and it needs to be corrected. Let's not, because we are the current beneficiaries of the system think that it is the best way to go. Because some people were in that position before now. Today they are no longer, and they are crying foul. Tomorrow other people will cry foul. Nobody knows who is next to cry. We must, as a matter of urgency, institute a structure on ground, and come up with policies that will make Nigeria a strong nation democratically. Because that's the only way we will forge ahead. Nigeria is blessed in all ramifications, both in terms of human and material resources. All we need is the right leadership to forge ahead.
Thank you very much, and that's the much we can take on this segment. We've been speaking to Barrister Mark Akunna Eze, who is the head of public relations, IMT Enugu. He's been with us discussing Nigeria 2027, interrogating the electoral process. And as always, the conversation, the question, the need to interrogate the road to Nigeria 2027 election continues. Till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
As Nigeria continues to confront rising insecurity marked by kidnappings, banditry, communal violence, and terrorism, attention is increasingly turning beyond formal security agencies to the role of traditional rulers and religious institutions in stabilizing communities. Security experts say that in many parts of Nigeria, especially rural and peri-urban areas, traditional rulers and religious leaders remain the most trusted authority figures. In several communities across Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Benue, and parts of the southeast, they are often the first point of contact during crisis, long before police or military intervention arrives. In practical terms, traditional institutions such as village heads, district heads, and monarchs are strategically positioned to identify unusual movements, strangers, and patterns of behavior within their domains. In past incidents of kidnapping in parts of northern Nigeria, local intelligence supplied by community leaders has assisted security forces in tracking criminal hideouts located in forest belts and remote settlements. Religious institutions also play a critical role. Churches, mosques, and faith-based organizations often command deep emotional and moral influence over citizens. In states like Plateau, Kaduna, and Benue, religious leaders have been involved in peace dialogues during communal clashes, helping to reduce retaliatory violence and promote reconciliation. However, analysts argue that this influence is still underutilized in structured security architecture. In many communities, intelligence sharing between traditional rulers and informal security agencies remains informal, inconsistent, and sometimes delayed due to fear of reprisal or lack of protection for informants. Experts recommend the establishment of structured community security councils at ward and local government levels, where traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth representatives, and security agencies meet regularly to share intelligence and assess risks. Similar models have been applied in countries such as Kenya and Ghana, where community policing frameworks have improved early warning systems and reduced rural crime rates. In Nigeria, There have been cases where early warning signals were reportedly ignored or not escalated in time. For instance, several rural attacks in Northwest were preceded by reports of suspicious gatherings or movement of armed groups, but lack of coordinated reporting channels limited rapid response. Traditional rulers are also encouraged to strengthen local vigilante coordination under lawful frameworks. In states like Anambra, the operation of community-based security outfits has shown how structured local intelligence networks can support formal policing when properly regulated and supervised. Religious leaders, on their part, are being called upon to actively counter radicalization narratives and inflammatory preaching. Security analysts warn that hate speech, extremist messaging, or politically charged sermons can escalate tensions, especially in already fragile communities. In conflict-prone areas such as Jos, Southern Kaduna, and parts of Taraba, interfaith dialogue platforms have proven effective in reducing tensions when religious leaders jointly condemn violence and promote coexistence. These platforms, experts say, must be institutionalized rather than activated only during crisis. Another critical gap identified is communication breakdown during emergencies. In several kidnapping incidents, traditional rulers were among the first to receive information from affected families, but lacked direct emergency response channels to escalate cases quickly to security agencies. Security professionals recommend dedicated liaison officers between traditional institutions, religious bodies, and security commands to ensure real-time information flow. Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Abia police arrest 2 suspects over alleged vandalism and theft of government property. Anambra First Lady leads campaign to end mother-to-child transmission of HIV, hepatitis B, and syphilis. Details of the news. The Abia State government has revised aspects of its planned enforcement of restrictions on commercial motorcycle operations in major urban centers across the state. The government announced a reduction in the penalty for violating the directive from 50,000 naira to 20,000 naira. The Commissioner for Information, Mr. Oke Kanu, said the enforcement of the policy has also been postponed until Monday, 29th of June 2026. He said the adjustment reflects the administration's commitment to balancing public safety objectives with the economic realities facing residents who depend on commercial motorcycle transportation. Under the revised guidelines, motorcycles impounded before the new enforcement date will be released to their owners without charge within 48 hours, suspect and subject to proper identification and verification. Private motorcycles owned will continue to operate freely in Umuahia, Aba, and Ohafia, provided they are duly registered and do not engage in commercial passenger services. The state government has also introduced a toll-free complaints platform to enable residents report misconduct by enforcement officials. Government further directed that all commercial transport operators must be properly documented, while commercial motorcycle riders are required to wear state-approved identification vests within their designated operational areas. The Abia State government has reaffirmed its commitment to protecting the state's territorial boundaries as efforts intensify to resolve the long-standing boundary dispute with neighboring Anambra State. The Deputy Governor, Dr. Okechukwu Emetu, stated this during a stakeholders meeting with traditional rulers and community leaders from border communities in Umunochi local government area. According to the deputy governor, 15 kilometers of the 23-kilometer boundary corridor have already been successfully delineated, while work continues on the remaining 8 kilometers. He said that the National Boundary Commission has scheduled a joint meeting between both states for July 1st and 2nd in order to address outstanding issues. Dr. Metu assured residents that the boundary exercise is aimed at improving administrative efficiency and peaceful coexistence rather than creating divisions among communities. He stressed that no resident would be displaced as a result of the demarcation process. The Abia state government has also announced plans to improve infrastructure within the affected corridor, including the rehabilitation of access roads. Community leaders were urged to remain peaceful and cooperate fully with officials of the National Boundary Commission and survey teams working in the area. The Abia State Police Command has arrested 2 suspects in connection with the alleged vandalism and theft of government property. The suspects, identified as Emmanuel Ogonna, 23, and Ifeanyi Chukwuoko, 25, were apprehended during a stop-and-search operation along Uzuakoli Road. Police authorities said the arrest was made by operatives attached to the Mike Okiru Divisional Police Headquarters on June 19th. The suspects were intercepted while allegedly transporting materials believed to be government property. In a statement, the police public relations officer, Mrs. Maureen Shinaka, said items recovered from the suspect include 49 angle irons, 2 saws, 3 spanners, 3 iron boards, and 86 electric poles. The police command said the matter has been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for further investigation and possible prosecution. Residents have been encouraged to report suspicious activities through the nearest police station or the command's emergency communication channels. The Anambra State House of Assembly has summoned key government officials over the worsening flood situation affecting several communities across the state. The development follows reports of widespread flooding caused by persistent rainfall and rising water levels from the river Niger. Communities in Obaru, Idemili North, and Oyi local government areas have been severely impacted with homes, markets, and farmland submerged. Commercial centers in Onitsha, including Ochanja Market and parts of the building materials market in Ogidi, have also been affected, forcing many residents to relocate to safer areas. Lawmakers expressed concern over reports of casualties and extensive damage to infrastructure and agricultural investment. The Assembly noted that blocked drainage channels and indiscriminate waste disposal have contributed significantly to the severity of the flooding in some parts of the state. During plenary, the House directed the Commissioners for Environment, Physical Planning and Urban Development and Works and Infrastructure to appear before lawmakers. Speaker of the House, Mr. Somtochukwu Udeze, said the engagement is aimed at identifying immediate and long-term measures to mitigate flooding and protect lives and property. The Anambra State House of Assembly has called on Governor Chukwuma Soludo to initiate a comprehensive reconstruction and rehabilitation program for communities affected by insecurity in parts of the state. The resolution followed a motion presented by the member representing Ihiala constituency, Mr. Golden Ilo. The lawmaker noted that although security interventions by the state government have restored relative peace to several communities, many public facilities destroyed during periods of unrest remain in poor condition. According to him, schools, healthcare centers, roads, and other critical infrastructure require urgent attention. Contributing to the debate, members of the Assembly stressed the need to accelerate the recovery process in affected communities across Ihiala, Obaru, Nnewi South, and Agwata local government areas. They said rebuilding public infrastructure would encourage economic activities and improve the welfare of residents. Speaker of the House, Mr. Somtochukwu Udeze, described the motion as timely and necessary. The Assembly subsequently resolved to recommend a detailed assessment of damaged public assets as a basis for government intervention and planning long-term recovery. The Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, has challenged claims that insecurity has overwhelmed the country. Speaking during a television interview, Mr. Onanuga said some reports create the impression that the entire nation is unsafe, despite improvements recorded in several areas. The presidential spokesman acknowledged the existence of security challenges but maintained that millions of Nigerians continue to travel and conduct their daily activities without incident. He also reiterated government adversaries against night travel, noting that many reported attacks occurred during late hours. Mr. Onanuga defended the federal government's assessment of security situation following questions over recent statistics on insecurity-related facilities. He stated that official figures relied upon by the presidency are obtained from the Office of the National Security Advisor and other security agencies. He urged the media and members of the public to assess security reports objectively, adding that government remains committed to strengthening national security and sustaining efforts aimed at protecting lives and property across the country. The Niger State House of Assembly has suspended plenary indefinitely following disagreements between the legislature and the executive arm of the government. The decision was reached during sitting after a motion was presented by a member of the House, Mohammed Abubakar Kaba. The lawmaker argued that unresolved issues between both arms of government require urgent attention and called for legislative activities to be halted pending further consultations. His motion generated extensive debate among members, reflecting differing opinions on the proposed course of action. Following deliberations, Speaker of the House, Mr. Abdulmalik Sarakin Daji, called for a vote on the motion. The proposal was subsequently adopted by a majority of lawmakers present at the session. The Speaker thereafter directed that plenary proceedings be suspended indefinitely. Members later moved into a closed-door session to discuss the issues underlying the disputes and consider possible steps towards resolving the impasse. The ECOWAS Community Court of Justice has awarded 10 million naira in damages against the Federal Republic of Nigeria over the unlawful arrest, detention and assault of journalist Jide Oyekunle. The judgment was delivered in a suit filed over events that occurred during nationwide protests of August 2024. Mr. Oyekunle, journalist with Independent Newspaper and Secretary of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, FCT Council, alleged that he was assaulted by police officers while covering the protests at Eagle Square in Abuja. He further stated that his mobile phone was confiscated and his camera damaged during the incident. In its ruling, the regional court held that the actions of the security personnel violated the applicant's rights to freedom and of expression, personal liberty, dignity, and property as guaranteed under the African Charter on Human Rights People's Rights. The court also found that the seizure of his equipment interfered with his professional duties as a journalist. Consequently, the court ordered the federal government of Nigeria to pay 10 million naira as general damages to Mr. Oyekunle. The judgment underscores the obligation of member states to uphold press freedom and protect the rights of journalists carrying out their lawful responsibilities. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Abia police arrest 2 suspects over alleged theft and vandalism of government property. Coming up shortly, Anambra First Lady mobilizes stakeholders to eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV, hepatitis B, and syphilis. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back. The wife of the Anambra State Governor, Dr. Nonye Soludo, has intensified efforts to eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV, hepatitis B, and syphilis across the state. She made a call at a stakeholders meeting in Oka organized by the Anambra State Ministry of Health in collaboration with the National AIDS and STDs Control Program. Dr. Soludo stressed the need for stronger collaboration among government agencies, healthcare workers, development partners, traditional institutions, and faith-based organizations to ensure that every pregnant woman has access to quality antenatal services and early disease screening. She highlighted the state's free antenatal care program under the Healthy Living with Nonye Soludo initiative, noting that early testing, prompt treatment, and sustained public awareness remain critical to preventing infections among newborns. Also speaking, the Anambra State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Afamo Bidike, said the state has made progress in maternal health care and HIV screening, but requires expanded testing and case detection. He added that the health authorities, with support from the World Health Organization, are implementing strategies aimed at achieving the complete elimination of maternal transmission of the disease. The Enugu State Ministry of Health, in partnership with West and Central Africa Health Options, has concluded a 3-day capacity building program for 60 youths and community leaders elected from 30 wards in the West and North and East of local government areas. The participants were trained as sexual and reproductive health champions to promote accurate health information, address harmful social stigma, and strengthen referral systems for adolescents within their communities. Officials of the ministry said the initiative complements government investments in healthcare infrastructure by creating grassroots support structures capable of reaching young people directly in schools, communities, and social groups. Facilitators at the training noted that misinformation and inadequate guidance continue to expose many adolescents to health risks. Participants expressed confidence that the knowledge acquired would help them provide counseling, encourage responsible decision-making, and improve access to professional healthcare services across their communities. General Hospital Ezambo in Ohoku local government area of Ebonyi State has successfully carried out its first transuteral resection of the prostate, marking a significant milestone in specialized healthcare delivery within the state. The procedure was performed by a team of urologists led by resident Dr. Ifanichukwu Edaja on a patient identified as Mr. Moses Wabweze, who had been battling severe prostate enlargement and urinary complications. Medical experts explained that the minimally invasive procedure allows surgeons to remove enlarged prostate tissues through the urinary tract without making external incisions, reducing surgical risk and improving recovery outcomes. Hospital management attributed the achievement to ongoing investments by the Ebonyi State government in healthcare infrastructure and manpower development. The facility expressed optimism that similar specialized procedures would become more accessible to residents as partnerships with tertiary health institutions continue to expand. Nigeria exported premium motor spirit valued at 105.5 billion naira to Togo in the first quarter of 2026, according to trade figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics. The data indicate that refined petroleum products have emerged as Nigeria's leading exports to the West African country. Additional exports during the period included gas oil valued at 278 billion naira and jet fuel worth 273 billion naira. Industry analysts attribute the development to increased refining capacity within the country, particularly following the expansion of operations at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, which has significantly boosted local production and regional supply. Experts also noted the strategic importance of the Lome offshore transshipment hub in Togo, which facilitates the distribution of refined products across West Africa. They say the trend reflects Nigeria's growing role as a regional supplier of petroleum products and a shift from its long-standing dependence on imported fuel. Now in sports, the National Sports Commission has announced a new financial framework for the Nigeria Premier Football League, with the winner of the 2026-2027 season set to receive a prize of 1 billion naira. Under the revised structure, the second-place team will earn 800 million naira, while the third-place club will receive 700 million naira. Additional financial incentives have also been approved for clubs across different positions on the league table. The Commission said the initiative is designed to strengthen the domestic football league, improve competitiveness, and create a more sustainable environment for clubs and players. In addition, a minimum monthly salary of 2 million naira has been approved for players in the top flight league. Sports administrators believe the package will improve player welfare, encourage talent retention, and enhance the commercial appeal of Nigerian football. Now in entertainment, media personality and entrepreneur Priscilla Ojo has announced the acquisition of a new home in Lagos. The daughter of Nollywood actress Iyabo Ojo shared the development on social media, where she offered followers a glimpse of the property and discussed plans for its interior decoration. Expressing appreciation for the goodwill messages she received, Priscilla said the new property represents a personal milestone and provides her with a permanent residence whenever she's in Lagos. The development comes about a year after she and her husband, Tanzanian music star Juma Jux, unveiled a luxury residence in Nairobi, Kenya, further expanding the couple's growing property portfolio. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. Operatives of the Abia State Police Command have arrested 2 suspects over the alleged vandalism and theft of government property. Police spokesperson Mrs. Maureen Chinaka said the suspects were apprehended during a stop-and-search operation along Uzuakoli Road, with items believed to be government property recovered from them. The wife of the governor of Anambra State, Dr. Nonye Soludo, has intensified efforts to eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV, hepatitis B, and syphilis. Speaking at a stakeholders meeting in Oka, Dr. Soludo called for stronger collaboration among healthcare professionals, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and development partners to ensure early testing, treatment, and awareness. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chinimasu and Data and his team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, Digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
We bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained.
Good afternoon, Nigeria, and good afternoon, the 040. How you guys doing? Today is a QZ. I don't know. I don't want to say cozy, but QZ Wednesday. You know what I do on Wednesdays? I celebrate all the women out there because today I'm going to flood the house with achalugo. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka red pepper, all kinds of spicy pepper. I have a lot of gist grew for you guys today, like the way we do it. And I'm always gonna celebrate, give a shout out to all my ladies out there. I'm giving a special shout out to the ladies, the women. The other day we celebrated the men's day, but today I'm celebrating you guys. Every Wednesday on this show, I'm always celebrating you girls, you ladies out there. And today I have a special, when I mean I use the word special, someone here in my midst, and she go by the name Miss Precious Adugochime, who is the founder of Precious Hope Crest and the CEO of Creamy Kitchen and Event. Miss Precious, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
You are looking all charming, dope. Like, this Wednesday celebration for women is like, you are owning every day, like you're owning the day for the Wednesday celebration for women out there. So what inspired your outfit today? You're looking so amazing, so stunning.
Well, I think even though the country is hard, we still have to look our best. We don't have to look like our problems.
Are you trying to say Nigeria has problem?
No, that's not what I mean. Even though we have a little issue here and there, which I know that it's nothing we can handle. Yeah, it's just that we need our politicians to sit up a bit. It's not like a problem.
Yeah, steaming. I'm feeling the aroma of someone steaming in the kitchen, steaming up trouble. I hope you cook it well so that we're able to enjoy today with you. You're welcome to our show on the best of best entertainment show in the industry, live on Aneke TV. And today it's just a way of letting the people out there that the food industry is yet to know, like a lot of things, and your foundation. We have a lot of questions. Your journey, how have it been? Have it been so cozy? How has it contributed to the public mass interest? And how have you coped up with the whole heat of having a whole foundation and having a kitchen, a cooking kitchen to yourself where you could serve the public interest? How have you been coping?
Okay, I would say the journey has been tough. It has been good. God has been helping me. But one thing that has kept me going is my foundation is from a place of peoples. Yeah, so I believe that once peoples is attached to what you're doing, you could thrive.
Once peoples is attached to what you're doing, you're going to thrive. And I want to ask one question before we go on break. I'm going to ask, what actually inspired your motive behind this kitchen and foundation? Just what inspired it?
Okay, my kitchen started 2023, back then in school, my third year. So then I started the kitchen based on hustle. I wanted to find something that could sustain me as a student in school. The jungle, UNN was really tough. Yeah, I needed something to sustain me. And then I stopped the kitchen stuff when I finished with school. And I started it back again last year, ending of last year, 2025. And now it's more like a hobby and a hustle as well. Because obviously we need money. Yeah, so we're giving out to get the money, and also it's a hobby because I love cooking. I've always loved cooking as a growing child. And for my foundation, like I said earlier, it's from a place of peoples. It's more of a calling, an assignment to me. And I've always been someone that loves helping people. I've always, been someone that has empathy and love. So I feel like it's a way of giving back to the society, because I believe that every gift, every knowledge, every skill one acquires is for the people, not for personal consumption. So that has been my driving force.
So I see the Hilda Bassi in you, because I'm going to talk about the Hilda Bassi in you. But before we talk about the Hilda Bassi in you, I see, because I'm interested in my tummy. Let me just confess. There's an open confession. Oh, you are there. I'm just interested in my tummy. I'm not saying that the foundation is not my point of interest, but no. Food first. But before we dive into the Hilda Bassi part of her, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Just stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Today is Women's Crush Wednesday, where I give a whole lot of shout outs. I'm surrounded with amazing women. You know, I introduced one to you guys. I did not tell you about the second one. And you guys know who I'm talking about. I call her my Ilgoma Sinachi. She's the gentle spirit. She talk with a gentle voice. Ma, how are you doing? With a smile. Oh, I'm blushing.
You don't blush too much, please.
No, I'm not going to blush too much because you're not a man.
But this girl here is broke. Please, don't sweat too much.
So, is it that as a broke human being, you're not supposed to smile?
Well, you're not made to smile when you're broke. You know, are you going to smile? Would you be happy if you're broke?
No, let me even tell you that as I am, even if I don't have, as long as I know that I have someone in the building that can actually feed my stomach, problem solved. Precious, over to you. So what actually inspired your journey towards this cooking? Because I'm very interested, because looking at someone like Hilda Bassi, who has grown to have 4 awards. The last one was an iconic award, where the Guinness Book of Record gave her the iconic award, congratulating her on her effort in the food industry, the food industry, trying to bring a lot of innovative. Don't you think that you have similar purpose, that you actually be a bit higher or higher than this purpose that she actually have brought? Be the timeline. Do you think you are going to bring purpose to the food industry when it comes to food?
Yes, I think I'm going to bring purpose into the food industry. That's because my kitchen is not limited to just, cooking and making money. It's something I love doing. It's something that I've always loved doing as a young girl while growing up. And I'm happy that, a lot of things, a lot of factors in Nigeria make people leave their peoples and chase other things because they're trying to feed their stomach. They're trying to make money. But I'm actually in line of what I've always seen myself, or I've always envisaged myself do, and that is cooking. And it's not just, cooking and making money. It's a hobby, and it's a platform where I would, introduce some kind of extra things like livestock, farming, and, fishery production, basically. So I believe I'm going to bring people.
So what are those special recipes and things like food your menu that you think the people out there are yet to, test? Because me, I'm inquisitive. I want to, get to test, something different. So what is that different thing you're bringing to the table for us? Do you have any special meal, like something so different, or do you just, align with the everyday Nigerian meal? What do you think?
Okay, about that, I'm working on myself. I'm embarking on a catering class. Yeah, and I'm learning how to use local herbs and spices, introduce it into the food, because I believe what we use to cook, the spice we use to cook, is chemical based. So if we could use something like honey, dates, and some other kind of natural spice, and incorporate it into our meals, that's going to be a game changer. That's going to make our meal healthier and
better.
But do you actually align with this?
Yeah, it's a good move. I love the fact that you're bringing up new ideas. You're not just taking, you're not just focused on one. You're expanding your business. Okay. So also, I would like to ask, what does it take to? Cause me here, I don't like cooking. I don't like cooking. It seems like punishment. So I wanted to ask. Even like working, I was talking about food, cooking. I was like wondering. I've been wondering in my mind, how do you guys do it? How do you like stand and cook pots of food? Like, how do you find joy? How do you derive joy in doing it? Because me, I don't like doing. Where is it so hard when it comes to cooking? Is it the preparation or the cooking itself? Where exactly it's the challenging? Where? Because I find them all challenging and stressful. So
well, I'm a bit drawn aback because I believe that every average woman should know how to cook. Yeah, so but
that does not mean I don't know how to cook.
I was actually waiting for my tradition of this. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, based on the way we are raised, especially here in Nigeria, an average African woman is supposed to know how to cook, because they literally raise you to, be a good wife, be a good mother, know how to cook. They believe that a woman's place is in her kitchen. Yeah, so it's something that should make every woman know how to cook. But it's fine in a world where there are lots of hobbies, lots of things that people could actually venture into, to find purpose, to find happiness. It's not a big deal, honestly. Yeah, if you have the money, you could employ people to cook for you.
Exactly what I've always wanted.
Exactly, and cooking can be boring sometimes when you don't have enough ingredients to cook with. If you don't really have the money and you don't really know how to, you're not really creative.
Okay, let's say you want to cook a particular food and you already thought about it, and there you are, you don't have the ingredient, you don't have things to cook it, then you just feel, oh God, this won't turn out the way I want it to be.
Wait. Cooking. But let me ask, I've been inquisitive to know this thing. Like, is cooking only for the female, the male uncle? Because it has been dominated. It's just like it's now a traditional thing that women cook.
Women are groomed to be good wives, to be good chefs.
Must she be a woman?
No,
it mustn't be a woman. It's not just, some family. Okay, some family will just focus on the lady. African women, African parents, they always say it's the lady that has to be in the kitchen. The ladies are meant. But I think these days, this generation, we need to, focus more on men. Teaching them. When I start having kids, I'm going to teach them. They'll all be in the kitchen, both the male and female. You're all going to learn how to cook. Okay. So my brother is a young boy. He's just a teenage boy, but this guy can cook. When he was going on, not like they were pushing him to the kitchen. This one, he started doing it by himself. This guy makes something for us. Sometimes he makes pizza for us in the house or shawarma. We eat, like, if you taste it, it tastes like something that was made outside. He's a very good cook. Okay, so
shout out to your mom.
She did a great job. Yeah, just I do find it hard.
No, let me give you the name. No. I have to give you. You are that scapegoat we are talking about. When we talk about scapegoat, you are that scapegoat.
Like I feel cranky whenever it's time to cook. Like I hate it, especially when it's time to cook a very big food. Like people are in the house, we have visitors. They're like, go and prepare this, go and do this, go and cook. Oh God, I'll start. My whole body starts freaking me.
But okay, anyway, I have a little gist, and I just want your opinion, your honest opinion about this. Someone said on X, I don't know who exactly needs to hear this, but a young lady admiring to attain a height of a professional career and personal goals, polygamy is the best option for you. Do you actually align with this?
Can you come again, please? I want to like.
I want to blast
please
me.
Come again. I want to read
Someone
it.
at X said something, and he said, I don't know who exactly needs to hear this, but as a young lady aiming to attain a very good height on your professional career, personal goals, polygamy is the best option for you. So do you actually think that this polygamy thing is just a male?
As a lady,
yeah,
so the lady should be polygamous in nature as,
well.
well.
As far as the man has something to offer. I don't know. Have you guys watched the movie Polygamist?
I don't want to say it.
So I think. Do you think polygamy is just the male? No, wait. Let me ask you something. Do you actually think polygamy is actually a male stuff, or a female stuff? Because because I've been asking that question. I've been just
making. Like better thing. It is I'm not gonna say
really?
Fine bobo. Get attracted to that fine bobo, because men always think that it's just them that are polygamous. Okay, they like better thing. They like to see fine girls. You know, we women, we don't see fine guys. You know, you see fine guys.
No, but let me ask
actually
you.
Be attracted to.
Yeah, I know. You can actually be attracted to someone.
They always say it's not good for the ladies to be polygamous. Ladies are meant to be preserved. It's men that are meant to be wayward, that be doing anyhow they like. We women, we need to.
No, you don't actually understand where I'm coming from. Presh. Okay, let me ask you personally. Ladies who actually go after and marry someone else's husband and make themselves second or third wife, do you actually think is the man's doing or the woman's doing?
Well, it's in two ways. It can be from the man, it can be from the woman.
How is it from the man? Because the man approached you telling you that I'm already married and you are coming in as second wife, and she agreed.
Wait, okay, you're asking, is it based on the family?
Yeah.
Or you as a young lady, if a man approaches you?
Yeah, and you know he's married and he has a family and he's telling you that he can make you his second wife. He's going to give you this. So if, as a young lady, if you accept those things, do you think is anything that comes out, is this your problem or the man's problem?
First of all, I think polygamy is not... Sorry, I'm not biased here, but as a Christian, polygamy is not something that we advise. It's not something that we,
even when the money is there.
Yeah, the money can be there, but it's not something that we should imbibe as Christians. It's not. God said one man, one wife.
Yeah. Okay, let's leave Christianity here. Let's be factual here. When there is enough money, when there is money, when I mean money that I can give you, the man can just say, oh, I give you 10 estates. I give you the house here in Bananas. I give you the house in Atlanta. I give you the house in New York. I give you the house here. All you just need to do is to be my wife. I have wife. Obviously, I have a wife and children. So just be my number 2, and get all these things. What is happening? Your mouth is scratchy. Scratch it.
I'm going to consider it.
So you're not going to consider it, Presh? Why?
Okay, you said Christianity aside, even though whatever I stand for it. But, okay, Christianity aside, if a man approaches me and, offers me all of those things you mentioned, I wouldn't settle for it.
No. Leave Wild TV. Let's woman to woman. Let's talk. GTG. Let's talk.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, settle for it. Why? Because I feel like I should have my man all to myself.
You're selfish.
I'm very, very selfish when it comes
Why?
to
Why are you selfish?
Yeah, that's another disadvantage of choosing such life, because me, I like mine all to myself. Because I'm a jealous person.
Really?
Why would I leave you to get with the other one? Imagine you be with me today or with the other one tomorrow. Like, it's not gonna.
But you enjoy the luxury of life. You can always afford things.
Everybody loves luxury. I don't know if I should raise this up.
Yeah, raise it.
TV, right?
Yeah.
TV.
Raise it up.
Okay, let's use Regina Daniels as a case.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
All right, no bias. Regina Daniels is, a young lady full of life, full of ambition, and a lot of things. And I think marriage humbled her. Yeah, now she's trying to get to her feet again. marrying Ned Nwoko, I don't think is the best decision she made. Yeah, because Ned Nwoko has not just one wife, has I think 6 wives. She was the 6th or the 7th.
She was the
6th. Yeah, 6th.
And it didn't all go well. It didn't end up well. Now she's a young lady, not up to 30, but she's outside marriage. She's divorced. Yeah. So I don't feel when you are in polygamy, you're going to get everything you want in marriage. Marriage is a place where you should explore life. Your partner should be someone that is going to help you explore life. And when his attention is here, there, Nkechi, Ijoma, Ifoma, and me, how is he going to cope? He's one man, yeah? I know that men are strong, but God didn't give you the ability to handle a lot of people when it comes to the industry of marriage, or should I call the family of marriage? That's the word, yeah.
But actually, for me, I feel like Regina Daniels made a right choice, because for her now, the privilege she's enjoying right now, it's all accolades to her, her initial popularity and the influence of Ned Nwoko, who has brought so many people to know her to her doorstep. So I think in every situation of life, let me just balance it. There's always a negative side. There's always a positive side. But I think whatever a human being should ever, should consider is the positive side, the negative side. Choose wisely. Do you understand? Because there's always a repercussion for every action you take, even as a Christian, non-Christian, wherever you find yourself as a human being. So, just final words for the people of Enugu as it comes to an end in the show today.
All right, my people of Kosiri. All right, I've really missed you guys.
I've missed you.
God, now it's in brokenness, the cause. So, all right, thank you for having us here today. It was amazing having you guys glued to the screen, watching us, give you the entertainment gist. We're already here for you guys. See you guys tomorrow.
So, Miss Precious, what do you have to say to the people of Enugu? They should eat your food regularly, like who I'm craving for your food.
Yeah,
they should crave.
They should.
And they should always, this your foundation, the world is yet to know that there is an existence of Precious Hope Crest Foundation, where you can actually reach out to the people out there. So, just one word for the people of Enugu, just one word.
I have more than one word.
Just one.
Okay, let's narrow it down. Okay, so I believe that as a young person navigating...
Depression is more than sadness.
Right, navigating life, handling foundation and a kitchen is...
It is a medical...
So you should, set your priorities right. Yeah, you need, as a business person, I need the money to be able to run the foundation, yeah. So set your priorities right and be consistent.
All right, thank you, the people of Enugu. We'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. We love you. Bye.
Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
we bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Yeah, you're welcome to yet another edition of our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And I am still your anchor, Rex Arum. Today we are going to discuss on a topic which says the role of civil society organizations and stakeholders towards a successful 2027 election. Of course, we do know that the CSOs are, of course, the group of people that make the country tick in terms of ensuring accountability, transparency in governance. They hold basically everybody accountable, just like the media. The civil society is quite a group, an organized group that is very strong in every society and is needed to really be there to be helping the people ensure that things are moving well. And today we are going to have, or we have an erudite guest, Dr. Ijeoma Nnaji, the Executive Director, Youth and Child Support Initiative. She's here to lend voice to this topic. She is a civil society person. Of course, she's so many things in so many places. But presently, we're going to have her to discuss on the role the civil society organizations and other stakeholders will play in ensuring that we have a successful election. Elections in Nigeria have been beclouded with myriads of problems. So most often people say that votes don't count, which means that the election in one way or the other has been flawed. And if elections are flawed, it means we are not getting the best of leadership. And if we are not getting the best of leadership, certainly the country will not develop. We have a leadership problem. Of course, some schools of thought believe that the most important problem of Nigeria is leadership. That the moment we get the leadership right, then every other thing will fall into place. And some other schools of thought says it's corruption. But I believe that leadership problem is the most important problem we have in Nigeria. And if we do not get the best of leadership, it means the way that we pick up leadership, or we tend to vote in leadership, or we tend to sit in our franchise, or we tend to select whatever leadership we need for this country, is of course flawed. That is, but when we get it right, certainly Nigeria will move forward. We are going to have an election in 2027, a few months from now. Dr. Ijeoma Nnaji will have to discuss with us, or talk on this topic, how and what we'll do to get it right. You are welcome to the studio, Doc.
Thank you. And for the viewers, happy listening.
The role of the CSO in engineering the society towards accountability, fairness, and justice is very, very vital. And I believe that having, stayed so many years, crisscrossed all the sectors of our national life, as a civil society expert, you must know which roles that the civil society and all other stakeholders, with their role in making sure that we have, for the second time, a free, fair, and credible election. Because the 12th June election annulled by Babangida was said to be the first and the fairest. And we are expecting a second free, fair, and credible election in 2027. So what roles are going to be played by stakeholders?
There's no other extraordinary role that could be played by civil society they are not already playing. It is their mother role to make sure that things are done properly, rules are followed, laws are obeyed, the umpire will not be biased, and the players will play to the rules. That's all about the civil society. And what we are seeing is that Nigeria as a country has defiled the rules of engagement when it comes to politics, and even the definition of politics. Reasons being that the strata of politics, of having somebody that governs and having the people that wield the power in the second layer, and then the people themselves, who are the legs of the table. But now we will see that the leg of the table is the main people that are the business people that are holding up the economy and then being the person that is governing. The one man holds the three powers. And if a singular person is holding the three powers, he will do whatever he wants to do. and doesn't care a hoot about what you will do, because what you're doing will never hold water, because it dictates the tune. So that's what actually we're seeing in Nigeria. And the civil society are not relenting. Despite all the flaws, they are not relenting in asking people to do and get these things right. Now it is affecting everybody. There is no country you wouldn't see a Nigerian. And the next thing they will tell you is that please go back to your country and fix it. And how are we going to fix the country? It is not, I will always tell people who care to listen, we are not ready. Nigerians are not ready to fix Nigeria. When Nigeria is ready to fix Nigeria, things will happen. The people are the legs of the table. Imagine a table. The table where we are now. The people in government that is governing are just the level of this table you're seeing. We the people, we the population, we the populists are the legs of this table. Imagine when all the legs of this table give way, what will happen? So the weight of this table now, the top of this table, is not really telling on us. When it will start telling the legs, and the legs will start shaking, and then the legs gives way, then we will know that it is now we're ready to give way, so that things will happen. We're not ready yet. Yes, there is no food. The insecurity thing is like, because it has not happened to me. The kidnapping thing is that, because it has not happened to me, it is happening to them. My children are overseas. You can't imagine, you as a parent, your children went to school, and you heard that there is a motor accident along the way, you know your children play all the time, and you are at work and you heard it. Imagine how you feel. It's not that it affected your children, no, because you don't know whether they are affected or not. But for the fact that there is this road mishap along that road, imagine how you feel. Talk more. That your children are taken into the bush. Children who have never experienced staying alone without a roof over their head in this rainy season. So we have so many things that is bothering on us as an individual first, before going to a larger group, that we must have to address. And we must get right 2027 election. If we do not get it right, I wonder when we will. I was coming out from a workshop that is being done in Enugu, supported by EU now, that is speaking to the community dialogue on the electioneering process. They're dialoguing about that. The problem we have is the umpire that is the INEC. And then before, everybody has their own fair share of blame, including me, including you, who is asking me questions. We have our own fair share of blame. INEC has theirs, the politicians, they do have theirs.
What are the blames? What are these fair share blames? Because you have already said I do have my own share of the blame.
Yes.
When I am already propagating how we're going to get the best of it. So I want to know the shares of blame, starting from INEC down to the individual.
Great. How has INEC functioned during the times of Humphrey Mosu? INEC now is a cult. It's no longer the INEC we know. And I know that the people who retired in INEC or who have been there before and no longer are in INEC will be just shaking their heads. Because the INEC as at last election or last two elections, the INEC we are seeing are no longer the INEC we know.
What has changed?
So many things have changed. It is like having a king a Lord Manor in his kingdom. That is what INEC is all about. It is what that Lord says that everybody does, whether you like it or not. There is no rules again. There is no laws again. You don't abide by, this is my unit, this is the way things are done in this unit, and we will follow by it. No. It is what the Ogo on top said. Is what all of us will do. I give you an example. INEC told us that if you have a voter's card and the face is mutilated, or that the waterproof in the face is no longer there, you're not seeing your name and whatever, that you just log into their website, see what you will do, and then they will send you a text, when to come and collect your PVC. My dear, that was done. Do you know in 2023 that INEC refused to give people their PVC? I enrolled in Enugu South, right? I enrolled in Enugu South. I got that text to come and collect my PVC. I went to Enugu South. So many people were there, even in line, to collect their PVC. They are waiting for others. They refuse to give people their PVC. It's not that it is not there. The boxes are there. The few young men that are there refuse to give people their PVC. There are people who will tell you that we've been here for the past 3 days, 4 days. We've been coming and going and to collect PVC. Oh. So the issue, even during this enlightenment and awareness of asking people to go and collect the PVC or enroll to vote, I'm asking people to enroll, but I'm still telling INEC, will you give people their PVC?
That's a question.
Will you give people this PVC that is being enrolled? People are enrolling. Because we know that the places where we saw gaps that people really needed the INEC to come and register them, that they've already added them and they're going to those places and people are registering. But will you ever give them the PVC? So that is their own problem.
What could be the bottleneck?
I don't know what is the bottleneck. I don't know whatever be the bottleneck. But are there supposed to be a bottleneck where you know that every year people now graduate into, or people now come into the age to vote? Don't you have those miscellaneous and of course the gap awaiting those who are 17 that will be 18 and that will be eligible to vote? Don't you in your budget have a budget for them? Is this the first time Nigeria is going to the polls? So why is it that we can only wait when it is 2 days to the election? We'll start running helter-skelter. I want to see two Nigerians who can speak and people will listen, that will stand and say that this nonsense we are getting from people outside of Nigeria should stop. By making sure, putting their feet down, that this country will be good, so that people will stop going out. See South Africa, I could vividly remember how our parents were asked to open their doors for people in Ghana, people in Mozambique, people in Zimbabwe, people in South Africa. And our schools here gave them scholarships, which you as an indigene wasn't enjoying. And look at them, go back, go back. Upon all the things you do for them. I'm not saying that everybody that goes overseas are doing the best they could do for the country, or that they are all good, or they are all law-abiding. I'm not saying that. I'm not holding brief for anybody. But what I'm saying is that for the fact that Nigeria has had it upon themselves to do all these good things, and our people are destroying our country, that is why people, let me tell you, there is no country on earth that is better than Nigeria.
Why do you say so?
There is no country on earth that is better than Africa. There is no continent that is better than Africa. And there is no country on earth that is better than Nigeria.
What are your reasons?
I give you an example. You in Obiagu is a slum in Enugu. But there's a time in Obiagu you will sleep in Obiagu with your windows open. Nobody comes to harass you. There was that time. And people were not going to overseas. People were not going to overseas. We are resilient people. If it is not going well with me, okay, now I'm retired. Do you understand? But of course I'm retired because I went through the civil service.
Not tired.
Yes. But I went through the civil service. I gave them my 35 years, right? Yes. But then, as I've given them my 35 years, and it is time for me to go for somebody else to continue, and I left, I didn't go to sit down. As I speak with you, I've not been paid my gratuity. Enugu State is still owing me my gratuity for the past 16 years. Oh, yes. There are even people who retired before me, they have not paid. So what am I trying to say? It is the decay in governance. People don't care. People don't care. And then, shifting from inec, you saw what happened in Ekiti State. This recently, it has gotten to the level of people buying bread and throwing bread as if they are throwing it to animals. And people are picking. Because that is what the elites want us to do. Impoverish them so that you'll be able to control them. Thank God for social media. You saw a girl that is flaunting 1,000 notes, 15,000 that she was given to vote for somebody. I felt that that girl is stupid. She was in her correct senses by collecting that money. But she would be so stupid to vote for that person that gave her that money. Because she has mortgaged her life, her development, her future, electricity, water, food, rent, dresses she will wear. Security for that 15,000 naira. What stops Nigerians to troop out and say that if you want to go to House of Representative or Senate or Assembly or anywhere, that they will not pay you more than the salary of a grade level 10 officer in the ministry? What stops Nigerians from standing out that that is where they stand? You will now see that we will get the people that will go there to work. All these people you see that are there, they don't want to be there. From that Senate down, none of them want to be there. The actual people who are then passionate about this country, who want to work for this country, for me and you, who has the mentality of our founders, that tomorrow there are people that are coming behind me, let them have a food they will eat tomorrow. We will now take over, and then Nigeria will be good.
So you are talking about, actually making these elective positions unattractive.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! If they are paid what a grade level 16 officer is being paid in the ministry, my dear, they will not go.
But at the same time, it is...
What are they doing differently?
But I want to ask you.
I asked you, what are they doing differently?
No.
There could be... Do you now know why our judiciary is compromised?
That's exactly where I'm going.
Great! Our judiciary is compromised because when they look at somebody who didn't go through the funnel of education and the discomfort they went through to be wherever they are paid peanuts.
That's exactly what.
And somebody who didn't go to school, who happened to be in the Senate or be in the House of Rep, is paid 1 million times how much he or she is being paid.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
And then you will see the person coming in to say, okay, I will build the house you were not able to buy for 35 years. I will give you a car you were not able to even buy or ride in your life as a senior advocate of Nigeria or a judge.
That's exactly.
And at the end of the day, if I were those judges, I will collect these things and I will do my work. Because that money that is coming to you is your money. It is not theirs. It is not theirs. Crying out loud.
Okay.
Tell me that which a senator in Nigeria is doing today, from morning till night, that warrant how much he is being paid. That who will I even use? If I use a teacher, it is too big. The shoe of a teacher is too large. A teacher that stays in the classroom from morning till the time she ends off from the class. Tell me what that senator is doing.
When you talk about what the senators, elected officials are paid, and what the civil servants are paid, what the civil servants are paid is not even worth it. That is exactly why Nigerians are crying. Because what they are being paid is not enough to even sustain them for 2 square meals a day. It's not enough to even pay house rent for a year. If you calculate what a civil servant, even a level 16 officer like you said, or 17 special grade, it is not enough to do those things. But at the same time, if we are, I'm asking, are we going to, so much say we are going to pay those people, elected officials, as much as we pay the civil servant? Are you not talking about a living wage for everybody, including the elected officials?
Let me tell you, I am not for increment of any wage. Yes, I am not for increment of any wage. Bring down the wage of these people, this set of people. Bring down their wage to the level of the one that is existing. Then you see that these other people will not be asking for more wage. How much are you making? How much are you getting that you'll be looking at that wage or for an increment? And that is when they will tell you that they cannot be able to pay. We will not be able to pay, but you are paid. And mind you, the same people who are coming to stay 4 years and 8 years is giving themselves pension, is giving themselves gratuity.
Severance allowance.
Do you understand? But somebody that has served the nation for 35 years crying out loud.
Okay. So the situation in Nigeria is such that has resulted in things not working. People, as a result of hardship, as a result of not being able to cope, as a result of the various problems in various sectors, are not happy, and as such, they subject themselves to a situation where the issue of vote buying becomes prevalent during elections. What could be done for this issue of vote buying? Either deterring the buyers and the sellers through a legislation, or giving massive orientation to the people for them to actually know that they are part of the problem, just like you said.
That's what I'm telling you. There is nothing like, tell me that legislation that has not been in that vote buying and vote selling. No, we've had that. It didn't work. How many of those in the rural communities know that if you sell your votes, something like this will happen to you? People only go there to tell them, go and register in inec, go and have your PVC. During the voting, vote for me. But for me, if you give them anything, great. Collect. It's your money. There's no free food in Freetown. That money that person brought out to give to you, collect it, because it is the money he was given to do road. It's the money he was given for the electricity, to give you water, to make that school be environmental friendly for your child, to provide uniform for your school, for your child. It's the money. He's giving you back your money. He's not giving you any dash. So collect the money. Vote for your heart. Vote from your heart who you want to vote for. Don't vote for him, because that money he gave you He has told himself that I have paid you for your votes. Where did he get the money? Where did he get the money? You know that our government, the people are so disorientated that they don't even actually now know what is the work of the government. Why are you there? Why are you there? Two things. It is your right that the government make sure that this road is good, no bump. It is the responsibility of the government. It is the government that will give you water. It is the government responsibility. It is the government that will make sure you have light. It is the government responsibility. They are not doing you any favor. People will come to speak and they say, dividend of democracy. Which democracy? It is the work of the government. Then after that, the government will now come to the institution, which is you. How are you faring? Are you happy? Have you eaten food? Do you have clothes on you? That is part of governance. How has the least people in your community felt? If that least person in your community or your environment is not feeling so well, then you're not doing well as somebody that is in charge.
Because government is primarily for the security and welfare of the people.
Yes. So the things the government, that we are the ones that is confusing them. We, as the populists, we are the ones that are confusing them. There are things they are supposed to do. That is why we ask them to be there. That is their work.
And when they do them, they should not be celebrated.
They should not be celebrated.
It is their primary
Yes. Yes.
But these days, we see a whole lot of celebrations. When a government tends to do one project or the other, people will keep clapping, you know, the media will be about, you know, the media will be shaking with a whole lot of people, you know, pouring encomiums.
These are sycophancy. These are all sycophancy. Those people that are doing these things too have been in various places in the world. And they have seen how governance works in those places. You understand? I give you an example. There is nobody at my age that will forget Jim Mobodo in a hurry.
There's nobody at her age that will forget the former governor, Senator Jim Ifeanyi Chukwumobodo.
Yes.
When he was governor.
In a hurry.
We are going to.
Do you know how old I was?
Let us pause for a break. When we come back, then you finish that area you are about to get into. Please hold on. We are going to be back. When we come back, we'll start. We'll pause for a break. Stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. We just paused for a break, and now we are back. We are still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today, our topic is the role of the civil society organizations and stakeholders towards ensuring that it's going to be a successful 2027 elections. And our guest is still here, Dr. Ijeoma Nnaji, the Executive Director of Youth Child Support Initiative. She was talking about when Jim Obodo was the former or the then Anambra State, the old Anambra State governor. She was saying there were things that were actually existing that is no longer there now. Doc, we were talking about...
oh, yes, I'm talking about Senator. You know, he has all the... But he will permit me to call him his name. Chief Jim Obodo. I was about 8 years when he was the executive governor of Anambra State. Mind you, when you talk about Anambra State, you're talking about how many states inclusive? Anambra, Enugu, Ebonyi. 3 states in one. When he was the governor. But he was the people's governor. Jim cannot pass any streets now. The whole street will be enchanting. Jim, 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 Jim. What is it that he was doing differently? Because he identified with those people that will use umbrella, that will stay in the sun, that will stay in the rain to vote for him. He identified with them. And he made things easier for them. He appreciated them. He knew their problems. He different. In fact, look at what is standing in Enugu today. Even the ones that are rehabilitating in Enugu as we speak in 2026. The edifices made by Jean, built by Jean, is still standing. Do you know how many years ago? It's still standing. And that is a mark of a man.
Since 1979.
Yes, it's still standing. Because he was so passionate about whatever he was doing. He was very, very passionate. And he was focused with whatever he was doing. It's not that he doesn't have his flaws here and there. But then, for the entirety of the people he was governing, are we going to talk about the cottage hospital? Which was first in Africa? Or even the color television station he built? Go and look at even the structure of those things he built. Is it not standing the test of time as of today? That man has taste. I went to ESBS one time. I saw the seats that he built, he brought in. And he never joked with human capital. He never. Remember you that when he wanted to open up that television station, that ETV, everyone that is to work in that place went overseas for training. And he never joked with education.
Okay. The area of orientation of the people is quite a very difficult one. And consequently, people have continued to think and believe that their votes will not count after elections. And as a result, they now do not want to participate in the process of election. Why am I saying that? Apathy, that votes do not count. You come to a state where you have about 1.92 million registered voters, and you're going to have only about 500 to 600,000 coming out to vote. What has happened to 1.3 million people? That is as a result of apathy. And the civil society groups, many of them are into, political programs of orientation, reorientation, educating the populace, political education, and all that. How has it been so far?
The apathy now will be much than you think, because when you check about how much you will use in the energy you use in walking towards the polling station to go and vote and come back and there will be no food in the house, will you like to go? You won't go. That alone. But mind you that before, people are very enthusiastic that they're going to vote, more especially the first-time voters or the habitual women who have known who they want to vote and they are happy they're going to vote for their candidates. But it is not so now.
And they believe their candidates certainly come out.
Yes, and it is not so now. And again, with insecurity and the do or die affairs of people now, it must be me. If it is not me, who else? The last election that this by-election, did you see what happened in Nsukka? You know, so that will tell you, people are tired, but they are not really tired though. For me, the tiredness never come. They have not shown it. I heard a lot of people saying, when you vote, you stay there, you make sure it is count, you make sure that this, you make sure that happened, you follow the vote and follow the... INEC might decide to bring whatever they will use in casting the vote by 5 o'clock in the evening. Will you be there? How often have they really supported the election? Assuming that INEC comes there by 6 o'clock in the morning, and everybody comes in and they finish whatever they're doing before 12 o'clock. Will we have issues of mutilated papers and stuff? Because there is still light, you will still see yourselves, and then you go to wherever the collecting center is. But they will do it so that it will be in the night that they will start using their torchlight, like witches and wizards. Why must it be so? Why? So I'm telling you, we're not ready.
So, in effect, you are saying that rigging is also mass election.
When you open doors for people to see a way they will wriggle in and do whatever they want to do to favor them, what do you expect? But when I come into this room, I know that there's only one door in and one door out. But you know, if I see another opening here, I'll go and try and fix my head and see whether my head can go through that. So if you create room for people to see a way of manipulating the results, they will. They will. To the purposes of their choice. They will. But people have to guard their votes anyway. People have to guide their votes. I mean, I watched somebody came in and said Enugu is very fine. Enugu is good. Enugu, of course, Enugu is good because we have a governor that has rehabilitated. Let me tell you, I give the governor for his rehabilitation of moribund industries and stuff. It's only God that takes 100%, but I give him 99%. For all the works he's doing, in terms of the work, you are seeing it. But he has to look inwards.
But for not paying pensions. And
that is what I say, he has to look inwards. He has to look inwards because the elites are happy with him. Very happy with him. But the poor are happy. They are not happy. They are not seeing it. They are not feeling the governance. He's my brother. I'll tell him the truth. They are not seeing the people he has put to do work are not doing the right thing. They will come to him and tell him whatever. He will not be everywhere. That is why he gave people, positions to represent me here, do this right thing, do this. They will give policies that will not favor the poor. And they will tell him, they are all complying, they are uncompliant. There is something that happened on my way here. I see a group of people that are going somewhere, and they are these politicians and stuff. And I was saying, my dear, leave that thing. You know, politicians are terrible. Terrible set of human beings. Anyway, they tell you that there is no permanent friend, there is no permanent enemy. But that is their own.
What they have is permanent interest.
Yes.
And maybe the interest is an interest to build a conduit pipe to
siphon. The governor now has a focus and he has a goal. Do you understand? At least he had made Enugu to be in the map of states that has aircraft, right? Good. See what he is doing in the airport now. See what he's doing in rehabilitating some of the dilapidated roads. See in education what he is doing. In as much as, is it the fault of the governor? It is not. To give you contracts to go and build a smart school. Is it his fault? It is the fault of this. That is why I'm telling you that the people he has handed things over are the ones doing him. I know don't they have monitoring and evaluation people who will go to monitor the work of the contractors? Is there the governor that will go to monitor it? How many will he monitor? And for those places that you say that the wind will blow off the smart school will fall or whatever. I ask people,
which suggests the government to criticisms.
Yes. How many of those will that governor stand up and go and do? When he has people he has put saddled with the responsibility. It's just that he's just a kind person that he can't even say, I sack you, I'm taking you to that place. Okay, you are the commissioner for this, you're not doing this. Please, stay out of that office. Because they are the ones bringing. Let me tell you, he is supposed to be sleeping now. The governor is supposed to be sleeping because of what he has done. He doesn't even need to campaign. Because if he has 100 things to do, he was able to do around 80, which is a pass mark.
This is an A.
Yes. But because of the people who are working under him, they are not being fair to him at all.
So are you saying that, anyway, that is not cross?
So that's not the cause of why we are here.
Yes,
the cause of why we are here is people coming out to vote and, of course, people being voted for. And if you look at all the people that are coming out to vote, how many women are there? How many women? Whereas in the world of 2026, all over the world, they are bringing women into this cause, into what is happening, so that they will see whether the women will help them out in getting it right.
Okay, but yes, there's always this issue of gender in gender mainstreaming in all the sectors. But when it comes to politics, you know, power is... We are no
longer talking about mainstreaming. We are talking about inclusion.
Okay, gender inclusion this time. But remember that power is not given.
Okay, you snatch it around.
No, power is taken.
That's what I say. You take.
No, wait, let me come. Power, they say, is taken. Because they say politics.
Can you give women a level playing field?
Wait now.
Let's see who will take the power.
Okay. Power is not given. Power is taken. And politics, they say, or define, is a struggle for power.
Okay.
So, when you are talking about women inclusion, the ground is open. Some of the political parties...
I'll give you an example why the ground is open.
Let me land. Some of the political parties said the women who wants to run for any elected position will not have to pay for their forms. Some said the women will have to pay half, and so on. These are part of this inclusiveness, knowing that they are a little vulnerable to all this cash pushing and all that. For them to come in and be part of the process.
That is not a level. That is not a level playing ground. A level playing ground is when you allow a woman to come up to you, collect the form, form a political party. That's the level playing ground. You don't do laws that will restrict women coming in to say we are doing ADC party, for instance.
Is there any law against
that? That's what I'm saying.
But is there any law against that?
There's only men that will come up to form a party, and that's not us. All the positions will be given to men. Then you will see one woman from nowhere coming to be the woman leader. youth leader, whereas we don't have men leader. You understand? What makes that political party not make a woman a secretary of that political party? Or make a woman the chairman of that political party?
The NDC...
Give me that political party.
Let me tell you, I'll give you. The NDC in Enugu State, I mean, the ADC in Enugu State had a woman as chairperson. A woman was the chairman of the party in Enugu State. Yeah, because
for how many days?
She left.
How many days?
No, for 4 years.
Akoko.
For 4 years.
Which party?
Stella, the ADC.
ADC?
Yes.
ADC has existed for how many years?
ADC has been there. ADC was in 2023 elections.
Okay, yeah.
And she was the chairman of the party.
Unknown party.
Whether known or not.
No, unknown party.
That's exactly what it is when you talk about women forming political parties. It is about a woman having an aspiration.
You're talking about Enugu. We're talking about the center.
We have seen a woman.
We're talking about the center.
Women have run for the post of presidency in Nigeria.
We know that Stella Jibrin.
Yes.
So she ran, and then what happened?
Well, it's about what is the population of women in Nigeria?
Population of women is greater than that of men, mind you.
Beautiful. Did they vote for her?
Didn't you? Are you not the one that made them not to vote for her?
Nobody made.
Yeah, no. Are you not the one that supported them not to vote for her? When you were sharing the money you were sharing in that field, were you not the ones that made them not to vote for her?
Anyway, women. That is why I talk about orientation. It's about giving orientation to women, and that was why I asked if the stakeholders and civil society groups are giving the proper orientation to the Nigerian people, including women, for the purpose of doing that, which is within their constitutional responsibility. And when we talk about it, the Constitution did not in any way differentiate between the Constitution, between the women and the men. But the women...
But in the actual fact, in the practical sense of it, what happens?
It's only in religion that women and men are differentiated from one another. But where it comes to governance, politics, constitution, laws, and all that, the female folk have the same right as the male folk. So I do not want to see any kind of bias. Doc, I disagree with you that the women are not given the chance. I remember the Beijing conference, and of course that resulted in many of our female folk going to the Senate.
No. At the discretion of whoever that is calling the shots. It's at the discretion of whoever. For instance, during the time of Sullivan, you saw that he put in a lot of women in his governance.
And of course,
you understand?
A woman was...
No. I'm giving you an example. Do you understand? And there are men that will come up, to be in governance. They appreciate the fact that they have women in their home. They have children that are girls. And they will decide to put a lot of women into what they do. And they get results. Do you understand? They get results. I'm not saying that if they put men, they don't get results. They do. But then they cannot get the kind of result they will get when there is a woman on top. Because tendency for doing the wrong thing is not there for the women. The woman will want to do it right. Because she knows that even her seat is being eyed.
I want to agree with you. But remember, when Obasanjo was president, a lot of women were also included.
He encouraged a lot of women.
Of course, yes. So you see, when you talk about this encouragement, it is relative to individuals who are the hem of affairs.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that there are men who are for women. We call them he for she. They are the ones who knows the worth of a woman. Do you understand? But I don't even know where these other men are coming from, because even God, who created man and woman, looked at woman and feared woman. These other men who are not fearing women, who don't even want them in their enclave, I wonder where they are coming from.
Doc, you are just tickling me here in the studio. So what is the way forward towards achieving our goal towards achieving a free, fair, and credible polls come 2027 to ensure that Nigeria leaves this present situation and moves to another level where it shall be seen from, I do not know what you are talking about is utopian, from seen to be the greatest, the best country in the world.
I've told you that there's no better country in the world than Nigeria. That's what I told you. And there is no better place in the whole world than where I'm coming from. So
in a nutshell,
yeah,
what's the way forward?
The way forward is for us to look inwards and do the right thing.
The way forward.
If this person in governance that want me to vote for him, I've looked and he's not doing well. He's representing my constituency, but I have not seen what the money that was given to him was able to do, even for the population around him, or even for the people in his own village. Why will I put him into? Because I know quite too well that if it has transcended to the people around him in his village, they probably will come to where I'm selling plates and buy me one plate. And buy from me one plate. And I will gain from the money that was given to the person. I'll be able to eat with it. I'll be able to pay my children's school fees from that. But he's accumulating everything to himself. And 2 minutes to the election, he will come and be sharing bag of rice, bag of beans for you to vote him again to go and amass more wealth while you live in penury. Okay. So if we look at that, and then we will see the person that we know that will work, that will have our interest, or our community interest, or our state interest at heart, and we will support such an individual.
If we see an individual that has our interest at heart, that is the kind of people that we will support. So says our guest on this program, Dr. Ijoma Nadi. We thank you for being here for us. Maybe for want of time, we are not able to exhaust what we actually needed to discuss. But this is the best we can take on this program. Thank you, viewer, for being there for us. And join us same time, same station at Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria, for yet another wonderful edition of our program. Thank you, and God bless you.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that A large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, these distrust translates into behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as a default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwazo na ya mgboju ogugwu kakwu ogugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta
Uhuruchi ọma gị onye Igbo na-esonyere anyị, ana m anabata gị n'oge Otobo na Aneke TV. Ihe mmemme a bụ ihe mmemme anyị wepụtara ọhụụ n'ụlọ ọrụ mgbasa ozi Aneke TV iji leba anya n'okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị dịka ụmụafọ Igbo, dịka ụmụafọ Enugu steeti nakwa dịka ụmụafọ Naịjirịa. Ihe omume a nwere ike ịdị na-eleba anya n'ihe gbasara okpukperechi, ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, ahụike nakwa omenala. Ọ ga na-abịara gị kwuruchi ụbọchị Tuesday nakwa Friday ma ọ kụọ elekere 5. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko, mụ na gị na-abụ ga na-anọrị n'oge ya bụ ihe mmemme. Daalụ nne ọzọ maka isonyere anyị. Ịma na Igbo na-ekwu okwu si na ebe onye bikọ na-awachi. Ọ ya mere na agba nke mbụ a nke ihe omume a na anyị kpebiri na anyị ga-eleba anya n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị n'Enugu steeti, maka na gọvanọ Enugu steeti bụ petermbah n'abalị ole na ole na-abịa ka ọ ga-eme afọ 3 ọ malitere ọchịchị. Maka na mgbe ọchịchị a batara n'ọkwa, ọ malitere ikwe nkwa dị iche iche ọ ga-agbanwe Enugu, mee ka Enugu ghọọ ebe akụnụba na-ada ụda site n'atụmatụ ọrụ mmepe dịgasị iche iche, kwalite nchekwa, weta mmụta nyere ha chọrọ, amụma ahụike, dọta ndị na-etinye ego n'azụmahịa, ma kwalite ego steeti a na-akpakọta. Ọ bụrụ na ị gee ntị nụ ka ihe si afịọ, ịghọta na ndị nkwado ọchịchị n'ugbu a na steeti a na-arụtụgasị aka n'ihe dị iche iche ọchịchị steeti a mepụtagoro.
dịka atụmatụ ihe gbasara usoro ime njem nakwa ụlọ akwụkwọ Smart Green School nakwa ọnọdụ mgbanwegharị dị iche iche na-aga n'ihu na steeti a iji mee ka steeti a bụrụ ejiamaatụ. Mana ka o sila dị, ndị na-ekwugide etu ọchịchị si achị na steeti a na-ekwu na ọ ka nwere ihe ndị fọdụrụ ọhaneze steeti a ka na-ene anya ya, maka na ụfọdụ na-ekwu n'ihe gbasara ụgwọ ụtụ isi nke na-agbaji ndị mmadụ aka na mmiri ekwere ha na nkwa dịka ọ bụ nọnso iru aka nakwa ọtụtụ ihe ndị ọzọ dị iche iche ha na-arụtụgasị aka. Ọ ya mere na n'abalị a anyị chọrọ ịjụ ọchịchị na ugbu a n'Enugu steeti o mezugo nkwa o kwere ọha steeti a ha na-erite elele atụmatụ ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya dịka ha na-akwụ ụtụ isi ya. O nwekwara ihe a ga-eme iji gboo nsogbu ụkọ mmiri na-echi ọha steeti a ọnụ n'ala. Atụmatụ ọrụ dịgasị iche iche a na-abagide na steeti a ha nọ n'ụdịdị kwesịrị ma elegara anya dịka ha si adị. Iji nyere anyị aka zaa ajụjụ ndị a nakwa ajụjụ ndị ọzọ, anyị nwere ezigbote onye ọbịa pụrụ iche anyị nọ na nke uhuruchi a bụ onye ga-eleba anya ma zaa ajụjụ dịgasị iche iche. Ọ bụ nnukwu onye enyemaka mgbasa ozi ọgbara ọhụụ nye gọvanọ steeti a bụ Dr. Ruben Onyishi. Dr. Onyishi nnọọ n'Otobo. Ọ dị mma nnọọ maka isonyere anyị. Daalụ maka ịbịa sonyere anyị. Ọ dị mma, ajụjụ nke mbụ anyị na-achọrọ ịjụ bụ n'uche nke gị, ama m na dịka onye enyemaka pụrụ iche nye gọvanọ steeti a n'okwu mgbasa ozi, kedu ka isi hụta ọchịchị gọvanọ Peter Ndubisi Mba n'ime afọ 3 gara aga?
Daalụ. Ịgbanyela ọchịchị Mba n'ime afọ 3 gara aga bụ ihe nke ndị Enugu kwesịrị ịtụrụ Chineke mma maka na ya bụ gọvanọ alụgo nnukwu ọlụ. Abịa n'ife ọ lụgolo n'afọ 3, o nwere gọọmenti lụgolo ya na afọ 8 since Enugu ebidola Enugu steeti, even na Oda Anambra steeti oke nwere gọọmenti pụtalụ lụgba ọlụ mebe ụdị ife ọ na-eme ihe niile alụgolo na oge 10 afọ na afọ 3 akamafunuru ya oke menụrụ. So ya ka m ji wee sị na ọ ihe ndị Enugu ga-ekenebe Chineke maka onyinye o nyere anyị bụ Peter Mba, maka na anyị bụ nwa amadi na-eme ọfụma na-agba mbọ na-alụ ọlụ eji n'aka, ma nke alụgara alụ na Enugu steeti karịrị 3,000 ka a na-akpọ 3,000 up to that, and ihe a bụ just na 3 years. So na by the time ọ na-achịtọpụ 4 years chịkwa another 4 years, ịma na ife oge eme n'Enugu ga-adị egwu.
Mana n'uche nke gị, ọ dị gị ka ndị Enugu ha na-erite uru elele ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya na ọchịchị Peter Ndubisi Mba?
A na-ajụ ma ndị Enugu a na-erite uru. Smart school anụwa dị 206 alụlụ, ụmụ agbara ka alụlụ ya, ọ ndị Enugu ka alụlụ smart school a, ana ụmụ akwụkwọ anyị ụmụaka anyị na-erite elele maka na ya ihe gbasara ya bụ skuul bụ na ọ dị free, ada na ego, and ma akwa akwụkwọ ma akpụkpọ ụkwụ ma akpa nwatakịrị ga-eji jee akwụkwọ.
Ewe n'iwe isi na ụlọ akwụkwọ anwa na ada na ego na ya. O nwere ka ozi si pụta n'oge gara aga n'ụlọ akwụkwọ nke GTC. O nwere ihe anyị hụrụ n'usoro mgbasa ozi ọgbara ọhụụ na-egosi ego na-aga na-akwụ ma ego nri ma ego akwa ma ihe niile.
GTC ọ bụ smart school? GTC ọ bụ smart school? Ọnụ ga na-ene anya n'ife malụ nke a na-ekwu maka ya. GTC of smart school, smart school bụ ka anyị na-ekwu maka ya. GTC bụ ebe ndị ọlụ aka a na-akụziri ndị ọlụ aka ife a ga-akụziri ha. Onye jelu na ị na-amụ ọlụ, ịma na ịmụcha ọlụ na ibido mebe nke gị wee na-enweta ego, ị ga-akwụ ụgwọ ya. And ọ bụrụkwa na ụgwọ ya dị too much, mana onye ahụ ga-akwụ. GTC ine anya na the transformation gọvanọ wetelu na technical school, a ga-alụ ya na the 8 constituencies, 8 state federal constituencies. Ifuru ihe gọvanọ lụ na GTC ya ha alụlụ bụ maka vocation nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ vocational education, ọlụ aka. ọ nwa bụ ndị nke ahụ dịka onye ọbụla bịala ime nke ahụ ga-akwụ ụgwọ
nkọwa ị na-enye kịta
ọ dị mkpa onye nwa bụ smart school
ọ dị mkpa na ịbịa na-enye nkọwa mana ajụjụ ọzọ na-ajụ maka na ụfọdụ ekwugo na amago mmadụ one na one kwuru na ụmụ ha na-agabu GTC tupu arụgharịa ya etu ọ dị kịta maka onye ọbụla nọ bụ n'Enugu anọta aka mere etu GTC dị mana ka arụgharịchaziri ya o nwezi ndị ama nkwụnwụzi ụgwọ ka ụmụ ha gaa n'iru na-agụ ebe anwa
ọ bụrụ eziokwu o nwere ndị ama akwụnwụ ụgwọ maka na ihe gbasara ọlụ aka bụ ije na ị na-amụ ọlụ a ga-akwụrụ gị ụgwọ ọlụ a ga-akwụrụ gị ụgwọ ndị je mana ị na-alụ ndị nke na-eme apprentice abroad the formal education like that ndị nke ahụ na ije ebe ahụ ị ga-akwụ ụgwọ ị ga-eji wee mụọ ọlụ wee dọka agreement ma ya fọzikwa nke a na-akụzigwa ahụ a na-ekwukwa na-akwụ bụ na ibi na skuulu ma ego nri ị ga-eri ma ife niile ọ bụrụgodị na isi na be nne gị na be nna gị apụta ị gaghị spend kwa ego ahụ maka na ị ga-agbanụ moto bịa skuulu ị ga-eri nri ị ga-eme ife dị na ya so nke ka anyị ndị be anyị si ka anyị pacha kọbọ ka anyị gide ego anyị na-ekwu maka technical school bụ different thing ọ bụ na ị chọrọ ije technical school ịkwadote ọ bụ na ị ga-emenwu ife dị n'ime ọ bụ na ị menwere rapụ mana e nwere smart school ebe a da-akwụ ife ọbụla ịghọta
ọ dị mma n'uche nke gị ọ bụ na ị na-anya na ọchịchị gọvanọ Peter Mbah a sị gị makia ya dịka onye nkụzi kedu akara ị nwere ike inye ya n'ile anya na ngalaba maka anyị ga-arụtụcha aka na ngalaba dị iche iche
mmenye 90% mmenye makia excellent
inye ya 90% nwere ihe ọ pụtara bụ na o nwere ngalaba ebe e kwesịrị ịkpatụ aka kedu ihe dị ka ngalaba ndị ahụ ka anyị bido ebe ahụ
apụtala n'ụwa mechi ife niile dịle ya o nwere onye ọbụla apụtala n'ụwa mechi ife niile dịle ya so na a ga-enwezikwa nke fọlụ alụchazi ife niile inye 100% na alụchaghị ife niile then nke fọzụrụ aka ya alụ ka nkụ gọvanọ nwunye ebelivro dịdara na ya alụgo ife ọbụla ihe o bu n'uche ọ ga-alụ ka nkụ mana nke ọlụgodo kịta atụrụ anyị n'anya achọbụ nka m menshọn biya mana
anyị ga na-ewere ofu onye nyere 90% 10% fọrọ afọ gịnị mere ya kedu ihe ndị fọdụrụ ekwesị ịkpa aka ka o nwezuo 100%?
onwere onye ga-enwezu 100%.
o nwere ndị na-aga akwụkwọ nwe 100%.
onwere onye a ga-enye 100%. onye na-aga akwụkwọ nye 100% a ga-enwekwe margin of error. ị ga-arapụ margin of error. m ga-enye ya 100% for what? Not 100%, but don't wait for excellent that somebody has done very well. Man put on singing and they near mad 100%. Only you may chili funny net the layer. Near 100% the man who was I alum. Now look at Golun in the dinner way with Serelo. Man, look at Naganiru. So man near 100%. Manam Magwagan am near 90% maka I hall goal. I came when Ronya Luli Hall na 3 years. I want to sing in hall now. Na ịchọ ka mkpọbịa afa akpọbịa na ihe ọ lụrụ na 3 years ka ihe gọọmenti ọzọ nwere ike ịlụ na 8 years. onye na-eme otu a ọ na-eme ọfụma.
Ọ dị mma ama m na ihe gbasara okporo ụzọ so n'otu n'ime atụmatụ ọrụ ọchịchị n'ugbu na steeti a ji mana o nwego ndị na-ekwu onwego ndị Enugu na-ekwu na ogogo okporo ụzọ ndị a na-arụ nọ na ya na orijuchere afọ na ụfọdụ n'ime ha ndị nke aka rụrụ arụ ine ha anya ụfọdụ etikpobego ine ha anya ụfọdụ shiri ike ine ha anya ụfọdụ n'ime ha dịka mmiri zoo ọsapụ ya ka ihe nwere ike ikwu
n'Enugu okwu asị ya bụ okwu asị ịmana ya ha bụ era of politics. onwe ndị na-apụta nnọọ ha na-akọgheri na-akọ ihe mmasịrị ha nwere ụzọ niile a na-alụ n'Enugu a ịmago na petermbah dị ka a ga-asị declare one routes. Street in the Enugu and a pavia. In fact, one of them can follow a flag go hand off all the streets, all the roads in Enugu. The last one, Emelubu 2000 and something roads. A flag. Okay, sorry, 200 or something roads. 1022 roads. 1022 roads. A flag off. The last time, Uzoni in the Ibiane Mene or Sarok. Ibia na Tinker's Corner ọsara ọkụ. Ibia na Transekulu ọsara ọkụ. Ibia na New Heaven ọsara ọkụ. Ibia na New Layout niile ọsara ọkụ. Ebe ọ bụla ịbịala n'Enugu ọsara ọkụ. Aya na Opi Nsukka Road ọsara ọkụ. Owo Amanka na Ụbahụ Road pụrụ ugboro afọ ọsara ọkụ. Ibia na ama ụlọ Ezeagụ ụzọ pụlụ ụmụlọkpa ọsala ọkụ ị bịa na Amechidodo si ya pụọ Amagunze ọsala ọkụ ebe niile sara ọkụ onwe ebe fọlụ n'ụzọ n'Enugu steeti.
Ihe m chọrọ ịjụ bụ atụmatụ ọrụ mmepe a gọvanọ na-arụ maka ịkpọgo Transekulu kpọọ Abakpa kpọọ ebe dị iche iche ndị nọ n'ime ime obodo ha so dị na ndị a na-arụrụ ihe aka ọsọsọ ndị bi na township.
Ọ bụrụ ọsọsọ na ya ka njiwago ịma na ngwa gị sị gị na aka eje ọlụ n'aka ụzọ dịcha n'ime ime obodo a na-alụ ya like nke dịcha na mana Mbulumbu ma Nara a na-alụcha ụzọ ebe ahụ mana Enugu Ezike nke a na-alụ na Igboeze North na ihe a mana ihe anụnwa just 3 years ya ka njiwe na-agwa gị sị gị na gọvanọ na aka alụchara ihe ọ kwesịrị ịlụ n'ihe 100% ma na ọ lụsịghị ihe o kwesịrị ịlụ na aka nwechara ụzọ. In fact na this budget of this year na-enwelu maka ụzọ ihe a na-akpọ gọvanọ ga-alụ 10 kilometers of roads na every ward ọ dị na budget a ga-eme implement. This year has not gone long. I got all those things. Yeah, niile bụ gradual process because ọ bụ na ego bi mmiri asị ngwa ife a niile esi ụlọ onye akị lụchapụ ya mana ego abụrụ mmiri so mana ọka ego na-abịa ka a na-alụ mọ n'ihe ka mkpa bụ na ị nwere gọvanọ bụ na ego niile a na-anata na steeti a ma nke a na-akpọ IGR which from 30 billion rise to 400 and something billion ma nke a na-enweta from FAC ha ncha na-abanye n'ọlụ so na ifu n'ọlụ ka gọvanọ mba na-alụ every now and then even nkịta a na-eme politics enu na gọvanọ dị ready na-eme inspect roads so na ihe fụla a na-eme abụrụ na onwere ebe ọ na-eri mperi na ọlụ ihe niile kwesịrị ịlụ ka a na-alụ mana a ga na-alụ ya alụcha nka eweta nka alụcha nka eweta nka ndị niile na-ebenefit rokịta ha ga-ebenefit leta ghọtago nya ka gọvanọ na-ekwu ka enye more time 4 more years so that na we deep between now and that time ọlụ a niile a ji n'aka ha na-alụ a ga-achịkọta ha nche ọlụ lụọ onye ọfụma ifu na Enugu ga-anọzi na auto cruise.
Ikwuru na enwere ọtụtụ atụmatụ ọrụ ewebatara n'ego nzube ọrụ ya bọjetị nke afọ a.
Yes.
Ebidogoroba ha maka mgbe ị na-ekwu ịnọ na-egosi okwu gị nọ na-egosi na ebidobe rụba ọrụ ndị anwa ihe a ọnwa Mee fọrọ abalị one na one ka ọgwụ ọ bụ na ebidobe rụba ihe dị n'atụmatụ ọrụ ego nzube ọrụ nke afọ 2026 na ngwụcha ọnwa Mee ka ezi mgbe a ga-ebido ya.
Ofufe ka a na-alụ ifere na ọlụ na-aga ebe niile a na-alụ ụzọ ịda afụ n'ụzọ niile na a na-alụ ya.
Ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ ihe nọ na bọjetị.
Ihe nọ na bọjetị yes ndị a na-alụ ha nọrọ na bọjetị. Ha ncha nọ na budget.
Budget this year nke last year.
Okay, this year. Now, if you look at budget, let me tell you budget. I know budget performance. Last year, the budget performed, I think, about 80-something% budget performance based on because budget bụ ihe na-atụ anya na ị ga-enweta. Ihe na-atụ anya na ị ga-ewefu mmefu. That's expenditure and income. Yanwa bụ budget. Enwere ike ịtụ anya na nke a ga-abịa. Enwere ike ọbịa sịrọ ọbịa udo si wee bịa ị ga-anagide welie tinye n'ọlụ lụọ ihe pụtalụ. So the fact that na anọ na May now doesn't mean that na ihe niile dị na budget na ha ncha na a ga-atinyecha aka na ha ncha kịta ọsọ ihe a ga-eji nwayọọ wee na-eme ya implement. Ị ga-afụ na budget a we perform very well. If a budget nwere 80% performance bụ excellent budget ịghọta ihe na-ekwu so n'ọlụ ahụ niile asị na aga o nwerekwe let me tell you o nwere ihe niile asịkwa na a ga-alụ ama nlụcha ahụ ọkwa ife niile asị na a ga-alụ the only thing na oge take bụ the projection gọọmenti na-enwe bụ 4 to 8 years so o nwere ọlụ niile petermbah wepụtara na ya ga-alụ ama nlụcha a ga-alụcha ha ncha mana ịmana ihe ha tinyeche n'aka karịrị ị na-anya na ịfụ smart school ahụ ihe ọ na-eteke ịlụ 260 smart schools one na-eteke about 1.2 billion because imechie ihe lụcha anya a ga-eme equip mechie ha nche equip o nwere onye na-ekwu okwu equipping the smart schools now. Here are part of the budget, equipping them. What does it take to equip the smart schools? What does it take to equip the type 2 hospitals? Yeah, ni neighbor ego ka ọ na-eri. Ana na tinye ha ncha n'ọlụ. Mana ịma na oge ụfọdụ na ihe kachacha ndị mmadụ mkpa bụ just aga na-asị gị na ka alụrọ nka na ka alụrọ nka mana nwere onye nke ahụ alụgolo nwere onye ga-ekwuchite nke ahụ alụgo nọ nke a ka alụrọ mana nke a ka alụrụ a ga-alụkwa ya so no gradual process and ife na gọọmenti na-agba mbọ na-alụ ọlụ onwe gọọmenti dị bụ just a na-eri ego a na-eke ego mana ife na gọọmenti a dị very prudent anya lụrụ gọọmenti anụnwanị ujiri nwayọọ na-ewepụta ego na-ene anya kedu ka ebe kwesịrị itinye ihe ka ọ dị mma ihe gọọmenti a na-eme so anya lụrụ ya anị ana ifụkwa ihe niile ifu na ego niile ewetara na-eji ha ncha na-alụ ọlụ na-abanye ebe o kwesịrị ịbanye even recurrent expenditure na budget a dị very low. I think it's even about 25%, but the I think 20% or so. Maninezanya na capital expenditure if not 80%. So which means na ego ni na ewetelu bo olu ka anu nke a na-eri nke ahụ ifuru a na-atinye bụ na-akwọ ndị ọlụ ụgwọ wee nwee expenses a na-eme na running government yanwa bụ recurrent expenditure na obele ego cha inanya na gratuity and pension I think about 11 billion ka budget ya enwecha akụnụba ngalaba ọbụla nwechara budget ha anyị nwechara a na-eme implement so onwere ihe na-eri mperi kịta ọlụ aka alụrọ ka dị n'iru ka a ga-alụ ya
na okwu gị bụ ndị Enugu nwee ndidi na nke dị n'iru ka
mana ndị Enugu na-enwekwe ndidi ndị Enugu ga na-emekwe enjoy nke alụgoro alụ
ọ dị mma
na-enwe ndidi ma ọlụ niile alụgoro alụ ihe alụrụ ka nkụ so ha na-eme nke ahụ enjoy ndị be anyị si na ọsara ataba akwụ were ọdụ wee dosa na nke a ka achara acha ọ ga-ata
ọ dị mma Dr. Onyishidalụ nne ka anyị bịa na Smart Green School anyị enwetago ozi na ọtụtụ n'ime ụlọ akwụkwọ anwa ndị arụrụ ụfọdụ akụkụ ha dara ada nwa mgbe ka ma ha akpụ ka ọ na-agụba dịrọ nkụ
ihe mebụ na ịbịa a na-asị na ọtụtụ n'ime ha dara ada ọ bụrụkwa na ha dara ada nọ na rainstorm ihe a bụ udu mmiri
ezowebe mgbe ha daa
o nwere nke dalụ oge mmiri ezobere mana nke ahụ gwa m ya niile bụ rainstorm bụ ihe butuli ya smart school nke alụ na be anyị na be nna m mmiri rainstorm buli ya so rainstorm bụ a natural thing or natural disaster mana because oge o melu ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ a na-anwụli ọ dịka a na-anwụli ọnwụ ndị pol na-eme politiks a na-anwụli ọnwụ na mmiri na oke ikuku buru ụlọ ha lụchagolu bupụ ya a na-anwụli ọnwụ so aghọtara m ya bụ ife ma anyị na-anwụlizi ọnwụ na natural disaster melụ ka a na-achọzi ka smart school ọhịa ka ịfụcha ndị politiks na ndị opposition nso na-enwego modalities iji doziche ndị nke ahụ mebiri maka na oke onwe nke ha na-egosi the other time na New Haven ebe mmiri na-awụ na classroom mmiri ahụ na-awụ na asị na kọntaktị onwe ya lụchara o kwesịrị iwepụ o wepụrụ ya tinye ọzọ mmiri ahụ na-awụ mana ịma na every of the contract na onwe ha na-akpọ 4% a na-ewepụta wee jide I think 5% a na-ejide retainership na ọ bụrụ na after ịlụcha dị ọlụ ọ gafee ebe 6 months a ga-make sure check dị sure that na ihe lụrụ dị mma so that na ọ bụ na ọ dịrọ ma a ga-eyuzie gị ha anatalụ gị wee were wee dozie so ihe anyị chọpụtara bụ na rainstorm buru many of them and rainstorm na-ebu maka na agba mgba atụ n'ogwe agba igbo ọtụ n'ogwe sọsọ ogwe ka apịrị apị ile anya na out of 260 enwere ka ọ bụrụ na rainstorm metụtara ihe dịka 7 mana a ga-eme ya amplify na ikuku eburu gị ihe niile mana ịlụ ọlụ yes ikuku bulie a ga-alụ ya in fact gọvanọ agwago ndị local government chairman sa monitor ebe ọbụla ikuku bulu eteke note ka eje dozie anya onwe ya na-edozi abụrụ ine anya efo na ọ bụ na ikuku bulu ebe a ọ bụrụzi nkuku o bulu atiechi azụ ịghọta edozie anya mana ndị opposition bịa na-anwụrịzi ọnwụ
ihe niile abụrụ ndị opposition maka ndị Enugu nọ smart school anwa arụcha onwe ndị biche n'azụ ụnụ ya onwe ndị biche n'akụkụ ụnụ ya so ihe niile abụrụ ndị opposition mana ihe nna ajụ bụ mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu isi na o nwere ka ọ bụrụ dị ka 7 n'ime ha ka ikuku mmiri anwa butu dịka isi kwuo ndị ọzọ a na-ebuturu ọ n'ikuku mmiri kuru ebe ndị nke nwa maka ihe anyị ji na-ajụ bụ na ụfọdụ na-ekwu na ọ nwere ike ọ bụrụ na akụrụngwa eji rụọ ndị nke nwa dara ishiro ike maka na ndị nke na-adarọ ikuku mmiri ọ na-okuru ebe ndị nke nwa.
Ọ bụrụ eziokwu ị na-anya na ị ga-afụ na o nweche factors na-determine ife rainstorm ahụ enwere ike ọnọ niile ka ikuku na-ebu ị ga-afụkwa ụlọ dị otu a na-abọdụ ikuku buru nke ọzọ rapụ nke ọzọ ọ dependent ka ebe ahụ si wee dị and the trees ịma na trees na-ewu ejikwe ihe dị ka ikuku ahụ ọ bụrụ na ị plantịcha tree ọ ga-enye aka wee wage most of these things alụchala ya lụpụ ya outside ebe enwesịrị ma osisi ma all these things so ọ ife kpatara ya rainstorm bịaba
ogosi na plan wee rụọ ya.
Je ka ngwa gị every smart school nwere specification nwere specification ka a ga-esi wee lụ ya I think no 5 gịnị ka ihe na-akpọ ya 5 or something na roofing which is the highest. That's the specification in for each of them. So every contractor na alụ ya ga-alụ ya to specification. Onwego smart school anyị jere kutuo. Ihe jiri kutuo onye bụ nke dị na mbụ. Ihe jiri kutuo onye bụ na onye ahụ na-alụ substandard work. Ebe kwesịrị use 16mm o je use 12mm. So akwatuli ya. Na a ga-alụgalikwa ya at his own expense. All right? So na roofing ahụ niile ha ncha nweche specification ka a ga-esi lụ ya. This is the standard. And I follow ya. And then we monitoring team. SSG na monitor the other one. Ya na team nke. Then Commissioner for Works na team nke. Na monitor. No je. SSG I full oje go so many places. Oje. Ma ebe oje go 3 times. And eje. Anogide awakpo ndị ahụ ka adụkwa sure na ha na-eme the right thing. So anyị mekwele ife niile ekwesịrị ime ka afọ na ọlụ ahụ gala ọfụma. The secretary to one secretary to state government ọ ga-abụrụ na ihe ọ nọ n'ọfịs bụ na-ede assign memo na-ede letter na-ede all this mana onye nke a na-ekuni every now and then na SSG nọ n'ọfịa na-awa ọfịa na-aga ebe a to make sure na ọlụ eji na alụlụ ya ọfụma.
Ọ dị ma Dr. Onyeisi ọ dịghị ka maka na gọvanọ batara dịka m kwuru ya na mmalite kwe nkwa na a ga-arụ atụmatụ ọrụ dịgasị iche iche ọ dịghị ka ọ kwụọ na anụ ya n'obi irụ ọtụtụ atụmatụ ọrụ n'otu oge ọ na-eme na ndị nke a na-arụ arụ na-eribe mperi.
Ọdụ nwere ihe dị ka ya maka na ọlụ niile a na-alụ na enwelu ndị na-amonite ya and ihe ahụ niile like alụgo ICC ifulu ebe ICC na-eri mperi alụgo Enugu emere ihe nwere ebe ọ na-eri mperi Enugu the transport interchange terminals niile alụlụ mana Gariki mana Abakpa mana Nsụka mana Holy Ghost ebe a niile alụlụ onwe nke na-eri mperi onwero. So ihe a niile a na-alụ ma international hospital a na-alụ ebe a onwere nke na-eri mperi ma hotel presidential alụlụ onwe nke na-eri mperi. So ifu na ihe niile a na-alụ na-aga n'anya ya mana ọ bụ na anyị lụọ ọlụ enwe natural disaster metụtala some few of them ọ bụrụ onye a ga-eme mmadụ ga-eji wee sịbaza na ekpoko ọlụ niile a na-alụ na odolo anya mana gọọmenti abụrụ sọsọ gọvanọ bụ inekwe administration gọvanọ bụ the leader mana o nwekwe ndị a na-edunyecha ọlụ na alụ the thing o nwere ife ọbụla a na-alụ enwere ndị na-amonite ya na-afụ na the thing na ọ na-aga ọfụma. Ọlụ ahụ niile ifuru ekpo ka ọzọ a na-alụ enyego specification ụzọ niile a na-alụ ana na-amonite ya ị ga-emecha the earthwork imecha ya ime stone base imecha all these things asphalt because asphalt bụ just the coating asphalt bụ the last thing so na ị kwesịrị imecha earthwork mee nye ọfụma inecha ụzọ niile a na-alụcha kịta ifu na a na-ebu ụzọ meche earthwork finish the earthwork mee a na-eme first second third before na-abịa mezie stone base emechiza the stone base before na-abịa zabataza na asphalt. So n'onye anyị na-ebi ụzọ alụsiri ike anụ m ka ị na-ekwu na ụzọ na o nwere ụzọ onwerekwa ụzọ this gọọmenti lụrụ na-eri mperi the standard a na-ene bụ 30 to 50 years ụlọ ọbụzọ ọbụla anyị lụrụ ga-anọ at least 30 years at least but a na-ene anya na 30 to 50 years ọ ga-anọ ọtago na moto ihe ọbụla agba anya maka na alụsiri ike nwere ụzọ alụchalụ n'Enugu anyị furu ga-eri mperi because a na-alụsi ha nchi ọ ka mma na ọ bụrụ ofu ka alụtalụ not the philosophy ọ bụrụ ofu ka alụtatụ lụọ onye ọfụma dan na alụlụ many then at the end of the day fụ na nwere isi.
Onwe ndị na-ekwu na ihe ọchịchị steeti a na-agbadokarị anya ịrụ bụ atụmatụ ọrụ ndị ahụ anya na-ahụ ọ bụrụ nke ndị mmadụ na-enwe mmetụta ya n'onwe ha iji maatụ ikwuru maka bus terminal arụcha ihe anya na-afụ edozie ya ọma mma n'anya smart green school ọhịa anya na-afụ okporo ụzọ ọhịa anya na-afụ bọs ekpote na-eme njem ọhịa anya na-afụ mana ụfọdụ na-ekwu na mmetụta ọchịchị elele ọchị onye kwuchi ya dịka ọrụ na ihe ndị ọzọ na-ada ahụkebịa n'ọchịchị steeti a.
Okay, ka m correct m kwuo nke a mma abata na nke ahụ ịma na o nwere oge ikwuru okwu tax isi na na too much tax
anyị ka ga-abịa na nke ahụ.
Okay, now ka nnachizie na abịa n'ihe ikwu ide anya n'Enugu a ịfụ na ọ bụrụ eziokwu na ọlụ a na-alụ bụ ọlụ nke a na-afụ n'anya. Terminals afọ a na-ekwu CNG buses a niile ebupụtara kịta na ije Nsụka bụ ị na-akwụ 1,500 ije Nsụka mana ọ dasị ego na ka ị na-akwụ think up to 6,000. ọ bụrụ ndị mmadụ ka ihe ha na-asav ọ bụrụ ndị Enugu na-erite elele ya 1,500 ịgba ijego Nsụka. Many people n'Enugu a nwere ezi moto ọzọ ha na-eso abụrụ CNG bus ha na-agba na those terminals. If the residual income na-enye ndị Enugu ị gaghị ịkali spend na transport save onye ọ bụrụ ezigbo ihe ka a na-eme ha asị smart school anyị si na-asa anya na-afụ smart school anyị na-alụ maka ụmụaka anyị na-ekwu okwu na nwatakịrị enwere ezi school fee ọ ga-akụzi until ọ gụcha ana ihe a ga na-akụzili a na-akụzili robotics akụzili AI akụzili ICT akụzili mechatronics augmented reality virtual reality a na-akụzi ebe ọbụla a na-akụzi to mold the ka eme Enugu child na onye ahụ gụchazi ọpụtazịa ọbụla ọkụ na-agba achara ebe ọ bụrụ ihe a chọgidara ahụma ndị nsụkaba na-akpọ ihe a chọgidara ahụma a ga na-akpọ gị n'ebe niile gị bịa alụ bọọlụ akpọ gị ndị bụ a ga na-azọ gị azọ maka skill ị nwetara na ị na-agụ na smart school onye ka ị na-asị na na-eme ha na-ene n'anya ọ bụrụ ọ bara n'ime ome baalụ ume development n'ihe gbasara the Enugu child kama m nke a na-akụ. Okay, daalụ negodo type 2 hospital gọvanọ butere type 2 hospital a na grassroots bulie bịa na grassroots na ọ bụ na arụ na aya gị na masses na afro ego most people arụ na aya ba ha na village na ha na-eje na nke chemist achịta ọgwụ na ọdịs nwere doctor na-eneta nwere anything alụghị na mass school enwere health workers nwere resident doctor ga-anọ ebe ahụ na-eme people attend na-take care of primary health care and secondary health care issues ha ga na-amụ nwa ebe ahụ na-eme nya ka isi nọọ ịsọsọ ihe ha na-afụ n'anya ama jụ maka sa aghọtara m ihe a na-ekwu na ya ihe a na-afụ n'anya ị na-agwa m ihe niile gọọmenti na-alụ bụ ihe ga-abalụ ndị be anyị uru. Enugu ha sị na Enugu bụ for the elites. How? Apart from the revenue a na-enweta na ya na data Enugu maka ndị mmadụ a na-eche echiche ọfụma ihe a na-eche bụ just one way ego ahụ a na-enwetakwa from ebe ahụ ka ejikwe na-alụ ụzọ na-aga na big ọ bụ ụzọ ahụ ị na-asị na na-afụ na lee anya many street roads ama m street roads ihe dịka Monarch Ologo all these places alụchara pave all their roads ha mara na a ga-epave those roads in this life mana ụzọ ahụ niile kwụ ọtọ kịta ị na-anya amotinyalụ. Do you know the impact of those roads in the economy of ndị mmadụ? Ọ bụrụ na ụzọ ahụ ị na-agba gwogom kịta ọzọ sam which means na moto ị na-anya na moto gị ahụ ga-adị ndụ ego ahụ ị kali spend ndị na-eji alụ moto ọzụkwa residual income over time ha na-eche echiche ọfụma. Enugu ha na-ekwu okwu now Enugu affect even taxi drivers, affect technicians, even extends to tourism. That's why in a fan hotel 5-star hotel because the expectation when I get about 3,000 people who gonna be in Enugu every year. Those people ebe ka ha ga na no. Oge emelu MBA conference in Enugu eba. Okwa hotel niile dị n'Enugu juru. Hotel niile dị n'Enugu juru. Ihe ahụ na-eju ndị hotel ahụ niile that making money. Ndị ahụ niile nọcha na hotel ha na-eji afịa they will buy. It's affecting trickling down to the grassroots, to everybody. So what this government is doing is actually to wait to open up Enugu so that nobody in Enugu will not thrive. Here government apụtala bụ number 1 na achọrọ ka GDP of Enugu State ka o luo $30 billion. Number 2, ka eme Enugu ka ọ bụrụ one of the 3 subnational economies. Menya ka ọ bụrụ ebe investors ga na-abịa, ndị investors are coming. Haya group the other day abịago, Notre Dame track ihe ndị ọcha na ihe na-abịa ebe a now. Abịago otu ahụ, ọ ga na-create jobs. N'elu asphalt plant gọvanọ ọlụ the other day alụ a na-produce asphalt n'ọdịsị. Ewere ekporo ndị mmadụ n'ọlụ ebe ahụ. N'ebe a na-eme assembly tractor, ekporo ndị mmadụ n'ọlụ ebe ahụ. All these hotels ma ICC ihe niile ndị mmadụ bụ ihe na-alụ de, ọ bụrụ ma agbara ọ ndị Enugu. Ya niile bụ empowerment to the people of Enugu State. So not the deliberate ihe anyị follow na akpacha anya na-eme ka people ndị be anyị wee benefit. So ihe gọọmenti na-eme ka o wee dịla anyị na mma.
Ọ dị mma Dr. Ruben Onyeisi daalụ rinne gị onye ọma na-esonyere anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV anyị ga-agbara aka ahịa anyị laghachite azụ anyị gaa n'iru daalụ.
Every second the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Daalụ onye ọma na-esonyere anyị dịka anyị na-aga n'iru n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Anyị na-eleba anya na ihe ọchịchị gọvanọ Peter mepụtagoro n'ime afọ 3 gara aga aka mgba dị iche iche ọchịchị ahụ na-ezute ya na ihe ndị Enugu na-atụ anya ya. Cheta na ọka bụ anyị na nnukwu onye enyemaka pụrụ iche n'okwu mgbasa ozi ọgbara ọhụụ nye gọvanọ steeti a bụ Dr. Ruben Onyeisi nọ. Dr. Onyeisi daalụ dịka anyị na-aga n'iru n'Otobo.
Daalụ.
Ọ dị mma ka anyị bata n'ihe banyere ụtụ isi. Gọọmenti steeti a akwaliteghị ihe gbasara ego ọ na-akpakọta maka na mgbe Peter Ndubuisi batara n'ọchịchị n'ọnwa Mee afọ 2023 Enugu na-akpakọta ihe nọ n'agbata ijeri naira 26 na ijeri naira 37.4 kwa afọ ọbụla dịka ozi ụlọọrụ Enugu State Internal Revenue Service wepụtara si kwuo. Ma n'ime ọchịchị Peter Ndubuisi na-abịa n'afọ 2024 ọchịchị a nwetara dịka 100 ijeri naira na 85 abịa n'afọ 2025 o nwetara dịka 100 ijeri naira 4 na 7 abịa n'afọ a bụ 2026 o nwetago dịka 100 ijeri naira 8 na 70. Afọ a anyị na-ekwu okwu ya na-agba nke mbụ nke afọ a bụ malite n'ọnwa Jenụwarị ruo n'ọnwa Maachị afọ a enwetago ihe dịka ijeri naira 43 na 96 bụ ego steeti akpakọta ya IGR. Ọnọdụ a ọ na-egosi na akụnụba steeti a na-eto eto ka na ụtụ isi na-anyịgbu ndị steeti a.
Daalụ. Ịma na onye amara ebe enile ozu na-abụ n'ọkpa. Ị na-anya ifu na ihe gbasara tax a na-akwụ na steeti a because onwe ndị mmadụ na-akpọ ganịganị na tax akarịa na tax akarịa mana ọhụpụ ndị opposition na-eme ihe ahụ ma gwarịa na-akọ datin ha na-akọ. Gọvanọ wee set up committee wee si oke committee biko jee neba anya n'ihe gbasara tax a na-ana na steeti a ka ha malụ. Eventually the committee discovered na ndị petty traders na-akwụ tax petty traders. Governor stopped it immediately. Stop onya ada nazi petty traders ego. Governor wee si oke na land administration ihe gbasara land cut all tax a na-akwụ na land administration by 60%. So n'ihe a na-akwụzi n'ụtọkụ bụ onye nwere lock-up shop ọkwụọ 34,000 a bụ per annum shop ebe ahụ ị ga-apụta in a day na ị ga-eleta ihe profit 200,000 300,000 ihe ị ga-akwụ iche ka enye in a day ego ole ka ọ pụtara oluru 100 naira ị ga na-akwụ in a day ihe a na-akọ. So ị na-ede anya na tax ọ bụrụ na a na-enweta much na tax mana the only thing bụ na anyị nwere a creative governor that is financially intelligent mmadụ ihe kwe na akụ n'ihe gbasara ka esi enweta ego na emia wee anyị Enugu a na-enweta ego ị na-anya n'ihe gbasara ego a na-enweta n'Enugu ajị rise to 400 and something billion ihe o ji wee rise abụ na gọvanọ the creative wee bido all these moribund assets ihe niile steeti a nwere na-ana n'iyi. First of all ebidolu na revenue a na-collect. Before now revenue ahụ niile na-ana na-akpa ndị mmadụ ma ihe a na-enweta na mining ma ihe niile oge gọvanọ bataliz ndị one of the miners gọvanọ ka ya kụnyele 1 billion na account gọvanọ si ya kụnye na account Enugu steeti 1 billion. Most of that money ego ahụ niile a na-enweta bụ na akpa ndị mmadụ ka ọ na-ana na revenue a niile. So petermbah wee bịaza wee kwechiri wee mechie ụzọ ahụ niile ebe esi eri mperi ihe ego ahụ niile a na-anata si ana n'iyi na-ana na akpa ndị mmadụ agbaghị ego ndị mmadụ bifo na ahụ na-eri na steeti a wee mechie ha ncha wee tinye na e-platform nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ e-platform so that n'ihe ọbụla a na-akwụ ga na-aba na akpa gọọmenti through internet ka mkpọzi anyị internet ka unu wee dị anya ọnya nwa melu na ego ahụ niile na-ana n'iyi kịta na ọ da-anazi n'iyi achịkọta ha ncha ọnụ jidie ọ na-abatalụ steeti frego na-abata steeti eweli ya na-alụ ọnụ. Gọvanọ na onwe wee maka na o nwere ọgụgụ isi n'ihe gbasara ka esi enweta ego wee bịa bido ihe Enugu nwere na-ana n'iyi ọchịkọta ha ncha ọnụ na-edibo hotel presidential anago n'iyi mana ewechitere ya jidie ICC a wezụga jidie International Hospital Niger Gas Sunrise Flour Mill UPPL ihe a niile ka gọvanọ jikọtara ha ncha ọnụ wee lụgharịa ha wee na-eyi ede ihe o nwere ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ cash cow ha bụrụza ha na-eyi ede money to Enugu steeti. So no financial creativity and intelligence bụ ihe gọvanọ ji aga. Ọ bụrụ na tax bụ ego onekwa ego ole ka ị na-akwụta na tax. Ọ bụrụ na tax gọvanọ cut go ihe a niile ma nke a na-asị na land na a na-akwụ cut go by 60%, gịnị fọzụ 40%.
Mgbe ị na-ekwu maka ụtụ isi ikwu na gọvanọ kwụsịchara ụtụ isi niile na-akwụ na ndị nwe shop na-akwụ 34,000 mgbe na-ajụ 34,000 anwa a na-akwụ ya 34,000 ụgwọ esu ama business premises na ụgwọ ndị ọzọ niile a na-akwụ asonia.
Okay, ihe ga-amalụ bụ na ịma ihe na-eme ndị mmadụ bụ na ha bịara na-asị ha na-ana tax ha na-ana tax esu ama onwe ha na-akpọ taxes and fees. Fees bụ ụgwọ ị na-akwụ na service rendered to you. Ihe esu ama na-ana gị bụ afịfịa dị n'ụlọ ha bịara kpopụ ma nke ị na-eji atụfu na ụzọ ha na-ekpopụ ya ha na render service nke ahụ bụ fee. Ada ekwu okwu nke ahụ na ya na-ekwu okwu ya bụ tax ụtụ isi a na-ana. Ka m gwa gị o nwere onye na-alaiki ụtụ isi o ada like ya ime iwetugodi ya £1 o nwere onye na-alaiki ịkwụ ya maka gịnị ama m oge anyị dị obele ịnọgide our fathers then ha na-agba ọsọ asọ gịnị na-eme ife okorobịa na-agba kitikiti asị na ndị ụtọ ọkụ bịara ọ bụ eziokwu na ndị ụtọ ọkụ bịara ife onye ọbụla na ọsọ o nwere onye chọrọ ịkwụ tax o nwere onye chọrọ ịkwụ ya bụ ụtọ ọkụ ka a na-akpọ tax ọ bụrụ onye na ndị ụtọ ọkụ bịara ife onye ọbụla na ọsọ a na-agba onye chọrọ ịkwụ tax mana tax ahụ bụ gọọmenti revenue onye na-asị gị tax ahụ a na-ana ọkwanụ ya literally na-contribute to the development of your state especially gọọmenti ịmalụ na gọọmenti a na-alụ ọlụ na ego ahụ niile na a na-ejikọta ha ncha tinye ya n'ọlụ ịghọta. So na ọ bụrụ taa ka o bidoro tax evasion that is ịgba ọtụ ikuku ọsị ụtụ isi bụ ihe o bidogori long time ago ekwu so nwere onye dị mma ka ọ kwụba anything ka ya wepụta ego kwụba gọọmenti nwere onye dị mma ime ya nwere onye chọrọ ka a na-ana tax mana a ga na-ana tax because na tax ahụ na-enye aka n'ọlụ a na-alụ ụzọ a niile a na-alụ ọ bụrụ ọnụ mmiri ka a ji alụ ya ụzọ ahụ niile ifuru a na-alụ adịkle nke a Enugu ihe niile gọvanọ na-alụ lụbasị n'Enugu ọ mmiri ka eji alụ ya ọ bụrụ ego ka eji alụ ya na-alụkwa ihe ga-abala anyị ncha n'uru.
Ọ dị mma Dr. Onyeisi anyị ka na-ekwu maka ụtụ isi ọ gbasara azụmahịa a kụturu ụlọ ahịa ndị mmadụ na Ọgbete Gariki na Nsụka nakwa ebe ndị ọzọ iji rụọ bus terminal ọ dịghị ka o nwere ụzọ ọzọ akara isi mee ya ọka mma iji nyere ndị mmadụ aka na azụmahịa ha karịa etu esi mee ya.
One thing ị ga-amalụ bụ na o nwere ha na-akpọ urban renewal urban renewal bụ na gọọmenti pụtasị na achọrọ idozi obodo ka edozie enye ọfụma ma na o nwere ihe a ga-alụ ga-abala anyị uru. Now ndị na-ekwu okwu urban renewal will gender displacement na-ekwu bụ na o nwere ebe ọbụla emere urban renewal adị enwe ndị ọ na-emetụta ga-apụ ebe ahụ. Anyị ma na gọọmenti akwụgo compensation, akwụrụ compensation to ndị nwe ebe ahụ, ndị railway nwe ebe ahụ akwụrụ ha compensation. N'ọfa nwa ka ọ dịzịla ịkwụ ndị ọ bụrụ na ha nwee compensation ha ga-enye ndị nwechere shop ebe ahụ ha enye ha. A na-enwe enwebe urban renewal ahụ o nwere siti ọbụla adị enwe ihe a na-alụ de and alụ gọọmenti bịa ịlụ ọlụ de ha ga-displace people. Only thing na gọọmenti ga-akwụtu compensation like na Nsụka ahụ ị na-anya na Nsụka maka na Nsụka ka ọ na-akpọ ganigani ndị opposition n'ala ebe ahụ na-eme akpọ ganigani na akụtụrụ ogige ha na-akụtu ogige. O nwekwa ebe ọzọ abụrụ na gọọmenti ịma na ka afịa si eme afịa nwere ike dola ebe a ka ogige dị asị ebe a ka ọ dị anọgide ife one shift to gọọmenti park. Ebe ahụ ịfụrụ akụtụrụ bụ gọọmenti park a na-enyere notice ndị a niile ihe niile alụ na gọọmenti park ahụ nwunye efe na gọọmenti bịa na-achọ ịlụ ife ọzọ ga-abala anyị n'uru. Kịta na ihe ahụ niile na-abala anyị n'uru. Ndị a niile na-aba the buses CNG buses ọ na-enyere anyị aka ghọtago. So all gọọmenti bụ ihe bịalụ lụgharịa all those things si ndị ahụ niile ha ga-apụ. O nwere na UK everywhere a na-enwe urban renewal enwe enya ọ ga-enwe ndị ọ ga-emetụta.
Ndị ahụ gwara ka ha pụọ n'ụlọ ahịa kedu ọnọdụ ahaziri ebe ha
ahaziri ọnọdụ like na ịbịa na ndị Nsụka ahụ a gwara ha onye ọbụla jee na Ọba Road. Gọvanọ ekwugo na ndị nke ahụ niile o metụtara ebe ahụ na a ga-enye ha seed money ha ga-eji wee bido biznes na alụcha Nsụka ultramodern market a na-alụkọta alụcha anya a ga-akpọ ndị ahụ niile o metụtalụ nye ha capital ka ha gbazie wee bido afịa. Ndị nke bidoro maka most of them jekwe na Akụ Road market. So ịbịakwa n'ebe anụnwa ndị o metụtalụ ọ bụrụ na Ogbete nwere metụrụ Ogbete aka ihe metụrụ bụ ebe ahụ niile nọ at the fringe the other side ọ ebe alụ garịrị na and anya na efu na most of those places bụcha shanties ebe ndị criminals na-hibernate. Most of those places efuchala ka eji ekpochapụ na nza because ebe ahụ bụzi ebe criminals ị na-anya ije ebe Ogbete kịta ị na-agafezi ụzọ before now ị na-afọ ebe itinyere ụkwụ and pickpocket ma ndị omekome niile bụ ebe a ka ha ncha na hibernate mana kịta na-ekpochapụ those things. Adụmala ka ịgbabụ ebe ahụ before because ije ebe ahụ ịtọ mana kịta na ọzọ silele werara ịgafelu ọ bụrụ ife dị mma.
Kee maka ndị ahịa Gariki nwere ọnọdụ ahaziri ha maka ikwugo maka ndị nke
ndị Agbakwa
maka ndị nke
o mere na Agbakwa o mere na Gariki too mana Gariki yes ebe onye ọbụla o metụtara yes I know that ama m na gọọmenti kwuru compensation because ọ mmadụ ka ọ ga-emetụta ọ bụrụ ụmụ agbara ka ọ ga-emetụta urban renewal everywhere in the world ọ ga-emetụta onye ọbụla ọ ga-emetụta ndị mmadụ mana ihe a na-alụ bụ ihe dị mma maka ọdịmma ndị be anyị.
Ọ dị mma Dr. Onyeisi ka anyị bata na okwu gbasara mmiri.
Yes.
Maka na mgbe gọvanọ batara n'ọchịchị o kwere nkwa ya n'ime abalị 180 na mmiri ga-agba na be onye Enugu ọbụla ka ọ dị kịta ihe aka inu na-ada na ntị adọrọzi ka ihe ọ na-atọ n'ọnụ ọ bụ na nwa mgbe ka ma ha akpụkọ na agụba dị nkọ gịnị mere mmiri ndị Enugu?
Well daalụ oge gọvanọ batalụ gọvanọ enego ka m gwa gị tupu gọọmenti abịa gọvanọ amachaghị ihe niile plan ọka ihe niile ka ya ga-esi wee chi ọ dị na manifesto ya o veelụrụ on 22nd October 2022 na Godfrey Okoye University. Ihe niile adịgo clear ka ọ ga-esi wee mee. Number 1 bụ n'ihe gbasara mmiri n'Enugu na mmiri ga na-agba n'Enugu na mmiri maka ịma na mmiri bụ age-long problem n'Enugu because of the undulating landscape ka Enugu esi wee dị. So and ịmago na another one bụ na igwuo kịta coal anọchi ebe niile so nwere ebe ga-esi wee gwupụta mmiri na so that's why eji ejezi 9th mile na-eje Oji na-eje all those places. Now gọvanọ wee sị mba n'ihe a niile ga-akwụsị ya ga-eme ka mmiri gbaa n'Enugu in 180 days. Now gọvanọ bịakwa wee lụba ọlụ ka nwoke in that 180 days meet go the target upstream. Target bụ Enugu before now na quantity of water a na-generate bụ n'Enugu bụ about 2 million 3 million liters circulate enyo ndị ga-enweta mana gọvanọ bịalụ all the reservoirs niile ekpochepụ zacha ha ncha wee bido 9th mile water scheme Moji River, when they generate about 120 million liters and they generate. If you now or Saloko, Miriana Bapu Benine, a way choputaza na no asbestos pipe in Nilano during the colonial days. As again a game, it will be do rope beer, Tinyebe 9mm pipe. What is okay? Name it again. Now the next thing was get Selumiri Jezeba who meaning na Adubro. They were discovered that now many people lono na waterways. Aqua miri kwesisi wega aluchuru uzo ebe niile lucha anya ụnọ ọ bụ na asị ka etikpobe ụlọ ahụ niile ka etikpobe ha niile ma na Enugu ga-abụzi demolition site a ga-akwari and a ga-enwekwu and cry ma ndị ga na-akwa bigo bịa buru mmiri gị rapụrụ anyị ụlọ na ya chọrọzi mmiri nwa ọ ka esi eme ya ka compassionate government na-eche anya sị mba n'ihe mere bụ na a ga-achọzi ewe to navigate the thing akwa mmiri ahụ ka ọ gaa n'ụzọ ọzọ ya ka a na-achọ a na-alụ ya. Then now French Development Bank abatago into it ha nwa nọkịta na-alụzi akwa mmiri na-alụzi ụzọ mmiri ahụ niile ka ọ gaa ebe ọ ka agara a na-alụ ya bụ ọlụ makịta. Enwere challenge na downstream emitigo ya na upstream ihe niile kwesịrị ihe niile enyi dị na upstream dị mmiri dị amasịs na mmiri adịrọ oge a na-egenerate 3 million egenerate 2 million kịta mmiri dị everywhere mana the problem bụ ebe ndị aka enwetara mmiri ka mmiri ga-esi wee ruo so nya ka eji partnership with French Development Bank now and ebidogo na 9th mile now na-alụ ya na-abịa gọvanọ agbachiri nkịtị n'ihe gbasalụ mmiri ọ bụ na imebe ihe nwee challenge ọ bụrụ na ya nwa ka ị ga-eji wee rapụ ya the intention bụ na mmiri ga-agba akwadosigo ọnọdụ ka ọ ga-esi wee gbaza nwee that challenge so enwe challenge ya ga-eme bụ asịzi gịnị ka a ga-eme ọ bụrụ to abandon it and say target nye na memitira after all target abụrụkwa the end target bụ to drive you inye onwe gị target gọvanọ ifu na gọvanọ ihe niile ọ na-eme ọ na-enye onwe ya target ihe target a na-eme bụ to drive you n'ịmalụgo na ebe a ka ị na-eru at the end of the day na-asịzi kedu percentage of target gị meet enwe ike imite 60 70 80% ọ ihe target na-alụ mana ndị mmadụ bụ asịra na ịsịkwalụ na ị ga-enye anyị mmiri by so and so time anyị afụrọ mmiri na ebe
ịma na ihe o kwuru na mmiri ga-agba na be ndị mmadụ n'ime 180 days.
Yes.
Now isi na enwe challenge na downstream na upstream emechaghị ekwesị ime downstream ka challenge ahụ a na-enwe na downstream ka ihe a ga-eme ya ga-ahapụzi ya
ọnụ ya nwa ka m na-agwa gị na nwere ihe ara pakwa sị gị na eji ọlụ a sị gị na ndị French Development Bank na ọlụ kịta ọrụ ya ngwa gị ọ ka anyị tibe mkpu ka eche tibe ka anyị nwere time iti mkpu o ihe nwe time bụ ọlụ French Development Bank kịta ji ọlụ n'aka na a na-esekuleti mmiri everywhere ije ma agbakpa niile ma ebe niile ndị mmadụ dọdade nje ọba na-eji ọkwa ndị mmadụ na-akpọ si na ha na-afụ ihe gọvanọ na-alụ n'ihe gbasalụ mmiri ndị mmadụ na-akpọnụ na fon na ihe gbasalụ mmiri na-eji ọlụ n'aka ọlụ na-aga
ọ dịghị ka ihe gbasara mmiri a ndị nọ n'ime ime obodo ha so ya ka ọsọsọ ndị nọ na township
ya na-ekwugodo okwu ya na ahụ bụ Enugu ihe gọvanọ kwuru bụ Enugu ịmara na mmiri bụ problem na Enugu mmiri a enwere water challenge like that eru asa nọkwa na-alụ ọlụ ihe gbasara n'ime obodo ndị a na-egwuru borehole ma ihe niile mana a na-ekwu okwu Enugu kedu ebe ị nwetara mmiri na Enugu ịmara na Enugu nwere a special challenge because of coal dị naanị ya bụ coal city igwu ọkpam na inweta coal so n'onye nwa melia gọvanọ wee folu ntutu tasị that na mmiri ga-agbalata na Enugu na mmiri ga na ejenerate gụọ mmiri a na Oji na 9th mile ejenerate 120 million liters. What is the water need of ndị Enugu? About 70 million liters. Anya surpass gị na ya na-achọzi na mbụ imeke sure na mmiri gachara ebe ọ garozi eji ọlụ n'aka now and again before na this government before na ya pụọ before adịmekwu before na achịcha nke achịcha ọgbọ fụlụ nke follow 1 year mmiri ga-agba ebe niile
anyị na-eme ka anyị chịkọta mana ka were otu nkeji kwuo okwu maka nchekwa n'Enugu steeti ka anyị chịkọta naanị otu nkeji ọ dịghị ka ọnọdụ nchekwa ọ kago mma karịa ka ọ dịbụ na mbụ n'oge ọchịchị Peter Ndubisi
ọnọdụ nchekwa malụ mma karịa ka ọ dịbụ na mbụ kịta n'Enugu steeti ịma na gọvanọ batalụ na mbụ mana oge ụfọdụ anyị adịghị echetacha ka ife si wee mee mana before now na enwe Monday sit at home enwe insecurity ndị mmadụ adịghị apụta ịpụta on Monday ka ime biznes a ga-agbagbu gị ndị unknown gọọmenti a na-egbu mmadụ here and there mana gọvanọ bịalụ si na ya akwụsịgo that sit at home oke o nwere gọvanọ ọ ga-abụrụ ọ ga-asị na ya ma ka anyị rapụkwu ya maka re-election ka e menye re-elect na ọdụ steeti ndị afịa a na-afọ ọsịsa ha pụtaba dịka ndị Anambra si wee mee ka echelie na ya nweta second tenor ka ya gọvanọ pụtara ozugbo o bidoro ọrụ taa mee ya taa ọ bụrụ about re-election ihe gọvanọ na-ekwu bụ na ya ga-na ọlụ dị mma na ya ga-alụ ya ọ bụrụ maka election ọ bụrụ na ama alụcha ọlụ dị mma unu si na ọ dịrọzi mma nsogbu adịrọ mana m ga-eme the right thing gọvanọ wee stop other sit at home maka ọ dịrị that time ma ndị ogbe item ihe niile a stop ọnya anyị na-agagharị everywhere that time na-make sure na banks everywhere open because we were losing a lot. Enugu State was losing a lot. Southeast was losing a lot. Gwagi ege lose n'ihe na governor west stop other sit at home today enwere ozi sit at home o wee kpọpụta ndị DRS tupu gọvanọ a na-akwụsị ha na a na-etrain ndị DRS immediately gọvanọ win election ọka aka swere ndị in ka ebido train be ndị DRS a wee train che ihe wee bunye ihe bụ moto izi ebupụta bụ 150 wee n'ime that moto ahụ atinyecheli ya AI embedded cameras a nwere capacity facial recognition plate number recognition ijiri moto jori kita moto ahụ the camera ga-trace ya wee mechie wee lụọ command and control center na government house wee connect everywhere na Enugu State to that command and control center ọ bụ na ị bịa n'oge ebe anyị nọ lode ị ga na-afụ everywhere ị ga na-afụ Opi Nsukka Road afụ ụzọ
ya nchịkọta okwu gị bụ na ọnọdụ nchekwa
achọrọ ka nkọwa gị ọkwa
akawanyego mma kịta karịa ka ọ dị na mbụ.
onye anụgụ ka nwa dị m ogoro enyi ọzọrọ onye ahụ ụkwụ na ntị onye anụgụ ka nwa dị m ogoro enyi ọzọrọ ụkwụ na ntị
ọ dị mma Dr. Ruben Onyishi SSA New Media to the Governor anyị ekele gị maka ịbịa sonyere anyị n'otogbo nketa anyị na-ele anya na mgbe ọzọ anyị kpọọ gị na ị ga-abịakwa sonyere anyị daalụrị nne maka ịbịa sonyere anyị onye gbagere ntị ebe a ka ọkụ nyụrụ anyị na-awụsọwa na nke tata ịnụ gị ya ka gọvanọ steeti a ji gbatakwụrụ n'ime afọ 3 gara aga nkwado ka gị nwa na-esonyere anyị ga na-enye ọchịchị n'ugbu a nke mere eme dị mma ka ịmụ ọzọ gaa n'iru ama m na enwere atụmanya dị iche iche ndị Enugu nwere n'ebe ọchịchị n'ugbu a nọ gọvanọ na gọọmenti Enugu steeti na onwe nke ya ma ihe ọ ga-emere ọha steeti a nkwa ekwere si mmezuo ya eme nwata ka emere ibi ya obi adị ya mma daarụ maka isonyere anyị na nketa ata chebere anyị ụbọchị Fraịde ọkụ 5 anyị ga-alaghachite azụ ka anyị na-aga n'ọrụ ya abụ m Joshua Uzioko ndewo maka isonyere anyị.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Here are the headlines. Joint security operatives in Anambra State successfully neutralized 4 suspected members of an armed secessionist gang during a Ferns roadside gun battle in Orumba South. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has dismantled a highly sophisticated industrial-scale methamphetamine laboratory hidden deep within a forest in Oyo State. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has cleared major downstream marketers to import over 800,000 metric tons of petrol and diesel for the 3rd quarter of the year. And this is the news in details. A 10-year-old boy is making a remarkable recovery in Anambra State after surviving a brutal assault by his guardians. Chiziterim, whose severe burns and injuries sparked outrages across social media, is currently receiving round-the-clock medical care under state protection in Awada, Obosi. Anambra's First Lady, Nonye Soludo, visited the young survivor for the 2nd time today. praising the medical team for stabilizing his condition. She expressed deep relief at seeing the boy significantly stronger and promised that the state will monitor his well-being until he can safely reunite with his family. Following the hospital visit, the First Lady issued a direct appeal to the public, urging neighbors and community members to break the silence on child neglect. She reminded residents that children or child protection is a collective responsibility and urged anyone witnessing abuse to immediately report it to the state emergency lines. The Abia State government is stepping up its fight against period poverty, declaring that no young girl should ever be forced to miss school or sacrifice her dignity due to a natural biological cycle. At a major advocacy event in Umuahia, spearheaded by the Office of the Wife of the Governor in partnership with the Ministry of Women Affairs, policymakers and development partners united under the global mandate to build a period-friendly world. State officials warned that limited access to affordable sanitary products and poor water infrastructure across Nigeria still forces over 40 million young women into unhygienic choices and classroom absenteeism. Representing the governor's wife, Mrs. Adeze Emetu delivered an empowering message directly to schoolgirls, reminding them that menstruation is a symbol of health and strength rather than a source of shame. To match this rhetoric with direct action, the state is aggressively retrofitting public schools with functional toilets, running water and dedicated girls' room, private spaces designed for students to manage their periods safely without interrupting their education. Government leaders are now calling on parents, traditional rulers, and community influencers to break the silence around the menstrual health and eliminate the persistent myth that hold young women back from achieving their dreams. More than 137,000 residents have now benefited from the Ebonyi State Health Insurance Scheme. The Executive Secretary of the State Insurance Agency, Divine Igwe, shared the milestone during a grassroots rally in Abakaliki, where officials gathered to endorse Governor Francis Wifuru for a second term. Igwe highlighted that the life-saving interventions have provided vulnerable population with essential treatments for complex medical issues, including critical surgeries for cataracts and glaucoma. The health agency credited Governor Wifuru's sustained funding and policy support for keeping the program on track towards its Vision 2030 healthcare targets. Health Ministry Permanent Secretary Lawrence Ezogor added that expanding insurance net has drastically improved rural healthcare delivery and saved thousands of lives across the state. Accepting the political endorsement, Governor Wifuru expressed satisfaction with the agency's performance and promised to expand the budget to ensure more families gain access to affordable medical care. A Ferens gun battle along the Oboji Ajali Road in Orumba South has left 4 suspected members of a secessionist armed gang dead, acting on credible intelligence. A police-led joint security patrol team intercepted the heavily armed men operating in a white Toyota Sienna bus. The suspects immediately opened fire, triggering a violent shootout that resulted in the neutralization of 4 gang members, while several others escaped into the surrounding bush with severe gunshot wounds. Security forces recovered a massive cache of dangerous weapons from the scene, including a general-purpose machine gun loaded with over 50 rounds of live ammunition, 2 AK-47 rifles, and 4 undetonated improvised explosive devices. The team also seized police camouflage uniforms, a POS machine, assorted charms, and multiple mobile phones. State Police spokesperson SP Tochukwu Ikenga stated that a massive combining operation is currently underway to track down the fleeing suspect, reiterating that security agencies remain fervently determined to rid Anambra State of violent criminal elements. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has uncovered a massive multi-billionaire methamphetamine laboratory hidden deep within a forest in Oyo State. Acting on credible intelligence, tactical operatives raided the industrial-scale facility in Tapa Village, Ibapara North local government area, dismantling a high-sophisticated transitional syndicate. 5 suspects were arrested during the operation, including 56-year-old Yovila Ochoa, a Mexican methamphetamine specialist allegedly recruited to provide technical expertise. 4 Nigerian nationals were also taken into custody. NDLEA chairman Brigadier General Buba Marwa stated that the presence of a foreign cartel specialist underscores the dangerous international dimension of the syndicate drug threat facing the country. Forensic experts at the scene recovered a frightening array of heavy-duty processing equipment, including a reactor port and industrial distillation units, alongside thousands of liters of highly controlled precursors, chemicals, and finished crystals. This major bust comes barely 4 weeks after a similar industrial-scale lab was dismantled in neighboring Ogun State. Marwa warned domestic and international drug cartels that Nigeria will never be a safe haven, vowing that the agency will continue to track them down and dismantle their infrastructure of debt. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has arrived at the Federal High Court in Kaduna under heavy security escort for the continuation of his high-profile corruption trial. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, or ICPC, is prosecuting the former governor on charges involving abuse of office, financial impropriety, and retaping the National Security Advisor during his tenure. While El-Rufai was maintaining his innocence and denied all allegations, the anti-graft agency maintains it has solid evidence to secure a conviction. Today's proceeding follow a previous adjournment caused by the failure of 2 co-defendants to appear in court. All parties are expected to be present today as the court dives into the substantive matter. El-Rufai is currently out on a 200 million naira bail granted in April by Justice Riwal Aikawa, after the court rejected a recent application by his legal team to vary his strict bail conditions. We will bring you updates on the courtroom proceedings as they unfold. The Senate has declared individual lawmakers of any legal blame following a major court ruling that declared the National Assembly's controversial 110 billion naira luxury vehicle procurement scheme unlawful. Senate spokesman Yemi Adaramodu declared today that legislators play absolutely no role in purchasing official vehicles. He insisted that the entire procurement process is handled exclusively by the National Assembly bureaucracy, which determines, buys, and assigns vehicles strictly as government properties for official committee assignments. According to Adaramodu, no luxury vehicle is registered in the name of any individual senator, and lawmakers can only take ownership at the end of their tenure through established civil service buying procedures. The spokesman argued that any legal dispute or public outrage over the massive spending should be directed at the administrative departments rather than the politicians. He maintained that individual lawmakers were not the ones dragged to court and should not face public backlash for institutional decisions. The clarification follows a landmark judgment by the Federal High Court in Lagos, which ruled in favor of a suit filed by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, known as SERAP, Justice Bogoro ruled that the multi-billion naira vehicle allowance scheme has a clear conflict of interest and a violation of public trust. Taking judicial notice of the severe economic hardship across the country, the judge slammed the federal lawmakers for self-dealing, stating that allocating such a triggering sum of political comfort reflected a total failure to prioritize the national interest. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Joint security operatives in Anambra State successfully neutralized 4 suspected members of armed secessionist gang during a Ferenc roadside gun battle in Orumba South. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has dismantled a highly sophisticated industrial-scale methamphetamine laboratory hidden deep within a forest in Oyo State. Coming up shortly, the Nigerian midstream and downstream petroleum regulatory authorities has cleared major downstream marketers to import over 800,000 metric tons of petrol and diesel for the 3rd quarter of the year. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back shortly.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Energy and environmental stakeholders are warning that Nigeria's aggressive push to expand gas production could come at a devastating cost to host communities without stricter accountability. Speaking at a visual campaign launched for the new documentary Flaring Lives, advocates highlighted the severe health and environmental crisis facing the Niger Delta, where residents face daily exposure to toxic methane emissions and relentless gas flaring. Tenji George Ikoli, country manager of the Natural Resources Governance Institute, pointed out that Nigeria is currently chasing conflicting goals. The nation is trying to market gas as its primary economic future, while simultaneously promising global partners it will eliminate routine flaring. She stressed that international markets, particularly the European Union, are tightening regulations, meaning Nigerian exports will soon be judged on environmental standards rather than just volume. Civil society leaders are calling for an immediate overhaul of the extractive sector, demanding a unified system to accurately measure emissions and strict penalties for oil companies that violate environmental laws. Activists argue that for over 60 years, toxic flare stocks have been treated as an acceptable cost of doing business while treating host communities as collateral. They are urging the media to intensify investigative reporting on emission figures to hold operators accountable and protect the livelihoods of millions in the region. The federal government has approved fresh permits for major downstream operators to import petrol and diesel for the 3rd quarter of this year. The move by the Nigerian midstream and downstream petroleum regulatory authorities is aimed at blocking projected supply shortfalls and preventing a potential fuel crisis across the country. Major local marketing firms including AA Rano, Matrix Energy and Pinnacle Oil have been cleared to bring in over 800,000 metric tons of petroleum products between July and September. This regulatory intervention comes as national fuel reserves show signs of tightening. Recent data reveals that Nigeria's petrol stock sufficiency dropped significantly by nearly 2 days in May, while diesel reserves plunged by 8 days. Global Energy Intelligence reports link this sudden dip in inventory to a 16% drop in petrol production at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery in Lagos, triggered by essential maintenance on one of its primary gasoline-producing units. While the Dangote facility has vastly reduced Nigeria's long-standing reliance on foreign fuel, industry experts emphasize that imports remain a critical safety net when local production temporarily falls short. Fortunately for local marketers, a recent drop in international fuel prices is expected to improve the economics of importing these supplementary cargoes, giving the country a much-needed buffer to maintain market stability and keep the pumps flowing. The federal government is sounding a stern warning against the continued abuse of widows in Nigeria, declaring that dehumanizing traditional practices have no place in the modern society. Marking the 2026 International Widows' Day, the Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, revealed that more than 2 million widows across the country face severe hardships, including property grabbing, economic exclusion, and forced confinement. The minister reminded the public that these actions are serious violations of human rights and are strictly punishable under the law, carrying penalties of up to 2 years imprisonment for offenders. To combat the high rate of poverty among these vulnerable women, the government is rolling out an aggressive social intervention program across all 774 local government areas. In a direct bid to shift these women from dependence to enterprise, the ministry has partnered with aid groups to enroll thousands of widows into the National Health Insurance Scheme, while providing direct cash grants to boost small businesses and cooperative farming. Minister Suleiman Ibrahim called on traditional and religious rulers to help dismantle outdated cultural barriers, promising that the state will continue to enforce protective laws until every widow can live with justice and dignity. The Lagos state government has taken a massive step towards complete energy dependence by setting up the Pioneer Leadership Team for its independent electricity market. The governing board and management team of the Lagos State Independent System Operator, known as LISO, have been officially constituted to manage the state's power grid. This strategic institution, created under the Lagos State Electricity Law of 2024, is now fully legally backed to operate the state's independent power systems and ensure a reliable, competitive electricity supply for the region. The newly formed governing board will be chaired by the State's Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Biodun Ogunleye, with veteran public policy expert Dr. Oladimeji Yisataiwo stepping in as managing director. Joining the core operational team are power systems professional Adetunji Adesanya, who will oversee grid reliability, and Bumi Benson, who will manage legal compliance and market governance. Together, this team will handle the day-to-day coordination, the market settlement, and technical regulations required to keep the state's energy network functional. State officials describe the move as a major milestone that transforms Lagos into an investor-friendly hub capable of generating and distributing its own power. To ensure smooth integration, LISO will also establish a specialized member committee that brings together licensed generation and distribution companies alongside independent network operators. The state government is calling on all energy stakeholders to cooperate with the new leadership as they work to build a resilient, uninterrupted power supply for millions of Lagos residents. The federal government and the Enugu state government are pushing forward with high-level bilateral trade negotiations to launch direct cargo flights between Guangzhou, China, and Enugu by December. Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo announced the development in Lagos, revealing that the median flight will allow Southeast merchants to consolidate their goods and fly them directly into the region twice a week. The logistics link is designed to bypass standard shipping delays and funnel imports seamlessly into major commercial hubs like Onitsha and Aba. To pave the way for this economic boost, President Tinubu has approved a structural overhaul of the Akano-Ibiam International Airport, removing it from bureaucratic bottlenecks and placing it under a privately run, state-supported operational framework. Keyamo noted that Governor petermbah specifically requested the privatization to unlock the airport's full economic potential as a dedicated cargo hub. Meanwhile, the state-owned airline Enugu Air has doubled its fleet to 6 aircraft as it prepares to launch regional flights to Accra, Libreville, and Abidjan before commencing its long-haul international operations into this year. United States-based Nigerian outlets have poured out praises for the Delta State government after it stepped in to sponsor their travel for the just-concluded 2026 Commonwealth Games national trials in Lagos. The 3-day elite track and field event, which wrapped up at the Yabertech Sports Complex, saw 15 foreign-based stars fly into the country after initial flight disruptions caused by heavy thunderstorms. The athletes competed under Team Delta colors, dominating multiple events including the men's 400-meter final won by Tyler Johnson in 45.75 seconds. National athletic stars including track veteran Chidi Okeze and hurdle champion Adobe admitted that making the expensive trip across the Atlantic would have been nearly impossible without Delta State's timely intervention. Commenting on the gesture, the Director General of the Delta Sports Commission, Emobi Igales, stated that the state government intentionally sponsored the elite competitors because the presence of international stars was crucial to maintaining the high-profile glamour and competitiveness of the national trials. Top sports administrators from the National Sports Commission and the Nigeria Olympic Committee have also launched the Athletic Federation of Nigeria for a highly successful event as the country begins to lock in its roster for the upcoming Commonwealth Games. Nollywood star Inec has announced an arrival of her first child, a baby boy, with her husband Abasi Enebong. The popular actress shared the exciting news on Instagram today, coinciding with her birthday celebration. Ditching her traditional glamorous birthday photo shoots, she chose instead to post an emotional picture from the day her son was born, describing the moment as the day her life changed forever. Reflecting on her fresh journey into motherhood, the new mom confessed that getting to know her tiny newborn has been the ultimate gift, but admitted that the newborn phase is absolutely no joke. She described the past few weeks as the most humbling, exhausting, and rewarding time in her life, revealing that experience has given her a newfound deep appreciation for mothers everywhere. Fans and industry colleagues have since flooded social media with congratulations for the couple on their double celebration. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. Joint security operatives in Anambra State successfully neutralized 4 suspected members of an armed secessionist gang during a France roadside gun battle in Orumba South. The high-powered operation also led to the recovery of a massive weapon cache, including a general multipurpose gun and 4 undetonated improvised explosive devices. Meanwhile, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has dismantled a highly sophisticated industrial-scaled methamphetamine laboratory hidden deep within a forest in Oyo State. 5 suspects were arrested during the raid, including a 56-year-old Mexican cartel specialist allegedly recruited to provide technical expertise for the elite operation. In the meantime, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authorities has cleared major downstream marketers to import over 800,000 metric tons of petrol and diesel for the third quarter of the year. The emergency intervention is aimed at filling critical supply gaps following a recent drop in petrol production at the Dangote refinery due to essential maintenance. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of Yellow Sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
Every June 12th, we celebrate the day in history in 1993, where the first credible, free and fair elections in Nigeria was conducted. An election said to have been won by MKO Abiola, and an election that was cancelled by the military rule. And in the past 27 years here in Nigeria, we've experienced elections after elections. We've seen governments come and go. We've seen political systems coming and go out. And today is Democracy Day, a day where we celebrate annually the commemoration and restoration of civilian democratic rule in Nigeria. What does this mean for citizens? How do we see Democracy Day? Is this something we celebrate or something we just consider another of the celebrations in Nigeria? We'll go into the streets of Enugu to hear the minds of people and know what they think and understand and their feel towards Democracy Day and elections in Nigeria.
Honestly, I think it's just God that will have to come down and help us. But we have to help ourselves first by getting our PVC. If this PVC thing is going to actually change this country, I'm hoping that, getting my PVC this time, that it would actually have a change in our country. Our country is in a deep mess. See, like, we cannot feed well, we are not surviving well. Honestly, this democracy is not democracy. This is like, it's almost like the military regime would even be better. I think what happened in the other country where the military government took over, I think it's even better because they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. I don't know the African country, I don't know if it's Congo or Burkina Faso, but then Nigeria, the democracy is not there. There should be nothing like democracy there. In fact, sometimes I wish that the whites we are still under them. I wish that, this country would have been far better than now. I think they need to wipe out and remove all the people that are bad in the system. If they are able to do that, then, because they are more bad than good in the system, obviously. So even when the good want to do the good, it's like either they are being threatened or their minds are manipulated to do the wrong thing. So it's actually hard for the people in the system to do the right thing. So that's why the people in Dubai, the government in Dubai, they were like that Nigeria has money more than Dubai. I don't know if there's any video like that you've seen, but it's because they have good leaders, and Dubai was just a desert, was just a dry place, but because of good leaders, so everything is boiling down to good leaders. If they can take away the bad ones, we would have a free and fair election. It would be clear results and good results.
To say uninterrupted democratic rule, it's not the democracy we dreamt of, because these days we don't see things work out the way they should. We are not sure that our votes matter at all, So it's as though those at the top just do whatever they want to do and get away with it. So, and In the days of military rule, okay, people were very careful, what they say. But now, it's even worse. It's as though we are being censored. We had freedom of speech rights, but now it's nowhere. Okay, it's gone. So it's as though we are still living under dictatorship. So I don't think we have democracy in Nigeria. In Abia State, in 2023, the INEC rep in charge did the right thing, okay? Humphrey Mosu did the right thing in his own time. So it all depends on who is in charge and if the government will allow that person do what he or she is supposed to do. It was NEC then, now it's INEC. But that I, it shouldn't be there the way I see it. We don't see it as being independent.
With what is very clear to the seeing of the eyes in this country, there is no sign to prove that we are really practicing democracy in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, this condition we find ourselves is a very pathetic one. In spite of the fact we say we are in a democratic rule. I have been questioning, I have been asking, I have been wondering and saying, why is it that people seem to be afraid in democratic rule more than in the military rule? People seem to love their lives. People seem to be so careful about their lives and their property more than the civil rule, more than in the military rule. I know those there during military rule that people don't mind the khaki, the gun, the bullet and everything, but they try in their own little way to voice out and condemn unjust rule and call a spade, and call evil, and call the government to come to the aid of the populace and ensure that things go well.
Listening to people talk so far, you see a people that are pained, grieved, and hurt by the system of things in Nigeria. And as we know, democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And underneath you see people, a set of people who are concerned about the growth and development of Nigeria. Now, as we celebrate into the day, as we go into the day and years and live to celebrate the Democracy Day, a day we gained, electoral independence, we ask, what is the future of this democracy in Nigeria? How do we trust the system to ensure that it delivers on electoral promises and elections?
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good day, viewer. Once again, you are welcome to a continuation of one of our programs on this Mysteries of Life. I'm your host, Professor Jude Udenta. And with me in the studio to continue with this discussion, looking at this mystery of life. This mystery is a mystery that, is complicating people's mind, and continues to raise issues. So it's about what we call rituals. And as one of our brothers mentioned last time, rituals come from rites. We want to continue our discussion on rituals, whether there is substance in rituals or they are just mere abracadabra. What is substance in it? Of course, we have taken some level of discussion, but somehow there was need, based on the responses from the public, for us to even delve more into the concept of rituals, whether there is substance to it or it's mere abracadabra, or whether it's just mere symbolism. And with me in the studio to continue with this discussion, we have by my left our brother Mazi Gabriel Nemeka Anichukwu. Welcome to the program,
Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then by my right, we have our brother whose name is, I just know as Mahansa Ezengwako or Ezengwako. I'm trying to get used to one. Which one? Is it Ezengwako?
Ezengwako.
Ezengwako. Ezengwako.
Ngwoko.
Ezengwako. Okay, because there's Ngwako, there's Ngwako, there's Ngwako. So Ezengwako. Ezengwako. Good. Ezengwako. So, yes, thank you. Let me start with you, or let me continue with you. This issue of rituals, because even though when we ended last time, issues came up that we need to discuss it. We need to dive into it. People are raising issues, diving into this matter, and I really got into my mind. I got this issue of that. I remember that in the book of Genesis, during the covenant between God and Abraham, God told him, do this, break the animals into two parts, but the birds don't break them into two parts, and gave him the age of the animals to be involved in the matter, and so on and so on. Then, of course, by the time we got to Moses, we also saw a number of rituals, up to the Passover. Then by the time we got to Joshua, we talked about the 12 stones. Of course, under Moses, we made the Ark of the Covenant and what the Ark would look like, and so on and so on. We can continue ad infinitum, ad nauseum, according to somebody. So rituals and rites, and then if we come to our own traditional religion, we know we have a lot of rituals. So these rituals, do you see any substance in the rituals, or is it just mere symbolism and abracadabra?
Well, for me, the end of everything is the result.
Okay.
If there are no results, there won't be the rituals.
Okay.
So over time, the people who have performed these rituals over certain ceremonies or certain activities or certain religious beliefs or belief systems or whatever thing it is, must have had results which have been empirically tested over the years. If there are no results, then why are you performing the rituals?
Okay.
Why are you forcing people into a ritual if there are no results? So that's how I look at it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me come to you, my brother Emeka, or Nemeka. Now, rituals. Is there anything inherently negative about rituals? Because that's part of where there's always this confusion that rituals are negative. That has to do with the evil forces and so on and so on.
There is nothing negative, inherently or innately negative about rituals. It's all about the person who is doing the rituals and the purpose, either negative purpose or positive purpose, for which he or she is doing the ritual. So inherently or innately, ritual is just neutral. Depends on how you want to use the ritual and for what you are using it. Okay. So there are negative rituals and there are positive rituals, but it is a neutral component, a spiritual component that could be used for good or for evil.
So now, let me continue with you. How would somebody fall into the hand of an evil ritualist?
When we talk of rituals,
yes,
there are rituals in several African traditional shrines. There are rituals in Christian shrines, like Madonna Shrine. There are rituals there. When you go to Madonna Shrine, that's where you bend down, how you do your supplication, your petition before Madonna Shrine. Because shrine is not negative, but whenever you mention shrine, people attach negative sentiment to it. Shrine is where where spirits, deities congregate for those who are venerating them to solve extreme needs. So
I love the way you use the word veneration.
Veneration, exactly. So now, when you go to some shrine like Madonna Shrine, nobody goes to Madonna Shrine to do evil. It's all about supplicating to the Blessed Heart of Virgin Mary to do this or do that for us as a Christian. Then when somebody goes to a shrine like Anye Emama Shrine, Anye Emego Shrine, Anye Amanji Shrine in my home, in my town, no more nothing. Because those traditional shrines function on the fulcrum of a phone logo. You cannot go there and do evil. So nobody who wants to perform an evil intention can go to Anyemegwe, Anyemama, Obunego Shrine. So likewise, the Blessed Virgin Mary Shrine. So what I'm saying is that, and when you are doing another ritual, when you meet these evil occult collegiates, those who have imported negative, high-profile evil powers, it's all rituals. Okay. Where you use human beings, where you take the staff of another person, somebody's destiny, you capture it through some high-profile mystic formulas. You come into a family, you cage all the stars of your brothers and cousins and the whole family, and you're using them. I know you are the person who is progressing. You come into a town, you cage everybody somehow, so in their village that nobody can surpass them in prosperity.
Is there no way?
So there's a shrine, there's a ritual somebody can do that everybody under his village, under his family will be under him and his children. He's sealed.
No, but
it's an evil ritual.
Let's say Woko knows that. Look at what he just said now. How, even if it is possible, how do people escape from such ritual tendencies?
Well,
because that's what is important for the viewer here.
Okay. The first and foremost thing is that I'm going to quote your Bible.
Okay.
Is that my people perish for lack of what?
Knowledge.
People have deliberately chosen to go the path of apathy, ignorance, in the form of spiritual laziness. That is what I see. That's what I've observed. Now, such people that he has just mentioned are people who, yes, they know these laws of nature. They understand these laws. These so-called occultic people, like he said, esoteric, scholars, practitioners, whatever. They've dabbled into all sorts. They know these mystical formulas. They know how to get those formulas. They know the portals to enter and crack some codes and come back.
Exactly.
They know those things. Now, it is the man in the street who has the right to make himself go in, cattle, that will be used. For instance, if you come to Afa, Achia and Afa, I see the one about no fake. And ofeke means that he has no protection. So he is a willing sacrifice. Mugu go. Exactly. So and the aim of the hunter is to go for the kill. That's it. So people are just ignorant.
Exactly.
And I'm very sorry to say what I want to say. Some religious belief systems are just there to keep people down, for control. Simple. What I like about Ordinary, I'm not trying to promote Ordinary here, but what I like about Ordinary allows you to function with the spirits that work for you. You don't need to function with the spirit that works. My chi and your chi are not the same. Likewise, your own chi.
My patron saint and your patron saint, they are not the same.
Exactly.
Yes.
Sorry.
My patron saint is St. Jude.
Good. My patron saint is my reincarnate spirit.
Okay, that's your own patron saint.
Yes.
Yeah, fine. So that even if you are going like that,
that's my patron saint. You understand what I'm saying?
Even if we go like that, we still have our own.
I understand. For instance,
My own patron saint is my chowa is Okeleki Iboke Saint, Okeleki Iboke Anyoma.
You understand? And there's no way what the white man has brought here to impose on us is superior to what we have.
Well, the way you're going to... No, we're talking about rituals. It makes all the sense.
Yes.
We're talking about rituals. And then we want to see all these rights. Because whether it is in the traditional religion or in the Christian religion, which it depends, because if we have...
Or in the Hindu, or in the Shinto.
In whichever religion. If you go to Hindu, you go to the river.
Yeah.
Sorry. And so on and so
Prof,
on.
my pain.
So we're not going to your pain about religion. We are not seeing it as that somebody brought something here. No, nobody brought anything here.
Sorry, I'm coming, please. I just want us to get something clear.
Yes.
Somebody will go to Jerusalem and tell me, they will tell him River Jordan. Then, is that one I walk in my place?
You know, you're beginning to sound like you're sounding like
I'm coming.
Like Naaman the leper.
No, hold on.
Naaman the leper was angry initially.
No.
By the time the work finished, Naaman said, "Please give me as much as I can carry."
No, hold on.
Yes.
Prof, please hold on. What I'm trying to say is
this phone. How many of them have been produced in Nigeria?
The producer of the phone is a black man, Russell.
I'm not against Russell. Where is the Russell here? Is he here in Nigeria?
No, he doesn't need to be here in Nigeria.
No,
his ancestors have been stolen as slaves. And then in the slavery, his album manifested. And that is this what we are seeing.
What I'm saying is that this phone is not made in Nigeria.
It doesn't matter where it's made.
And we're using it.
It doesn't matter.
Fine.
Then the what you might call it, the lithium that they use in making the food. They brought it from here.
We are not making use of it now.
Says who?
Ignorance.
Says who?
No, you are not making use of it. The last time that Tinubu talked with the Chinese, he was in Adamawa, and he was begging the Chinese, please help employ some of our people. It was a terrible thing. I almost fainted.
That is him.
No, I'm trying to tell you because you're talking of, we don't know what we have because of issues which we are not here. Because we are discussing misuse of life. We're not discussing things that are known.
These stones, precious stones, rare earth minerals that are here.
Yes.
Our ancestors knew about these things.
What did they do with them?
Their lives were truncated.
Who truncated their lives?
The colonial masters truncated their lives.
Why did they allow
the white men?
Why did they allow their lives to be truncated?
But hold on, though. They didn't just walk in here. It wasn't. They didn't just.
The good past.
They didn't just destroy our people like that.
The good past
there
survives.
was a resistance.
No, the good past survives. The bad past dies.
Okay.
That is life. It's a simple. You are a scientist. What do they call it? It's Darwinism. Darwin, Charles Darwinism. It's Darwinism. It's the social Darwinism, there's political Darwinism. Those, based on political ecology and whatever you want to call it. You want to call it the ecosystem, whether it's social, political, whatever ecosystem. The good past survives. We didn't make it, or our ancestors didn't make it, because they could not make it, because they were not doing well. Now it's our own turn to make it, but we are facing these rituals and rights. For us, from what we are saying, there's nothing inherently wrong about rituals. It is the purpose. Like is it Shakespeare? Somebody said there's no thought. He said nothing in life is inherently wrong.
Evil.
It is thinking that makes it right or evil, like you said. Nothing in life is inherently, like if you have a knife, that knife that is standing there is a tool for cutting yam, for cutting orange. And if you turn it into killing people, it's not the knife that costs it.
Or even surgery. For surgery, you use knife to
even evil.
Yes.
Devil is not inherently evil. Because I said that Jesus Christ is the Prince of Peace.
I don't want to go there.
But devil is the Prince of Evil. And most times you need evil and good to get an amalgam for you to survive, depending on the situation.
No, as far as I'm a Christian.
No, it's not about...
No, wait, now I'm coming. Now I'm talking about...
So I'm not a Christian.
I didn't say that. I am saying that as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing that you are going to tell me that will make me to now say that Lucifer is a positive force.
Excuse me.
Let me
He's a prof. He's a prof. Let me give him some light.
Yes.
For instance, when you are praying for a person,
yes,
you invoke Archangel Gabriel.
Michael.
Michael's war. When the blessing is sent and that blessing is hijacked, you need to invoke devil and evil spirits that work so good. Then that is Archangel Michael. If it's in Igbo, cosmological to Udo, Amadio, any other violent spirit, to go like the police army when you're going to in peace enforcement. When you go enforcement, it goes red. That's blood must flow. So without blood, say there's no remission of sins. So when you are being snuffed of life, you don't do nothing to get somebody exterminated who wants to exterminate you. In defense, you need to involve evil. Evil is violence.
Well, you don't need to involve evil.
No.
You need to involve the good.
You are a government what we call balance of evil in international relations. Balance of devil, balance of terror. So you need to balance the evil.
That one is
between Russia, the West, and the East.
That's what it's called. Mutually assured destruction.
Mutually assured destruction.
That's a different issue.
Yeah, that's devil now. That's the devil.
No.
When I know the evil, you respect me. I respect you. There be peace. I bring devil in you. You see devil in me, and I see devil in you. You will balance the evil. Then peace will come in.
I don't know. I don't want to go like that because I don't want the viewer to be.
No, that's the truth.
No,
that is truth.
No, I know that you have violent prayers.
Yes.
I know it is done.
And violent spirits, violent deities.
Yes, but all of them.
Even every reverend father, a charismatic reverend father or pastor or dibia has a pulpit for violence, a pulpit for blessing. Every dibia has a pulpit, an altar for blessing, an altar for violence.
No, it depends on where you're going to.
Like in Hinduism, it's called the yin yang. You know, the earth plane is yin yang, positive, negative, but opposing forces. You know, balance. It's black, white, tall, short. You know, that is just life. Okay, so just like he said, I strongly agree that. Okay, look at Nigeria for instance. There's a lot of evil in Nigeria which we know.
No, I want us to get I want us to bring it to this ritual. Because at the end of the day, in 2023, Nigerians were shouting, and then somebody went and brought witches and wizards, and they were there watching.
Okay. Why didn't they say Holy Ghost fire against witches and wizards, and then they should have burnt all of them?
No, we're asking the question now.
Okay.
We're asking that question because I know that.
And even your Catholic chants said, if any can get to every Christ. You know what means the devil, the angels are all singing hallelujah.
No, God is number one now.
So even, God is God. Even in the book of Job, I saw conspiracy in the book of Job.
There's no conspiracy. God is not
I'm coming. When he said he summoned all his ministers and Satan also came. Also means he's one of them.
He summoned his children.
Sons of God.
He summoned the sons of God.
Sons of God. Call it whatever, but he said Satan also came.
No, he came because he's the son of God.
That's what we're talking about now. Is that not what we're saying?
No, but he asked him what he's doing here.
If devil is also the evil, why would he can't come in there. Holy Ghost fire.
That's what he did.
Kill devil up till now. But as he died, cast him in the umbo, he goes to Nome. Cast him at Nome, he goes to Abogu. Cast him at Abo, he goes to Nenwe. Cast him at Abo, at Nenwe, he goes to Kaduna. The cast, you can't kill the devil.
I think the point is this: a lot of people have this problem of semantics or more etymological problem. For instance, you say cast and bind. To cast is to chase away, and to bind is to tie. So who goes to untie it? That's the question. Because you cannot cast and bind something today, and in the morning, and cast and bind it in the evening.
On this ritual. I don't want us to go into this casting and binding. That could be for another day. Casting and binding. Yeah? Maybe you are going to bring the reverend fathers or pastors to discuss casting and binding. There are a lot of people to now know what it takes to do casting and what it takes to do binding. But the one that we are talking about now is that people see rituals as bad, but we are here to tell you that it's not true.
Yes.
It's not there's something, because when the other pastor came, he said that they do not do ritual, that they do ordinance. And I looked at that. No, I went to statistics to find out ordinance is about hierarchy.
Exactly.
It's such a simple about hierarchy. Order. Ordinance is about order. Yes. Order. Exactly. That is what is ordinance. If you want to leave it to that, you don't want to talk of it a military concept. It becomes like military equipment. Military equipment, you know. So, but we don't want to go there. So when I looked at it, I said, why are we trying to escape from what we know is there every time? Okay. When a child is born, in every community, even to give the child a name, In every community in the world, there's a ritual that follows the naming of every child.
Yes.
And that was why on the day of the 8th day of the birth of John the Baptist, the fireman, the original fireman, on the day of his giving of his name, what happened? They said that they brought the father the tablet, because he made science to them. He made science to them, and they brought the tablet, and he wrote his name is John, and everyone was shouting.
But John the Baptist,
I don't know about that one. So, having said that, just your last word to the viewer, you.
My last word to the viewer is that based on research, realities, not idealities or rhetorics, there's nothing is either in ritual.
Okay.
It depends on the user.
On the user. Okay.
Simple.
And then, yes, your last word to the viewer.
Please, it's important for someone to have knowledge. When you have knowledge, you will understand that rituals are not entirely evil or entirely good. It all depends on the person performing the rituals and the purpose for which the ritual is being put.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
For those of us who are Christians, according to Father Aras, may he rest in peace, he used to tell us, protect yourself. Endeavor to protect yourself. However you have to do it, protect yourself. And with it, we continue to look up to God for better days ahead.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts. reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine. Believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people, it remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon to you in Enugu. Welcome to Aneke Brief, a one-stop show here on Aneke TV, where we bring to you conversations across events in the Southeast, be it emotional, economical, financial, and of course, spiritual. Cutting across the southeastern states, Enugu, Abia, Imo, Anambra, and of course, Ebonyi State. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochoma. Now, today we are discussing a follow-up of traditions and variations across traditions in the Southeast. But before we get right into that, we'll take a look at our bulletins earlier today. And my guest is already in the studio. I would be introducing him momentarily, but we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief. Joining me today in the studio is a journalist, OAP, and MC, Mazi Namdi Adiube, aka Nado Africa. Ndeo.
Princess.
It's good to have you on the show once again. Okay, so before we get right into our conversation, let's just take a look at events that have come up in the news bulletin here on the station earlier today. Now, the first story, the governor of Enugu, Governor petermbah, has congratulated Chief Ikeja Asogwa of the APC on his victory in the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election. This election was conducted to replace the late Okechukwu Eza, right, who died last year, and he won by a landslide victory of 162,360 votes to defeat the PDP candidate Nestor Ezema who came out with 9,299 votes. So the governor has congratulated him and, commended his efforts and, of course, the efforts of the acceptance of the PDP in Enugu State.
Yeah, that's a victory. That's a landslide victory to the winner. Both of them are indeed winners. As the saying goes, there is no victor, no vanquish. I think it is honorable for the PDP man to congratulate his rival.
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, on the basis of a spirit of sportsmanship. So it shows acceptance. Anyway, it shows acceptance. But to whom much is given, much is expected.
Okay.
So congratulations to the winner.
All right. Still in Enugu State, the Anglican Bishop of Enugu Diocese, the Right Reverend Samuel Ike, has called for urgent measures to tackle insecurity, economic hardship, and, infrastructure challenges facing the country. He's not the first to have spoken, but this is another clergy speaking as regards insecurity and infrastructure challenges in Enugu.
Yes, you see, you can only tell a blind man that there is no oil in the soup, but not that there is no salt in the soup. Yes, with this particular request has oftentimes been made by several persons. So a lot needs to be done to, bring about a serene environment, because nobody wants to invest in a place where there is insecurity. So, but then insecurity thrives when the local people, aid it, when they contribute to it. Because a non-local or somebody who comes from the outside cannot really come into your domain confidently without being aided, without being assisted. I mean, they wouldn't know the routes or the nooks and crannies of the environment. So I think the local people have, in fact, security is everybody's business.
Yes.
So all hands must be on deck if we must achieve this.
Truly, truly. Okay, moving over to, still in Enugu, operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have arrested a suspected cultist and recovered firearm and ammunition during operation at the Oji River local government area. This is a 25-year-old Chijoke Abraham. And of course, this is one of the many arrests that has been carried out by the police command of Enugu in the past couple of months, which I think has been quite commendable.
Yes, it is quite commendable. There is a win. It's a win for me, and they need to do more. More grace to their able. But then I have to call on the parents, because in Igbo language, there is a saying that the family is the first school a child passes through before going into that of the government. Parents should do their work very well. They should do their homework, because this particular hoodlum now was given birth by parents, and he's being raised, or he was raised by parents too. So I wonder the kind of work they put in there. So other parents should also take this warning. It's a stern warning. Every parent must do their work. Let a child know when he or she has, committed an offense. Punish accordingly, but then teach in love.
All right, teaching love. Okay. In Abia State, the NDLEA has arrested 2 elderly men, aged 84 and 75, over alleged drug trafficking activities involving secondary school students in the state. I mean, this is, one is named Obiora Godwin, the other is Godfrey Oji. And this, they've been arrested, that they've been, selling drugs to young secondary school children, including tramadol, diazepam, increasing the effects of drug abuse in the society.
Those aged men, those old men, have disappointed their ancestors. They have disappointed their families. They have disappointed themselves. They have disappointed the society. You see, look at those children are supposed to be their grandchildren. What is the relationship? I wonder. You see the problem. Most of the things happening, you think they are being done by outsiders, without knowing these men are contributing to it. Last time, I know of a community where they were trying to fight drug. They want to eradicate drug abuse and substance abuse. But the community leaders, some of the chiefs, some of the red cap chiefs, they protested. They say, no, 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 because they are contributing to it. So I'm ashamed of these individuals. Thank God they have been arrested. They will now dance the tune of the law.
Okay, the last story is still in Abia State. The wife of the governor, Mrs. Priscilla Oti, has called on Abia indigenes living outside the state and outside the country to contribute actively to the development and economic transformation of the state. I mean, she has commended the efforts of her husband, but she has called on citizens and Abians living in diaspora to invest in the state, share professional expertise, and participate in the democratic process to promote and improve Abia.
If you ask me, the call is worth it because everybody is seeing the good work of the government of the day.
Yes.
Yes, so, but the government wouldn't do everything. As the saying goes that Rome was not built on a day. The government is doing it. But then, if you talk about security, I think they are doing well. It's been long we had kidnap around our region.
Okay.
So the Abians living in the diaspora should do well to assist the government. The government has done much.
True.
They should come back now and invest because there is no place like
home.
There is no place like home.
All right. That's on our news bulletin segment. We'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll be getting into our conversation for the afternoon. Do stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now to the conversation of the day. Across Anambra, Imo, Abia, Enugu, and Ebonyi states, funerals are not merely ceremonies. They are cultural obligations, symbols of honor, and expressions of community identity. Traditionally, funerals served as solemn rites of passage, marking a person's transition from the world of the living to that of the ancestors. There were opportunities for communities to gather, pay their last respects, and celebrate a life well lived. However, over the years, these ceremonies have evolved significantly. Today, funeral and burial ceremonies across the Southeast vary considerably from one state and community to another. Anambra wake can be 3 days, Ikwozu. Abia can demand Iweze for titled men. Ebonyi can focus more on Ikwampu and community feeding. Enugu may emphasize on Menani, town hall union levies. Imo is famous for big funeral burial reputation. Same Igbo, 5 different price tags for the same destination. This raises important questions. How do funeral rites differ across the 5 southeastern states in Nigeria? And what cultural values do these practices seek to preserve? At what point does cultural preservation become financial burden? And are modern burial ceremonies still serving the original purpose, or have they become platforms for social competition and status display? So our conversation this afternoon is the price of tradition, comparing burial rites across the southeastern states. And of course, my guest, a cultural analyst, public affairs commentator, journalist, AOP MC, Mazi Namdi Adiyibe, who help us explore the similarities and, of course, differences in burial traditions across the southeastern states. Welcome once again.
Thank you, Princess. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, first off, I mean, we've read the intro and we'd like to know why is, because we see people, how they bury people across, you know, cities, countries. It's often a solemn ceremony, and it's like I rightly read, it's considered a rite of passage. But then again, why are burials so important to the Igbo man?
Thank you, Princess. In Igbo culture, burial is regarded as an honor given to the deceased. It signifies a proper transition into the ancestral realm. In fact, historically, burial rites were designed to unite families, to strengthen kingship ties, and then preserve community values. But unfortunately, today, the challenge is that which was once symbolic has, in many places today, just as you read it, become highly commercialized and competitive. But I don't know why it has to be so. Because our forefathers, our ancestors who laid the path, they saw something. In fact, they had something in mind for setting those things in place. But alas, what we have today is an aberration of that culture.
Okay, now we understand that our ancestors have created rights, you know, as it applies to communities. Yes. But ideally, was these rights for the dead? Was it for the living, for the spiritual world, or for communal cohesion? In its general essence, was it to unite those living, or to, you know, like you've said, create a rite of passage for those who died?
Like I said, it's an honor given to a deceased. Maybe a man who grew so old and died, then all the families will come together to pay that person that homage, that respect. Then the man will now, some of them, even while alive, they will still tell you, this is how I would want my burial. They will say, this person, you do this, you do this, you do this. It gives that person joy, according to the Igbo belief system, that person is, he arranged his home before leaving, before departure. So over there, he's going according to their belief system. I have not been there. They believe that when you get there, you will be welcome, you will be warmly welcome. You understand? And this is a time to bring, like I said, it strengthens kingship ties.
Okay.
Kingship ties. Then those people, this person is from the, family, a family from your maternal home and then paternal side, patrilineal and matrilineal.
Okay.
Then it brings them together. Even sometimes, at some point, some persons who are a family that is quarreling, see members of the family quarreling, it is within that time that you see them coming together to settle their differences. So it was partly an honor for the deceased, so that the person, like I also said, I also pointed out that it signifies a proper transition into the ancestral realm.
Okay.
That time, that person will become an inecnigeria if that person had lived righteously or lived a good life while alive. That person will now transit into an inecnigeria, an ancestor. That is how the Igbo people view it. According to Igbo cosmology, they believe that the living, they die. When they die, they are watching over. When the dead dies, they watch over their living, those they left behind. So This burial rite that will be performed will properly make that person to transit into that ancestral realm.
Okay. Now, if we understand that burials are to a form of transition for the dead into the spiritual realm, why, and then this is something that is common among all people to bury their dead, why does it look, or well, why then do we have disparities across states in the Southeast?
All these things are foreign. They are not culture. They are, in fact, they were self-made. In some places, they will look at the children, the father or the mother left behind. They will say, just do okaka hage, according to the availability of resources. Don't go and put yourself into so much a debt. So these ones now, I don't know where it's coming from. It is self-inflicted. Let me put it that way. They brought it upon themselves. In fact, because some persons have money, they are looking for where to throw that money. They will bring it out. And then sometimes, do you know where it spends most? The deceased, the money spent for the interment, the money spent to bury the deceased. Sometimes that person, if you calculate the overall of the medical expenses, you see that this one exceeds. The one spent in burying the deceased exceeds the lifetime medical expenses. So who is filling who? So you see that it is a misplaced priority. Spending this money, look around. These people that have that money, I didn't make the money for them anyway, but they should look around. There's always a poor person around them. There's always a widow around them that can be cared for with that kind of money. I'm not saying they should not, spend the money to honor their dead, but these things should be done with modesty. There should be some level of moderation. That's what I'm saying. But you see, I don't know. Money sometimes enter, and some persons will lose their sanity. So I think that's where that thing is coming from.
Okay. Now, the last time we had a conversation about the price of tradition, where we talked about marriage rights and lists, we made certain that there are differences when it comes to bridal lists, marriage lists across states and local government. Now, when it comes to burial, are there significant differences across the 5 eastern states? What we know, it's obtained in Abia that may not be obtained in Enugu or Ebonyi or Anambra or Imo, as it is in this case?
Yes, there are disparities. I have the figures here with me.
Okay.
Yes, what obtains in Anambra does not obtain in Imo or Abia. I'll go ahead and touch them, briefly because of our time. In Anambra and Imo, generally, they record the most extravagant funeral ceremonies due to higher concentrations of wealthy traders, industrialists, and diaspora families. Because of the Hanaka, because they have. So they can spend our money any way they like it. Then in Abia maintains strong traditional obligations through kindreds and Omwada groups. That is for Abia. Then in Enugu tends to blend traditionally and Christian-wise. That is traditional and Christian practices. They tend to blend them together, making some ceremonies less elaborate. Have you not seen it that, dear, we have elaborate, but in Enugu they tend to blend cultural and Christian, way of doing it. Then they curtail their expenses. Then in Ebonyi communities often emphasize communal participation through cost and rising rapidly. They are also following the trend now, but their concentration is by their kindred. Give this mother, give our mother, give the mother, my mother, give this one too. That's their own. But in Southeast, they are different. But like I said earlier, the Anambra and the Imo, they are the ones. If we are to arrest them, they are the ones. If we begin to arrest them, we'll start from there. They are the ones causing this problem.
Okay, of extravagant
I'm
spending.
telling you. But Abia, they will still maintain the way it's been done. They will still maintain it. The traditional, the kindred.
Okay.
Yes. But then in Enugu, I need to applaud the Enugu people. If I had my shake here, I would have shaken it for them. But you see Anambra, they really need to do something about it. But from what I read out here now, you see that there are different practices for different states.
Okay, away from the monetary involvement, because I'll use where I come from. Now, there are little rituals that people perform when someone died. Not fetish rituals now. Something like, when my grandmother died, we had to move the last chair she sat on, the last knife she used to her maternal home before they brought her corpse and all of that. Now, when I'm talking differences, are there, little things like this? What would you say when you witness or when you see people do, when you can tell, okay, this is peculiar to Abia people, this is peculiar, at least I know a little about where I come from. So what are these other little things that when we see, we understand that these things are peculiar to this certain tribe and states?
Yeah, there are, like I said, there are different practices for different states.
Let's talk about it.
Then you see Abia people. Abia people, they will always say ikunne.
Okay.
Even it is the maternal side that has the deceased.
Okay.
In fact, the burial, when you talk about the burial, you are doing it for the maternal people. They are the ones to even tell you whether you bury, whether the burial will hold.
Does it apply to both male and female?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, but female in most cases is the husband that takes care of it.
Okay.
But a man, the maternal home will come.
Okay.
And then whatever, they will now tell you, these are the things you need to give us on that day. You give us one goat, you give us cooler of rice, you give us this and that. They will even open the ground. This is okay. Point where you want to bury your dead. You go there. They will be the one to open the earth first.
Okay.
Yes, I know that about Abia people.
Okay.
Yes, especially Mwahia and Ohafia people. Yes, they don't joke with their own Wadiala. They call it Wadiala, son of the soil. So if anything happens, even sometimes when if the person was sick before the death, if the person was sick, you need to go and tell the maternal people that, see your son of the soil is sick, come and see him. They will come and see. Even when he dies, you don't take to the mortuary immediately. You call them, they come and see to ensure that he was not bruised, he was not killed, that he died. It was nature that called. You understand? Then on that day of the burial, they will come. But then some of them, like I witnessed one from Ohafia people in Abia State. They said, whatever you people can offer, we are not interested in your goods. What we need is that you people come together and bury your mother on that day. You don't go about immersing yourself into big debts. You understand? Because you want to bury. Just whatever you can afford, just do it. So that's the way I saw it. But then I don't know what happens in other places.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, we understand that there is a certain pressure when it comes to burial.
Yes.
Now, when we talk about Abia State and the pattern in which they bury people, and I mean, it's fair to say that it's not everybody that has money to conduct extravagant burials.
Yes.
But what would you say are the common denominators when it comes to burial that is similar or that can be obtained across all southeastern states?
Okay. The only thing is people who have to eat. You understand? People who have to eat. Then, yeah, definitely the dead, you need to get a casket. But then now in Abia, if you allow me now, I'll begin to tell you even the prices from Anambra down to Abia to Ebonyi.
Okay.
Yes. You see, normally the dead person will be put in a casket.
Okay.
Then people will eat, entertainment. But if you, like you said, if you permit me, I'll tell you prices from place to place. From a place like Abia or Anambra casket is cost between 500,000 to 5 million. Then food and drink are estimated at around 2 million to 15 million.
In Abia State.
In Anambra State.
Okay.
Then entertainment and musicians is estimated at around 1 million to 10 million naira. Then community levies and traditional rights is estimated around 500,000 to 5 million naira. That is for Anambra. Then in Imo, multiple cows for entertainment, expensive uniform materials, heavy age grade obligations, mortuary costs due to delayed burials. These are the problems in Imo. Then in Abia, if you take care of Umuada rights, then you take care of village group contributions. Are there places the disease is owing? You need to go clear those things. Then you talk about traditional ceremonies, like buy goat, buy how many tubers of yam, as stipulated by their culture. These things don't cost that much. We are the ones causing these things upon ourselves. We are the ones bringing the problems upon ourselves. Certain number of tubers of yam, then goats and all of that. Okay, the man, did he have children? Okay, so that the children will go and eat somewhere, and there will not be any problem. They will go and eat in another person's burial. They will not eat there will not be problem. So just as you asked, one culture that is central or universal in Igbo cosmology is that a family must bury their own, traditionally. Traditionally, I mean those certain items must be provided.
Okay.
And then that you have. Then the other ones are ceremony. The other ones are ceremony. Then with a belief that if you don't do that, you are not supposed to go to another person's burial. Even this thing is a problem. Some persons today are fighting spiritual battles they don't know about. Because you've not done that for your parents. Maybe possibly somebody who died when the children were very, very tender. They could not, stand up for the financial obligations. And now the man was just buried
like that.
Then the traditional rites have not been performed. And now the children grew up. They've not done that. Then community of friends, a friend of them added them in community of friends. And then they want to contribute for another person's burial. It is believed, according to the Igbo belief system, that the dead will be angry. And then will come after them. So, and then some of them, I've even seen where somebody came to share the meat, the goats. He was butchering it and doing it. Somebody just said, you are here doing this. You've not buried your father. And that man went home, suffered just little fever. The next morning, he was gone. So you see some of these things now, because of Christianity, some persons tend to ignore them. But those who still believe them is still working. So one thing that is central in Igbo land is that children must bury their father so that they can go to another person's burial, eat, drink, or even contribute.
But above or beyond all these expenses, would you say that with all this, seeing that we've left the original essence of burial and have turned burial ceremonies into, or turned burial rites into huge ceremonies or some sort of competition, would you say that the essence and the effect of these burials, the essence of burying someone to create a rite of passage, a seeming smooth transition into the afterlife is being altered?
It is.
Okay.
It is, because the impact it has on the families involved. So many times you see family after the burial, before they even do the burial, they tend to sell their family land.
Okay.
Sometimes the land being sold is even inherited land, a land that is supposed to be passed from one generation to another. You see them selling it because they want to bury. And there is an Igbo adage that somebody who sold the land and buried the dead has lost two persons. Yes. you sell a land, you bury your dead. In fact, 2 things lost from that family. Now, sometimes some for the families will be pressured. They will go and borrow money. Some will empty savings. In fact, life savings accounts, they will empty it. Another one is that sometimes after the burial, children's school fees or children's school or children's education is delayed. Sometimes, so many families remain indebted for years. In fact, it may even cost them, it may even take them 2 years to even offset the debts. You understand now? So you see, of what essence? Our forefathers did not set it that way. So of what essence? You see that the purpose of that culture now is being altered, as you rightly pointed out.
Okay, in burials, right, like we will have in the Southeast, you come to some areas, you hear of, oh, there is a vigil, a wakekeep conducted, held for this person in his residence in Enugu, and then he's been taken back home to have another wakekeep. And then you come to some communities, you see that, oh, after the burial, there's another 1 week of entertaining visitors and family members. How does this help promote? I mean, burials are supposed to, I mean, if you ask me, it's supposed to be just 1 day. Bury the person and go home. But why then do we have all these appendages across, not just in Enugu State? Like in Abia, we have the Anambra, we have the Ikozu. In Abia State, you have the Omada tradition and all of that. How did we attach, at what point did we get to attach such extras when it comes to burial in Igbo land, and how does this help promote culture and unionism amongst ourselves?
I don't see any importance of that particular aspect.
But we see it happen.
Yeah, because I said, like I keep saying it, we are bringing all of these upon ourselves. The Omada coming there, they are not coming to give you anything. Sometimes you see that you call Omonna to come and eat. They will come there, you spend hundreds of naira, thousands of naira to entertain them. At the end of the day, Omonna will just contribute a mega amount, 5,000, 6,000. Now, sorry, if you look at it there, you see that they don't, all those things, they are not needful. They are not needed. That is why we need to have a review of these things. Like when I buried my mom, in fact, my company just gave me 2 days. Yes, the company gave me 2 days. And after the burial, we went back to the city and then continued our business. So all these Omwada, all the rest of them, they are, in fact, they are even adding to the problem. All those things should be discarded, if you ask me.
Now, some persons have lost, when it comes to burying properly now, what would you say your description of burying right is? Some say, oh, if I don't bury my father or my mother with a cow, I've not buried the person properly. Some say if I don't have to, gather crowd, I mean, my father was a titled man or my mother was this in the community, I need to have that much elaborate to show the world the kind of person my parents were. And then when they don't have such resources, you see them leaving their loved one in the mortuary 1 year, 2 years, just so they can. So why do we have so much pressure? And what's your definition of burying right?
Like I said, burial, like I said, is for respect, community solidarity, and then unity. It unifies the family afterwards. You now know who is your brother. Even from there, some of your cousins whom you've not seen before or for a very long time, that is a time to bring them together. So 3 things. Respect for the dead. Then community solidarity. The community will also say, yes, this was our own. He lived a life. You understand? They now begin to look at the legacies the person left behind. And then those who were left behind, the children left behind, should be taken care of too. Advice-wise, and then morally and otherwise. You understand? So, going by the other one you asked, there is this fear of social criticism, fear of social criticism. Many families worry about being labeled disrespectful. Then community embarrassment. Some are trying to do what they are doing because of community embarrassment. They are trying to avoid it. Then there is also failure to fulfill traditional obligations. Some are also afraid that if we don't do this, we would have failed in our obligation traditionally. Then being labeled, in fact, all of those things, that is their own mindset anyway. Because my mom is no longer alive. My dad, they are all late now. When we buried them, we did it accordingly. We did what we knew was right. We didn't go about doing this, trying to impress anybody. We just did. Because there is, in Igbo land, they said, the best you do for the dead is to give that person a befitting burial. Befitting burial doesn't mean you should go and close your accounts. It doesn't mean you should go out of your way just to impress people. And then you now take years. You take years trying to offset the debts. That is not what our ancestors had in mind when they set in place, when they put in place that culture about burial.
Okay, we'll come back to this conversation, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief, and we're looking into the burial right differences across southeastern states. Now, Mazi, we've said a whole lot about burials and the obligation and the costs involved when it comes to burial rights. Let's talk about the responsibility of the chief mourner or the chief burier, if there is a word like that. When, as Igbos, we believe that the chief mourner is probably the wife or the first son in this instance. And Imana, they will expect that the first son should ideally, in whatever capacity, depending on who his father was, bury his father properly or his mother properly. In a case where a man's first child is not buoyant enough in the capacity that people expect him to be, could he possibly transfer the responsibility of shouldering all the expenses of the funeral to his younger sibling, or would we have to wait? What brings us back to me, burying right. Would he have to wait would the community and the loved one have to wait for this son to get the money? And if he moves it to his second or his younger sibling, are there implications for this transition? Does it in any way denote that he has relinquished a certain responsibility or a certain right to his younger sibling?
All right, there's a saying as regards this particular question.
Okay.
The Igbo people will say, "Onye jiaka wana noboga paraburu." It means he who has the money should assist in his father's burial. That it was not the father was not killed by the first son. But this is where a relationship, a symbiotic relationship comes into play. Sometimes you see the first son, they will be doing, "I'm the first son, I'm the first son." Then some will take it to heart. Then when something like that happens, they will say, "You are the first son." But I want you to know that the shame, if the family fails to bury their father or fails to give the father a befitting burial, the first son will not suffer the shame alone. The shame is for the family. So the first son is not he is the first son, but he's not all of the obligation is not rested on his shoulder completely, because what about the sons? Okay, let's come to think of it. If the man has so many parcels of land, and the day they want to share it, would the first son inherit everything? Definitely they will share it, but the first son will get the lion's share, because he's now the representative of the figurehead of the family. So that is why even you as a first son, know that tomorrow you might need the help of your people. There is a saying in South Africa, Ubuntu. Ubuntu means I am because you are. So you, the first son, don't let it get into your head. Rather know that you are the coordinator. You are the ones to gather your people, gather your brothers, your sisters, even those that are married. Bring them. The unity of that community, of that family, rests on your shoulder. And that is why this is where so many first sons are getting it wrong. So when there is a good relationship, the younger brother will say, I won't allow my father to suffer shame. Brother, or whatever they call him, Dede, or whatever. How do we do this? You see that brother bringing out that money, because I know if this is my first son. And again, another thing, the younger ones should also have it at the back of their mind that most of these first sons, some of them made some sacrifices. Some of them didn't go to school for the younger ones to go to school. Some of them had to go and learn one craft or one skill just for the younger ones to go to school. Some of the first sons raised their younger ones. So you see, I'm trying to balance it now. For the oppressive first sons, my hand no day. But you see the ones that are okay, those ones that really sacrificed for the growth of the family, they should be supported. Don't leave him to shoulder the relationship alone.
Okay. There's a conversation that often comes up when it comes to burials and funerals among the Southeast. And that conversation is an Igbo man must be buried in his hometown. And then we see people who have lived in cities or countries outside their hometown or outside the country, outside their states, and when they die, their families, because they want to honor a certain ideology that a man must be buried in his hometown, they go into debt, or they spend huge amounts of money to ensure that the corpse of this dead person is transported back to his hometown. In the economy of Nigeria, as it is, and the modalities of living, hardship, transport, inflation, and all that, is it still some idea that should be held on to vehemently, such that if a man dies, wherever he died, even if he died in the US, he has to be brought back home?
Okay, let me ask a question. The Muslims, faithful, they are still holding on to that. Although, in as much as some of them are in the city, you have cemeteries here and there. Yes. But then there are so many things. Our Igbo people say the only thing you don't know how to do it is death. But so long as we are living, there is practically solutions for every problem.
Okay.
When a man grows old to a certain stage, to a certain age, that man should be, sent home.
Okay.
And then send the support. Let there be people around him or her, around him, taking care of him. Let there be people around him. What is an elderly man of maybe 90 years doing in the city? You understand? He should come back. He should come back.
In a case where he's not up to 60 and probably dies at 50 or 60, as the case is, and would they still need to transport him? Probably he has a house he has built in the city. He also has a house in the village, but because of the logistics and understanding the amount that will be involved in his burial, do they still need to transport him back home or bury him in his home where he lives?
I think that thing should be left for the traditional leaders.
Okay.
There is a need for a review of some of those practices, some of those belief systems.
Okay.
There's a need. But there is a dire need for a review of some of those things. I was going to talk about some of all these loud funfair as regards burial rights and the rest of them. I was going to talk about solutions to it.
Yeah, briefly because of our time.
Yes. Yes, number one is that traditional rulers and town unions should establish reasonable limits on burial expenditure. Every community will say you must not exceed this. Way back in the university, they say if you are campaigning, if you are aspiring for a post, you must not spend more than so amount. If you do that, you'll be disqualified. A family should do that. Sometime in Ebonyi State, Uburu, in Ebonyi State, they said, even if you are doing traditional marriage, 6 p.m., nothing should be heard in your compound again. And it's a standing order. It's working. If such order should be, if this should be extended to you must not spend so and so above this, even if you have all the money in the world. I think it should help. Second one, they should reduce compulsory levies. Communities should eliminate unnecessary charges imposed on grieving families. Another one is that shorter mortuary periods. Families should be encouraged to bury loved ones within 1 or 2 months rather than waiting for 6 months, 1 year. Or some will even say, let me build my house first. A house the dead did not live in when he was alive, when he or she was alive. Then there should be a cultural reform. I said that earlier. Yes. There should be, in fact, we shall preserve meaningful rights while removing practices that have become financially oppressive. Then another one, which is the last one, burial insurance and saving plans. Families should plan ahead through cooperative societies, burial funds, and insurance schemes. They are available. People should go for it, knowing that there must be a rainy day. Why? Because yes, you gather your firewood during the sunny day, knowing that there will be a rain. They're sure it will be a rainy day. So if they do this, I think it will help.
All right, thank you so much, Mazi Nnamdi, for this, explosive education and lecture this evening. Thank you so much for coming to join us on the show this evening. It's been a pleasure having you. I'm sure we've learned a thing or two about the differences and the modalities when it comes to burial rights across the Southeast. Till I come your way again, I am Princess Ken Ochama. Have a lovely day.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, the program where we break down your right and defend your regular right as a human being. What's your right and where your right is meant to be placed as a human being. So this actually leads us to so many things, diverse issues in the society today. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and today we examine a critical issue that affects justice, equity, and economic empowerment in our society, especially towards women, geared towards women and their right of inheritance and land ownership in Nigeria. And this actually leads us to the topic, women's right of inheritance and land ownership in Nigeria. And joining us today to talk about this is a distinguished legal practitioner with years of experience in the field, and she has won numerous high-profile cases. Help us welcome Barrister Ifunanya Promise Ezebalum. Welcome, Barrister.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And to break down these issues concerning women and inheritance and everything as relates to land ownership, we should go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
And welcome back to You and the Law, where we break down different, topics as pertains to people's rights. As a citizen, you have your right. And to break this thing further, as we relate to women's right of inheritance and land ownership in Nigerian law today, Barrister, we have so many questions for you. And today, I'm going to start off with: do women have equal rights to own and acquire land in Nigeria today?
Yes, women have equal rights to own and acquire land in Nigeria. This is from the ground norm, that is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 to 11 as amended. So the Constitution, by Section 42, Sub 1 and 2 of the Constitution, it already provides for every citizen. So every citizen, there is no exclusion. So they're both the male, both the female, we all have equal rights to own and acquire land. Section 42, Sub 2 makes adequate provision that there is no room for discrimination for any form of disability or any, so the Constitution already protects the women. So the women have rights to own and acquire land.
If you say that the Constitution today protects women, like we said, you see in so many cases where widows are trying to, being hindered from acquiring properties, and you see you will see some customary norms and laws that prohibit women. Or does the law not affect those customary laws that prohibit women from actually going out to inquire or acquire their properties left behind by their spouse?
Yes, the law protects the women. So the ground norm, like I mentioned earlier, Section 1 already talks about the supremacy of the Constitution. So any other law enacted, be it custom, traditions, is to the extent of its inconsistency with the Constitution, null and void. So yes, it's rampant. You see most customs and traditions that practice harmful widowhood practices, but they are all wrong. So once it's brought to the forelight with the Constitution, then it's illegal, it's null, and it's void. So all those laws put together, once they are brought to the courts, or once it's brought to the forelight of the Constitution, it's null and void.
So we should, according to you, we should abandon our local customary law. Is that what you are trying to tell us?
Every local law that is inconsistent with the fundamental rights provided in the Constitution should be abandoned, abolished. Even court cases have stood against that as well.
So I want to ask, is there any difference between statutory law and customary law as regarding women's inheritance?
Yes, statutory laws are enactments just like the Constitution. We have the Land Use Act, we have the Married Women's Property Act of 1882, we have the Administration of Estate Laws. All these laws are statutory laws. But customs are in the different localities and communities of people, the traditions of people. Those are what we refer to as customary laws.
So are there any economic consequences of excluding women from land ownership?
Definitely, definitely. If you look at it this way, once the women are excluded, that means the men are overburdened with the sole responsibility of providing, and you will now wonder why there are more widows, because these men will get weak and die. It makes the women more vulnerable. Entrepreneurship will not grow when the women are not doing anything, when they are laid back and maltreated. There will be no entrepreneurship, and there will be high dependence on relatives, because the woman wants her husband that damaged, there's nothing for her anymore. So definitely it affects the economic growth of the country.
Like you're trying to tell us that gender discrimination in inheritance are one of the hidden causes of poverty among women.
Definitely. Because when the women are allowed to harness that which is deposited inside of them, it makes the world a better place. It makes our country better. We already know there are women, even on the global space, who are doing so much terrific things, mind-blowing things. So imagine when they are shut down and not given the room to bring that which is within them, then the best cannot be seen.
So what, as a woman, what should we do as women, what should we do when this inheritance is being denied? We are being denied of this inheritance at this point. Should we go to meet the law enforcement agency to, cry out for our plight that our right has been infringed, or should we just stay quiet and, observe?
No, we cannot be quiet. We cannot just be quiet. No. When we face circumstances like this, the right thing for us to do is to speak out. Speak up. That's why women are encouraged to do something like be independent financially. It gives you room, even if you want to ventilate and get redress from the courtroom. It will take finances. And women are encouraged to go to school, financial wealth creation, do things from within you. That way it gives you the boldness and gives you the leverage to build yourself, and will not just be sidelined. And thankfully, there are a lot of organizations out there that help women to speak up. We have the NGOs, we have some organizations even within the profession, like the African Women Lawyers Association, the International Federation of Women Lawyers. All these, even the Legal Aid, all these associations are to help build women to know that there is a life, they have a life, and they can speak up instead of keeping quiet and being maltreated. Are there traditional practices that violate the constitutional right of Nigerian women as regards land ownership and inheritance? Definitely, there are traditional practices, which is most common here in the southeast. We see in Anambra, in Imo State, yes, there are some practices that prohibit the women from inheriting. If it's a married woman, once the husband dies, she cannot lay claim to any of his properties. If it's a female child, once the father dies, you can't lay claim to any of your father's properties just because you're a female. So there are definitely customs like that, and the good news is that we have decided cases, Supreme Court authorities that has seen these customs and nullified them and promoted the rights to inheritance both for the wives and the husbands. So one of these cultures that prevent daughters from inheriting family property, should it be abolished? Yes, they should be abolished. We have the famous case of Mojeku and Mojeku. We also have another locus classicus case, a very well celebrated case of Ukeje and Ukeje. And these cases, the court, in its fairness, in its interest of justice, actually declared that such customs should be abolished because they are discriminatory in a world of 21st century. And you can imagine such customs still being upheld. And we already have the fundamental rights that is being preserved in our constitution. So definitely, they should be abolished, and the court is already doing that. Have Nigerian courts said anything about customs that discriminate against women in inheritance matters? Like, have they made any, diverse impacts in towards, stopping those customs that are geared towards abolishing women from doing so many things that as results in inheritance and land ownership in Nigeria? Yes. Like in one of the cases I mentioned, Ukeje and Ukeje. There, the young lady, her father died. Everything went to the stepmom and the son, the stepbrother. And she had to go to court to ventilate her grievances. And the court, in its pronouncements, the Honorable Justice Ogubinyi, he said in this 21st century, any law, any custom, any tradition that prohibits the females, a daughter, from inheriting her father's property should be abolished. And so many other cases. We have Aneke and Nzekwe. All these cases, the courts have been making pronouncements, enforcing these decisions, reiterating the point that all customs and traditions that are against the females, whether married or female children, from inheriting their father's properties should be abolished. So the courts have decided on such customs to be abolished. Do we actually have some challenges which women face when they are trying to claim this inheritance as regards land or property? Do we just have these challenges? And if there's these challenges, if you mention them, can you tell us ways in which they can avoid these challenges or beat these challenges to get a positive result in a sort of to acquire those properties being denied of? Okay, yes, there are challenges. I'll start with awareness. Most women or most daughters don't even know their legal rights. They grow up, it's like a programming. They've been nurtured with such information, this is this, and they just go in for it. But when there is an awareness that you could build yourself, there is more. A girl will not just go and relax. She will build herself. She will look for opportunities. She will stand to thrive. So that is one of it. Another challenge is family pressure. Most times, regardless of all the cases, the pronouncements, the statutory laws, you still see people, the families of these victims, they so much pressurize these women such that they tend to die in silence. And in such situation, I strongly advise, don't die in silence. There are so many organizations that are there to help women. You can, even under the ministry, state governments, we have the Women and Gender Affairs under the Office of the Excellency's wife of the governor. There are so much NGOs and pro bono service under the legal aid. Go there, speak out, allow them to take up these matters. And then we also have this issue of people who hold tightly, like deep-rooted cultures, and they are adamant to changes. And things like this affect we women. But we know that we cannot remain bound to those customs, because any custom or law should be to better our lives. And any law that's any custom, tradition that is not working towards a better life, a better future, then we should stand against it.
So you can see in the society today that some widows pass through so many ordeals in order to survive his or her husband's people. For instance, some widows are compelled to do some harmful traditional practice as a way that, you know, sometimes I have experience. I don't know, let me share with you. I have experience of one of my auntie married to another place. So she was compelled to drink the water from her husband's, you know, to be sure, to be certain that she actually is not the one that killed her husband. And after that, she will be, you know, allowed to move in with her children to her husband's house. What do you think about this culture?
That's barbaric. That's outrageous.
What if at that point this is the only way they could prove their innocence? Will the law permit it?
No.
Why?
The law already says such practices are harmful widowhood practices. In such instance, I will advise such a woman to quickly identify with any organization that is out there for women and identify with them. They will take such case to the court and air her grievances, and she will receive remedy. And she will definitely have the opportunity to get back the properties belonging to her and her husband without going through all those harmful rights and practices.
Today's way of estate planning and wills, do you think it's a safety measures in which women can, you know, cut the harmful traditional practice or custom that has antagonized them for years?
Yes, we cannot talk about stopping all these harmful widowhood practices without talking about wills. So it brings the understanding that men, our fathers, husbands, they must see the need to write a will. Once a will is written and it's valid and lodged in the court, it protects your family, even at the demise of the man. Your children are well secured, your wife is well secured because there is a will, and the will binds everyone. But if the man dies without writing a will, he leaves his family to the whims and caprices of the customs, civil customs and traditions. So will is very important.
Is there any way that, you know, some people will say one thing about will is that the will can be altered? Do you think so?
Yes. Will can be altered. That's where you see issues where wills are contested. But if written, that's why I made mention of a valid will. If followed duly by the provision of the law, written as the law provides, and lodged and is sealed, then it makes the will valid. And there will be no loophole for such alteration. Because if a man writes his will, and even if for any reason before his death he feels there needs to make changes, he can just go, do the make the changes, seal it, keep it in the as the law provides. Then there will be no need, there will be no cause for alarm.
Is there any place in court where people can go for their will or go and test for their will in court? Any private place?
Yes, there is. We have the probate, the probate registry. So in the courtrooms, like in the high courts, there is a section called the probate section. That is where wills are being lodged. And once the person died, then it can be, the people can be called and it can be read out.
Okay, lastly, my question is, what role should government and civil society play in protecting women's property rights in Nigeria today?
Government has a huge role to play. Yes, government is already doing well. Like I said, we have the constitution, we have celebrated, decided cases, but there is still room for improvement. So the government has to keep creating more awareness, keep sensitizing people, and keep encouraging the females to speak up. Don't just be sidelined, speak up. And we also have, like I mentioned, there are a lot of non-governmental organizations that look out for the welfare of women. So the civil society is also involved. Under the legal profession, I've mentioned we have the International Federation of Women Lawyers. We have the African Women Lawyers Association. We have NGOs that are out for widows and females. So all these, they have a role to play to protect the females and the women.
Thank you, Barrister, for educating us on women's right to inheritance and land ownership in Nigeria. Women's right to inheritance of land and ownership are not just mainly family issues. They are matters of justice, equality, and economic empowerment. A society that protects the right of their women and strengthens them protects the future against prey and so many harmful issues that may arise in the future. That's all we have for you today on You and the Law. Knowing your rights is the first step of protecting yourself and those around you. If you have any questions or anything to say or contribute to the show today, you can always send in your comments live on Aneke TV. And okay, I will always say one thing, and that is just one opinion. Women out there, women are the most proud, gender in the society today. Using all these things you have educated us on today, is there just one particular, one particular organization that women can actually reach out to? Just one organization in case of this? Just one organization.
Okay, I'll make mention of the African Women Lawyers Association.
Okay. Thank you, Barrister. Thank you for joining us today on the show, Barrister.
Thank you so much.
And I'm your host, Gift Obodo. Thank you for being with us. We'll have a nice day. Bye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the Law on Aneke TV.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains. Can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliaments. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.